Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Looking at the Huaishan, three evils lying on the ground with broken bones and tendons, Zhuo Qiuyang was a little confused. For these three people, he had been scheming and preparing for a long time. First, he deliberately exposed his whereabouts and attracted the opponent's pursuit. Until just now, he used the opponent's strategy to consume his mind and killed all the ambushers. The evil spirit of Wuxing's sword technique accumulated to the peak, and he had no way out. Today, he is terribly strong. He was very alert and ready to fight to the death to avenge his master and the villagers. As a result, he was caught off guard and the three were almost beaten to death in front of him. The young man who attacked looked much younger than him. It was quite sudden. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me and laugh so ugly?" Liemo squatted in front of the Huaishan, three evils who kept vomiting blood, and asked. He represented the Qingyuan sect and went down the mountain to maintain order in Xiang City. He had to ask why he beat these people like this. Ayu, the scarred man lying on the ground, had a fierce look in his eyes. Suddenly, something strange happened. Two gangsters, one fat and one thin, quickly put their hands on the shoulders of the scarred man in the middle. He actually used his last internal energy to gather all of it. The scarred man smashed the floor tiles and suddenly jumped up. Three groups of surging internal energy twisted into a rope through his meridians. It was extremely turbulent and violent. "Boy, you are still a little naive." He had a face full of hostility and a smile of victory. This move was not very powerful, but the internal energy of the three of them was enough to break through the opponent's dantian. Zhuo Qiuyang came back to his senses, but Shao Qin's face changed drastically. It was too late to rescue him. He could only watch helplessly as the other party slapped him. It hit Limeau's dantian heavily, and the internal energy rushed in frantically, as if to destroy the boy's martial arts. Bang! Very loud, but after the sound echoed, the air in the inn fell into silence. The boy didn't even move his feet, but frowned. The three evil spirits of Huaishan, their grinning expressions froze, and fear appeared in their eyes. Is it a human or a ghost? The three evil spirits of Huaishan did not leave peacefully. Liemo didn't feel anything when the alien internal energy entered his body. He just felt that the internal energy was quite complicated, and it was just twisted together with rough means. So without thinking, he used his own internal energy to drive it out. Return the original way. If it was just like this, it would be fine. Their internal energy, which had turned into liquid, was strangely burning as it was driven away. Puff! The three idiots. Oh no! The three evil spirits suddenly swelled strangely. Their eyes were wide open and blood flowed from their 7 orifices. They died with their eyes open. The vastness of his dantian was terrifying even to him, and his internal energy was cultivated from martial arts that were above divine skills. Even his internal energy could be ignited, and it was also fierce and destructive to burn everything. This was the first time he used it against an enemy. Even Shaoli himself thought he was quite powerful, not to mention others. Shao Qin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. After his body stopped moving, he stood there for a long time. Even Qinqing Wuzun was shocked beyond words. "Junior Brother Li, how are you?" When he came to his senses, he hurried up to take a look. Although Junior Brother Li looked normal, that was the internal energy of 3 masters of the Jade Liquid Realm. Even without the amplification of martial arts, it was unbearable for them to rush into other people's bodies. Liemo shook his head and asked, "Are they selected by Shiyu Tower to participate in the Wujin trial?" "Well, they're all here to hunt down one person," Shao Qin said, looking not far away. Following his line of sight, Li Mo looked to the side at the figure wearing a straw raincoat. The system suddenly sent a prompt at this time. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully helped Zhuo Qiuyang kill the enemy. You have a feedback to receive. Zhuo Qiuyang. An obscure light floated in Li Mo's eyes. Name, Zhuo Qiuyang. Age, 19. Root bone, 9 forms. Realm, internal breath condensation realm. Destiny, purple with gray. Evaluation, this person was born with 9 kinds of roots suitable for martial arts training, with excellent qualifications. He was accepted as a disciple by a Disha killer who defected from Shiyu Tower. He is also the only survivor in Huaishan County. He will be a terrifying killing machine in the future. Recent encounters. The accomplice is dead. The real murderer is hard to find, and he is in the trial of Wujian, hoping to find clues. Purple with gray. This is the destiny that will achieve something in the future, but it also pays a huge price for it. A terrifying killing machine device? Sounds very powerful. You also participated in the Wujian trial? Zhuo Qiuyang held down the short knife that was boiling with murderous energy and suddenly asked, "Why do you ask that? If you also participated, I would quit now." It was the first time that someone with a murderous look on his face said such a sincere word from Li Mo. What happened to the terrifying killing machine? Is it so easy to quit the Wujian trial? Of course not, but I don't want to compete with you. Only the few people who survived in the end can be absorbed into Shiyu Tower. So whether they're active or passive participants, they are hunters in the dark forest or prey. If Li Mo is a participant, then there is no doubt that he is definitely the winner of this session. I have no interest in Shiyu Tower. On the contrary, Li Mo took out a waste certificate from his palm and said with a smile, "I am a disciple of Qing Yuan's sect." Me too. Xiao Qin also took out a waste certificate to show that he is a righteous partner. At this time, what's going on here? Shang Wu stepped over the threshold of the post house and looked at the Shura field on the ground without moving his eyes. He just frowned slightly and looked at the only stranger here. Gulp. Zhuo Qiuyang swallowed his saliva, as if facing a great enemy. His knife was shaking again, but this time it was not because of the boiling evil spirit. It was because of fear. When he followed his dead master to practice Wuxing sword skill, he found that he was naturally sensitive to things like killing intent and evil spirit. In the past, he had seen the most terrifying person with evil spirit on his body, and it was his master. Now it's someone else. The scene in the post house was a bit weird for a while. A little killer who has not yet become a formal member of Shiyu Tower. There are also 4 righteous partners of Qing Yuan's sect. To be fair, no matter which one he is, he can't beat him, even if it's Xiao Qin. Qinqing Wuzuan is not an old man who can only talk but not do anything. Don't be so nervous. We went down the mountain mainly to maintain the order of the city and prevent people from taking advantage of the situation and hurting innocent people. As for the Wujian trial, our only hope for it is that it will end as soon as possible. Li Mo signaled him to be at ease. I know. Zhuo Qiuyang's body relaxed. He was really single and picked up the bowl of noodles that he hadn't finished, squatting on the ground and eating. Li Mo walked to the front of the Huaishan Sansha and used the Qishao sword to pick open their pockets. After a search, he found some miscellaneous things. A letter in the scarred man's arms caught Li Mo's attention. This letter is from Shiyu Tower. Zhuo Qiuyang stood up when he saw the swallow pattern on the lower left corner of the letter, and his whole body was boiling with murderous energy. Shang Wu narrowed her almond eyes and glanced over. Zhuo Qiuyang looked fierce and squatted with his head in his hands. Master, he seems to know something about Shiyu Tower. Understanding Shiyu Tower's intentions and whereabouts will help us do things. Li Mo explained to his master with reason and emotion. He waved to Zhuo Qiuyang again, asking him to come over and read it together, because he couldn't understand it. The letter should be written in the secret language of Shiyu Tower, which is more like a kind of hieroglyphics. Without special learning, it is impossible to understand it. Zhuo Qiuyang took the letter and began to read. You 3, have you not fallen behind in your kung fu? The world is in turmoil now. You brothers are living in Huaishan town, doing some robbery. When will you be able to make a name for yourself? As the Wujin trial begins, why don't you seize this opportunity to go out and join Shiyu Tower so that you can have a backer from now on? I am not talented, but I have made a step forward in the Guanshan realm and have found a position as a butcher in Shiyu Tower. Reading this, Zhuo Qiuyang's voice trembled and his emotions fluctuated violently. He was sure that the person who sent this letter was the enemy who killed his master. He was very angry, as if he saw the enemy close at hand. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Li Mo gestured for him to finish the letter first. Zhuo Qiuyang took a few deep breaths and continued to read. Recently, I received news that the traitor we killed a few years ago had a disciple who also learned the skills of my Shiyu Tower. If you dare to learn martial arts from my tower, you should be cleared of your family. Kill him and come to the old place to find me. The main building is preparing to open a branch building in Xiang Mansion. If you can do it, I will say a few good words for you in front of the branch building owner, and it will not be a problem to find a good job for you. Xiaomita. The letter revealed a lot of information. Li Mo and others couldn't help but ponder. Shiyu Tower is going to open a branch building in Xiang Mansion. No wonder the place for the Wujin trial was chosen in Xiang Mansion. Expanding on the spot, right? But Xiang Mansion is located on the edge of the East Wilderness, and it is not a prosperous place. It is also far away from the so-called 9 heavens and 10 earths. Why would the profit-seeking Shiyu Tower set up a base here? It's fine to hold the Wujin trial, but you dare to extend your influence to Xiang Mansion? Shang Wu raised her eyebrows. Let me find the branch building owner and beat the shit out of him. How can others sleep soundly beside the bed? This touched the bottom line of Qing Yuan's sect. No sect would tolerate a killer organization setting up a base in its own garrison. But Shiyu Tower's whereabouts are treacherous, and its ears and eyes are all over the world, like a slippery, shit-stirring stick. The Diyu dynasty once joined forces with several transcendent sects, but they never uprooted it, destroyed a base, but could not eliminate all its members, and soon a new base would emerge. It may not be easy to find the branch building of Shiyu Tower. Xiaoqin pondered. He picked up 3 iron hall swallows from the ground. Zhuo Qiuyang looked at the hall swallows and was slightly puzzled. This swallow in front of the hall was cast by special means. After the Wujin trial begins, it will absorb a trace of the owner's internal energy. Once the owner dies, the swallow in front of the hall will also break. These few are actually intact. Is it because the 3 evil spirits of Huaishan all died from their own internal energy? Can we pretend to be the 3 evil spirits of Huaishan and sneak into Shiyu Tower? Our number is just right. If Brother Zhuo also joins. Xiaoqin has a strong sense of responsibility. Since he has accepted the sect's mission, he will do his best. Zhuo Yang shook his head. I practiced the whooshing sword, and I can't hide my identity in front of the people in Shiyu Tower. Hearing this, Li Mo looked at the girl next to him with his peripheral vision, with a probing look in his eyes. Girl, have you ever considered becoming an emotionless killer? Ying Bing, ? At this time, Zhuo Qiuyang said again, this may not be appropriate. The 3 of them are obviously in close contact with Xiaomita. If you really meet, you will be exposed. Unless kill Xiaomita, then no one will know that we are fake. Zhuo Qiuyang's eyes glowed, as if he had found an opportunity for revenge. The other party is in the Guanshan realm, and it is only possible to join forces with these Qing Yuan sect disciples. Happy cooperation. Li Mo smiled. Helping the other party to take revenge is also an investment, and it can also complete the sect's mission. He has no reason to refuse. The next question is how to find the Xiaomita hiding in the dark. Ayami will search in the city, but there may not be any results in a short time. This person is extremely cautious. Zhuo Qiuyang has been trying to find out about the other party during his visit to Xiang Mansion, but he still knows very little about him. Instead of looking for him, it is better to let him come to us on his own initiative. Li Mo said thoughtfully, if we rank among the top in the Wujin trial as the 3 evils of Huaishan, we may be able to lure him out. Zhuo Qiuyang suddenly realized. This Qing Yuan sect disciple surnamed Li is really smart. Why didn't he think of this method? Revitalize the reputation of Kun Yufeng right now. Call me if you can't win a fight. Shang Wu felt that her apprentice's IQ was not lower than hers, so she was too lazy to think. He used his brain, and she worked when necessary. Perfect. No. How can we identify those who participated in the Wujin trial? Xiao Qin found the blind spot. Reopen this post house. I will have my own way then. Liamo, check the map. This is the nearest post house to Xiang City. That is to say, if you want to enter the city, most people will pass through here. When the time comes, he only needs to take a look with the eye of destiny. Zhuo Qiuyang and Xiao Qin were a little curious. But since Liamo said so, he probably has his own way. So they all cleaned up the scene without doubt. Liamo snapped his fingers and released his inner breath. Instantly, the corpse on the ground was burned to white ash. Ying Bing frowned slightly, as if he didn't like the ashes flying everywhere. So he flipped his palm. The clouds surged up, gathering it together and spreading it to the flower bed in the back hall, which was also a contribution to nature. The inner breath of these two people, Zhuo Qiuyang's pupils trembled. He thought he was outstanding among his peers, and there were very few people in the same realm who could match him. But the boy and girl in front of him, just by releasing their inner breath, made him frightened. Is this the genius of Qing Yuan's sect? And why are you so skilled in destroying corpses? Well, there are also men and women. Xiao Qin cleaned up the tables and chairs and scratched his head again. Do you think we forgot something? No, what can we forget? Liamo took a look. It's all burnt to ashes. What else can he forget? Absolutely no omissions. At the same time, in the center of Xiang Prefecture, in the lobby of the government office, people from all the sect were toasting and having a feast. By the way, why haven't those people from Qing Yuan's sect come yet? Really, they let us worry about their own affairs at the foot of the mountain. Well, Shan Wu is leading the team. How reliable can you expect him to be? People from other sects were all talking about it. Alas, the peace of Xiang Prefecture depends on you all. The Lord of Xiang Prefecture's eyes moved slightly, and he stood up to toast everyone. Lord Shui, you are too kind. Being chivalrous and righteous is also our responsibility. In a dark room in the back hall of the government office, compared to the hustle and bustle of the front hall, this place seems much quieter. At the table, there is a young man with a gloomy face and a white robe, drinking by himself. If he walks outside the hall, he will definitely be recognized. In Huacheng, not long after, the door of the dark room rumbled open, and Master Chui slightly exercised his power, and the smell of alcohol on his body evaporated, and the drunkenness in his eyes seemed to be sucked into a vortex and disappeared without a trace. In an instant, his drunken appearance returned to his shrewdness. Sorry for the long wait, Inhua's Hanquin. I'm really busy with official duties, and I should be punished. Master Chui smiled and sat opposite Yin Huacheng, pouring him a cup of tea. Yin Huacheng narrowed his eyes, looked at the teacup, drank it all, and chuckled. It's just the two of us in private. Why bother to act? Or have you been the lord of the house for too long, and you take it seriously? Judge Chui. The smile on the face of the lord of the house, Chui, gradually disappeared. He poured himself a cup of tea and said, Liamo and Ying Bing didn't come today. You waited in vain. Yin Hua Jie Dao Shi. Didn't come. Yin Huacheng tapped the table with his index finger. It doesn't matter. If you find them, tell me as soon as possible. I came here for another thing. The goods I ordered from the Summoning Demon sect. You are either windy or rainy, and it should be here by now, right? There must be an explanation for this matter. You shouldn't use some small things to resist and say that they are not doing their job well. At this point, Yin Huacheng's tone was vaguely questioning. The situation is tense right now. If even a little bit of my business with you is leaked, my position as the palace master will be ruined. The headquarters will also hold me accountable. I have no choice but to be cautious. Palace Master Chui seemed a little sleepy and squinted his eyes. Yin Huacheng's face was uncertain. The business they were talking about was not the cooperation between Shiyu Tower and the Summoning Demon sect. It was the business that Palace Master Chui did privately with his father. But Yin Huacheng still asked again, haven't you already left all the people from the big and small sects in the government office? They're all under your eyes. What is there to be afraid of? They're under my eyes, and I am also under their eyes. Palace Master Chui put the teacup on the table and said with a fake smile, I will send someone to find a way to deal with the business, and I will give you a result. I have informed your father about this matter in advance. It's better to do so. In Huacheng also snorted coldly. If you miss the important matter of the sect, the person who comes to talk to you will not be me. After that, he suddenly stood up and left. Palace Master Chui looked at his disappearing back and sneered. How could In Huaxian give birth to such a fool? He stopped talking and played with the teacup in his hand. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, the door in the dark room suddenly rang. Ooh! A voice condensed into a thin line and came in. No one heard it except the owner of the Chui mansion. The voice came again. Come in. A shadow suddenly drilled in close to the ground. The shadow twisted a few times and condensed into a human form. This person was wearing a wide monk's robe and a smiling Buddha head on his face. Judge, the swallows in front of the hall have been distributed. The voice under the Buddha head could not be told whether it was a man or a woman. Well, I have a private matter to give you. Since it is a private matter, why don't you hang a red envelope in the dark building? The person wearing the Buddha head responded. Shiyu building recognizes money, but not people. Except for the general building owner, there is no superior-subordinate relationship between other people. Even if it is the level of Tian Sha, it is impossible to command a killer who is not of grade. Even if I get a bonus, who else in the city can make me feel at ease except you? Xiao Mi Tuo? Why don't we skip those procedures? What do you think? The owner of the Chui mansion took out a bag from his arms. Xiao Mi Tuo raised his hand and took the bag into his palm. After a slight feeling, he put it away. He must be satisfied with the reward. Please speak. The city is getting more and more chaotic. When the time comes, I want you to fish in troubled waters and snatch some orphans and send them to my private residence. It's a small matter. Xiao Mi Tuo agreed. The deal was reached, and the two chatted. Do you have any good ideas for this trial? The three evils of Huaishan, He Bin of Feishideo, Chu He of Qianluo Shou, and Lu Heng of Yeguwei, all have a chance to survive to the end. The three evils of Huaishan you mentioned died in the afternoon. It seems that they are not the opponents of Zhou Qiuyang. Seeing that the other party did not believe him, the owner of the Chui mansion took out a list from his arms. This is the special list sent by the main building, which can sense the breath of Yin Zhong in front of the hall. You can see for yourself. Xiao Mi Tuo glanced at him and raised his head again. The smiling Buddha face seemed to say, Do you think I'm blind? The Chui mansion master raised his eyebrows slightly and looked down, but he found that the three evil spirits of Huaishan were still on the list. He had clearly found that their names had disappeared before. Could it be that Tankianyan had a problem? If only one of them had a problem, it would be fine, but all three together? He was in the realm of Guanshan, so he wouldn't be wrong, right? In the end, Ben had been cleaned spotlessly. You have a reward to claim. Received successfully. Investment feedback, Rui Technique. Rui Technique. It can change your body's shape, appearance, and even your aura. Even if you are in the God-viewing realm, it is absolutely impossible to see any flaws. I have the Wuxiang Liulisha, so there is no need to worry. Liamo raised his eyes and looked at the others. Most of those who dared to come to participate in the Wujin trial are old hands. If they did not cover up, they would be easily seen. I have a martial art that can change your appearance and aura, and even the God-viewing realm cannot see it. Liamo took out a piece of parchment from his arms. Rui Technique? Xiaoqin looked at this magical martial art. Qinqing Wuzuan told him that this was a rare good thing. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and took it in her hand. She only looked at it for a moment, and the aura on her body gradually disappeared. Liamo was still thinking, is this considered an investment? Unfortunately, this was not what they needed, and the system did not send prompt. So, the post house had a new waiter, a cook, a boss, and a boss lady. As for why the cook was needed, because Liamo provided Xiaoqin with the recipe for hot pot base. That's what he thought. The better the business, the more people will come. Those reserve killers who participated in the trial will definitely come to popular places to collect information. So the post house became a hot pot restaurant. A few days later, wasn't this originally an inn? A team of escorts stopped at the inn. Oh no, it was outside the hot pot restaurant. The news is tight recently. Let's talk about it after entering the city. Because of this, we should get some information before entering the city. That makes sense. So, are you sure it's not because the smell here is too fragrant? The escort leader stared at the name of the hot pot restaurant. Happy. After a moment, he nodded. Stay here tonight. The escorts walked into the store, and the noise of people rushed over. This newly opened hot pot restaurant. Business is so good. Waiter, your hot pot is so delicious. You didn't add anything illegal, did you? I'll have another plate of beef. Do you do takeout? I'm coming. Xiaoqin was so busy in the store that he really didn't expect that junior brother Li was really going to open a hot pot restaurant when he said he wanted to open one. While serving the dishes, he asked in his heart, Teacher, junior brother Li didn't put anything illegal in the hot pot, did he? Otherwise, why is it so delicious? My dear disciple, I want to discuss something with you. You say, regarding the problem you mentioned, I need to use your body to taste it before I know. Qinqing Wu Zun can possess Xiaoqin for a short time, but this method consumes a lot of his soul. Xiaoqin. He felt that he had time and should discuss it with junior brother Li. The hot pot doesn't have to be so delicious. It's only been 3 days since the opening, and there's already no room inside. If it's a few days later, won't there be a line outside? He deeply suspected that junior brother Li's real purpose in proposing this plan was to open a hot pot restaurant. Boss lady, check out. At the counter, the boss lady was a woman with an ordinary face but exceptionally beautiful eyes. She was clacking on the abacus, and the earthenware jar beside her was already filled with silver coins. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and looked at the money she had earned, with a hint of joy in her clear eyes. She thought Li Mo's plan was a bit absurd at first, but counting these silver coins that meant nothing to her, she actually felt an immersive sense of satisfaction. Is this what an ordinary person's life is like? Being Tuozi, you've counted the money 4 times. Li Mo twisted the fake beard on his lips and said helplessly, I don't like to make mistakes. Ying Bing paused and continued to count. Okay, as long as Bing Tuozi didn't enter the kitchen, she could count as many times as she wanted. Retracting his gaze, Li Mo looked at the diners coming and going. The destiny I was always open, and he picked up a pen to record it on the paper. Name, Luo Fian. Age, 27. Root bone, crane wing arm, civet cat foot. Realm, inner breath condensation realm. Destiny, green with black. Evaluation, outstanding Qinggong, a famous female thief, likes to steal other people's important things and return them quietly. She stole a hall swallow, so she decided to join in the fun in Xiang Mansion. Recent encounter, I just stole the secret book of Feishideo Hebin, and I've been targeted by the other party. This is what he recorded for the graceful woman who was eating hot pot. Before this, there were records. Name, Luo Yao. Age, 14. Root bone, falling goose hand, purple star eyes. Realm, Qi and blood realm, 12 meridians. Destiny, blue with black. Evaluation, a disciple of Fun Yulin, with outstanding talent and a girlish spirit. She hid it from her family and stole the famous family heirloom, the gentleman's pen, and went out to venture into the world. Recent encounter, she was targeted by the night ghost Lu Heng, who intended to take her gentleman's pen and present it to the soul-calling judge of Shiyu Tower. Li Mo raised his head and looked not far away. That was a young lady in brocade clothes with red lips and white teeth, and a heroic appearance in the hall. Let's just say that this girl must have read too many storybooks. She wrapped her chest and tied her hair so no one could recognize her as a woman. At the door of the hot pot restaurant, she also broke the weapons of several Jianghu people with one stroke because of a dispute with others, which attracted a lot of attention. At this time, she slapped the table and shouted, "Boss, bring the wine. I want the strongest kind. I am known for drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk and 10,000 cups without falling. It could be heard that she deliberately raised her voice. Here it comes. Seeing the girl's face flushed, Li Imo silently added a little more wine to the water. With this alcohol tolerance, she is still bragging. Don't let the fighting king of Qingyuan's sect hear it. Take it. It's your reward. The girl ate hot pot and drank wine, and threw out a pure gold small yellow croaker. Alas! Li Imo sighed slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of young men and women, the world is about wine and swords, spending all the money, and taking revenge? Didn't I think so before? Boss, how did you come up with this hot pot recipe? Are you interested in opening a branch in Fenyulin? My brother is very rich. Luo Yao asked drunkenly. The elder brother of the distinguished guest is the chief of Fenyulin, Luo Yu. Okay, I was a little angry when I saw you. At the end of the 9 Veins martial arts competition, Li Imo met Luo Yu. The other party wanted to use 10 rare treasures, 6 famous weapons, and 10,000 gold coins to buy a store point 2 in exchange for his Qi Shao sword. Everyone knows it. Shao Li is quite wealthy, so he politely declined. Guess what Luo Yu said? Very good, you caught my attention. No wonder these two are brother and sister. After Luo Yao revealed her family background, fewer people stared at her. Little sister, do you think this shopkeeper is handsome and want to take him home? A woman's teasing voice came from the side. It was Luo Fian. I want to challenge you. Luo Yao immediately glared at her, and her already red face became even redder. Luo Fian ignored her and looked at Li Imo instead. When the shopkeeper was young, he must have been a handsome man. I'm quite interested in your... Yeah, Li Imo used Wuxiang Liulisha to make himself look a little older. In front of the counter, the sound of scratching the abacus stopped, and the proprietress raised her head and looked at Luo Fian silently. Hot pot recipe. Luo Fian finished her words. The sound of abacus scratching rang out again. Boss, it's already very hard for us to open a store. Xiao Qin put down a plate of mutton. No, Junior Brother Li, are you really thinking about the feasibility of this? We are not here to make the hot pot restaurant bigger and stronger. Well, we don't have any idea of opening a branch for the time being. We won't sell the hot pot recipe either. Li Imo smiled and declined Luo Yao and Luo Fian. TSK, your chef's knife skills are good. Luo Fian narrowed her eyes and picked up a piece of mutton that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He practiced for a few years. Li Imo chuckled. Well, he practiced the whooshing knife technique for a few years. The cut mutton was not only as thin as a cicada's wing, but also extremely fresh, retaining the freshness to the greatest extent. He returned to the counter with the small yellow croaker. Bing Toozi shoveled it into the money jar and counted it again. It was getting dark. After a busy day, the hot pot restaurant finally closed its doors. I got some information today. 2 of the stronger ones are He Bin, the flying sandblade, and Lu Heng, the night ghost. One of them is in the inner breath jade liquid realm, and the other is in the inner breath mysterious pill realm. There are also some small fish. Most of them are in the condensation realm, and their combat power should be strong. They are all vicious people who have killed people. Li Imo said to the record paper in his hand. Xiao Qin and Zhuoqiang looked at each other. There are so many participants in the Wujian trial in the store today. How come I didn't see it? Li Imo continued. We strive to kill quickly, and the sooner the battle ends, the better. Brother Xiao, brothers Wuqiao, those small fish will be handed over to you. Your martial arts are good at dealing with small fish. Xiao Qin's face was complicated. Is this a compliment? But in fact, the small fish mentioned by Junior Brother Li are not weak either. They are all in the inner breath condensation realm. He quietly put on his nightgown and put on the bullhead mask he bought at the market. The 2 of them went out in the dark. Are you going out to do justice, or are you staying in the store waiting for me? Li Imo turned around and asked. Do justice. Ying Bing was a little confused. They hid their heads and showed their tails and went out in the dark. No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with the word night. Li Imo said seriously. Who said that only those who stand in the light are heroes. I have to tell you the story of Gotham City. There's also a knight there. Whenever night falls, he will wear a mask and go out to fight crime. 10 minutes later, another figure left the hot pot restaurant, watching Li Mo's back disappear in the night. Ying Bing was silent for a few seconds. The story just now was so naive. But perhaps because she had never experienced such an experience before, she was eager to try it deep in her heart. This was very abnormal for her. Someone will use the Wujian trial to attack Chulong, and the Qingyuan sect was destroyed, and Shiyu Tower was also involved. I haven't figured out the details of these two things. Yes, that's it. Swish. A leaf outside trembled slightly. Someone just stepped on it, and the figure disappeared. In the night, Ziyang City was silent, like a huge beast silently crawling under the moonlight. It's dry. Be careful of fire. The slightly hoarse voice of the night watchman echoed in the empty streets. Recently, Ziyang City is not peaceful at night, and even the number of Yamen runners on duty has increased a lot. However, compared with the huge city, it is still a drop in the bucket. Luo Yao changed into a nightgown and wandered in the city. She heard from her senior brother, who came back, that the city was carrying out the Wujian trial of Shiyu Tower. In addition to the participants of the trial fighting each other, there are also many people taking advantage of the fire and fishing in troubled waters. So she deliberately came out at night to do chivalry. After all, assassins like to act at night. However, Miss Luo, I've been waiting here for a long time. When she passed an alley, a voice came from it. In the darkness, there was a thin figure who seemed to have been standing there and seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He looked haggard, and the black robe covering his body was blown close to his body by the night wind. You are in the Qi and blood realm, and you are not near Fenyulin, but you dare to show off with a famous weapon. I thought you had a master following you. I didn't expect that you really sneaked out. The man's voice became more and more erratic. As the words fell, there seemed to be a cold wind blowing around, making people feel like falling into an ice cellar and their scalps numb. Night Ghost Lu Hong. Luo Yao recognized the person and was shocked. The Night Ghost sect is a single lineage. Because the skills are weird and require special bones, practicing the martial arts of the Night Ghost sect will make you look haggard, inhuman, and have a strange temperament. Moreover, the skills are greatly reduced during the day, but greatly increased at night. The previous leader of the Night Ghost sect, Lu Heng's master, died in the encirclement of Fun Yulin. I like to eat children the most, especially a young girl like you. Daddy can kill your master, so I am not afraid of you. In her fear, Luo Yao actually took action first. The gentleman's pin in her sleeve was like a cold star, as fast as lightning, and could penetrate even fine iron. However, just when she thought she had succeeded, the figure of Lu Hong in front of her disappeared like a residual image. Fake. Hee. Your purple star eyes are not practiced well enough. The voice like a night owl came from all directions. The sound wave alone shook Luo Yao back and rolled several times on the ground. The spotless brocade clothes were immediately covered with mud and water. Moreover, she felt a pain in her hand just now, and the gentleman's pen was also lost. It is indeed a famous instrument. The judge will like it very much. Lu Hong played with the gentleman's pen and put it in his arms. He walked towards Luo Yao slowly, blocking the moonlight with his back. He liked to admire the expressions of those handsome knights when they were dying. Will this little girl cry and beg for mercy? Or will she buy her life with money? Or will she threaten? Well, Luo Yao's face was pale, and her pupils were full of despair. She regretted and couldn't understand. Is the world so dangerous? The other party is obviously in the inner breath Xianan realm. Why would he shamelessly attack her in the Qi and blood realm? Isn't this bullying the weak? When she was at home, she had never felt so much pain. Is she going to die? The little girl cried. I don't want to die. In the hands of such an ugly bastard. Lu Heng's laughter stopped abruptly. He hated it most when people said he was ugly, although he was indeed ugly. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is, you are looking for death. He lost the intention to play with him and was ready to take Luo Yao's life with one palm. At the critical moment, boom boom. Is it thundering? No, it's the sound of air explosion. A black stream of light, like a punishment from heaven, and like a meteorite falling from the sky, came crashing down. The strong wind pressure made it almost difficult to breathe. Who? Lu Heng used the same trick again and disappeared on the spot. After he dodged it, the black light also stopped, and the figure of the man appeared. He has a slender figure and a bronze dragon head. The black light, just now, was actually a short-handled hammer in his hand. Ying Bing, you must be a friend of the underworld. In that case, whoever sees it will get a share. Give me the girl's life, and you'll get the rest. How about that? Lu Heng said with a twinkling pupil. Isn't the trial of the underworld a fight to the death? The man with the blue dragon head chuckled and said, opponents also have to be strong or weak. Your Excellency is very powerful. We may be colleagues in the future. Why do we need to fight each other? Lu Heng said sincerely. Well, let's do as you say. Come on. The azure dragon head nodded twice, as if agreeing to his terms. Step. Lu Heng had just walked halfway. Suddenly, the wind blew under his robe, and he attacked suddenly. What greeted him was a hammer full of killing spirit. I knew you were not honest, X2. Li Mo smashed the opponent's claws with a hammer, and the sparks of the claw hammer flew everywhere. Lu Heng's figure flew backwards and disappeared again. Then, his voice rang from all directions. It turns out that you haven't even reached the Jade Liquid Realm. Just relying on the Ying Bing and Hung Lian, you dare to cross the two heavens to fight me? It's night now. Numerous ghosts came with the cold wind, and Lu Heng's figure seemed to drift with his voice. But the eyes under the azure dragon's head closed at this time. When he raised the hammer again, the air around him seemed to solidify. After training in the Shangwu field, he no longer needed to rely on his eyes. Just relying on the perception of killing intent, he could find the opponent. So, the hammer passed through the ghosts and landed slowly and firmly on a ghost. Boom! Lu Heng's expression did not change in time. This hammer, which was nowhere to avoid, turned him into a blood mist. This hammer, with its concentrated force, smashed Lu Heng, but did not even damage a brick or tile. You said you start early. I just like the cat playing with a mouse. Li Mo was halfway through his words when he suddenly remembered. When he played games before, he didn't like to push the crystal even if he had a big advantage. He liked to block the opponent in the fountain. Why do I suddenly understand what the villain is thinking? Who are you? If you want to kill me, let me be a clear-headed ghost. The trembling voice of a certain little mouse exposed her fear. Just call me the Northwest Hammer King. Li Mo picked up the gentleman's pen, took a look at it, and threw it into the girl's arms. Aren't you going to kill me? If you don't leave, I'll hammer you to death. Li Mo threatened. He didn't know how to evaluate this little girl all of a sudden. Please, don't I look like a bad guy? Why don't you run away when you have chance? Why are you asking this? Thank you, but I haven't heard of you. Which sect are you from? Harbang. I remember. I will repay you. Luo Yao ran out 2 steps and turned back. By the way, do you know where Luo Yu from Fenyulan is? In the government office. Limo's forehead was black. Thank you. You're a very nice person. Luo Yao finally left. And not long after she left, another cautious figure entered the alley. You're not done yet. Limo thought it was Luo Yao who had gone back. But as soon as he looked over, he saw a little beggar with clean clothes entering the alley like a little mouse. She was carrying a backpack with rags wrapped around her eyes. There were all kinds of things in her backpack, and she was holding a branch in her arms. She raised her head and seemed to feel the cautiousness of the white eyes behind the cloth. Hey, do you have anything you don't want? Liamo? What are you doing? Picking up trash. But I haven't left yet. Mr. Hammer King doesn't look like a bad guy. Jiang Chulong first poked Lu Heng with a small branch and found that he was like mud and was indeed dead, so she breathed a sigh of relief. He was dead, and if no one wanted his things, they would be trash. I could pick them up myself. Jiang Chulong raised her head timidly again, with hope in her eyes. Pick them up. Limo's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked again, You are not afraid of me, but you're not afraid of encountering other bad guys. I have encountered. Bad guys just use this to beat them. Jiang Chulong shook the branch in her hand, and then used the branch to pick up the things in Lu Heng's arms one by one. She seemed quite excited. After all, there are not so many things for her to pick up normally, and she could only pick up some unwanted bits and pieces. Liamo was silent. You said you practice sword skills while picking up trash. Is this how you practice? Nothing happened until now, so you were really lucky. Wait, it seems that it is not because of good luck. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, Don't come out to pick up things recently. The city is not peaceful. But if you don't pick up, you will have no money. What do you want the money for? Buy cloth, make clothes. Is this enough money now? Liamo saw her take out a few silver bills from Lu Hong. Enough. Jiang Chulong nodded seriously. Then go home quickly. After a pause, Liamo said again, I can't give you this thing. He rolled up his inner breath and rolled the statue that Jiang Chulong had just touched. Thank you, Mr. Hammer King. I'll go first. Jiang Chulong was very happy and even waved her hands twice before leaving with light steps. The thin little figure disappeared in the night, like a small weed carried away by the wind, and soon disappeared. It's time to go see her. Liamo thought to himself. Let's go tomorrow? He walked out of the alley. The internal organs behind him had been smashed, and Lu Heng's body, which was like mud, burned silently and quickly turned into white ash. He had never carried a hammer, but he could not feel the destructive internal breath. If he was still alive, he would also feel sorry, right? Back to the hot pot restaurant, second floor. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Luo Yao and saved his life. Reward, Jade Sword Peach Blossom Branch. Jade Sword Peach Blossom Branch. There was once a sword master who saw the peach blossom forest and realized the truth. He casually broke off a branch and made it into a sword, which became a famous weapon. In his palm, a jade-colored branch appeared, with 3 peach blossoms blooming on it, as if it had just been picked. If you pass the inner breath, it will be attached with a trace of sharpness. This peach blossom branch was not made by a blacksmith, as if it was made by nature, and it should be a top-grade famous weapon. It's quite suitable for Chulong. When she's about to break through the inner breath realm, I will give it to her. Liamo's mouth curled up slightly. Putting away the jade sword peach blossom branch, he took out another object from his arms. It was a hideous and terrifying ghost bat statue with a terrifying face and 4 wings. It had a certain charm, and after looking at it for a long time, I felt that my mind was sucked in. In a trance, I felt that the ghost bat had come alive. This thing is so strange. Li Imo concentrated and calmed down, and then he came out of the state. This statue records the basic map of the night ghost. As soon as the voice fell, a cold voice came from the door. Liamo raised his eyes. Okay, black cloud yarn, shaped like black silk. When the legs moved slightly, they reflected the flowing light. Why didn't the ministers say a word? When the eyes moved up, they saw Ying Bing wearing a nightgown walking into the room. The nightgown was also made of the same material and was more close-fitting. A great craftsman, is it possible to make the black cloud yarn into a fishing net shape, or even more styles? Liamo pinched his thigh calmly. Do you know this thing? Yes, this thing is used to penetrate the realm of God viewing. Ying Bing nodded slightly. The so-called God viewing is to observe things, observe living beings, and even observe the charm of heaven and earth, and temper the spirit. Over time, the spirit will be connected with the external matter, and the Xiandan will be dissolved, which can be regarded as entering the state of God viewing. When your spirit is strong enough to form an inner world, and you can project the scenery in your heart to the outside world, then you will become an inner scene. Bing Tuozi rarely said so many words at once, a lot of words. But the information contained in it is very large, basically covering the specific methods from inner breath to the state of observing the spirit, and then to the inner scene. It sounds like she has experienced it herself. Liamo couldn't help but think of the illusory yet real wind and ghost shadow when Lu Hong was practicing. It seems that he has been observing this night ghost statue for a long time, and is progressing from the inner breath Xiandan state to the state of observing the spirit. If he hadn't experienced Shang Wu's special training, I'm afraid that he can only defeat the opponent with brute force covering attack. You are practicing the Fire Heart Lotus method. You can first learn the extreme Yang Fire Lotus power from her, and then let her draw a picture of the Nanming Fire Lotus for you. Ying Bing said, frowning slightly. Shang Wu doesn't look like someone who can draw a basic picture, let alone any carving. Wouldn't it be better to observe the real thing directly? Liu Mo asked. Of course. Ying Bing nodded. Whether it is a statue or a painting, it is ultimately impossible to reproduce the charm exactly. After a moment of silence, Liu Mo said, what about observing the sun directly? The sun is hanging in the sky, so you can observe it however you want. Moreover, everyone in the world can observe it. It's not enough to just have the object. First, you need the corresponding martial arts. Second, you have to be able to withstand it. Except for the great Yu royal family, no one in the world can observe the god of the sun otherwise. Before you can practice it, your soul will be destroyed. Ying Bing is in the realm of observing the gods, observing the Taiyin, that is, the moon. This is also because she has an extraordinary physique and can withstand the cleansing of the Taiyin force. Liu Mo raised his head and looked out the window. What he is practicing now is not the extreme Yang Fire Lotus power. At that time, under the condition of safety, he can really try to observe the god of the sun. If it doesn't work, then observe the meteorite hammer of Pangaea and use the body training to observe the spirit. I'm just in the state of internal breath and condensation, so this matter is not urgent. Let's go see Chulong together tomorrow. Okay. After the conversation, the two fell into silence. Liu Mo sat on the bed. Ying Bing was silent, just pursed his lips. It's time for the popular double cultivation session again. However, today is a test for Liu Mo. Bing Tuozi didn't change his clothes. It's well known that male basketball babies tend to be depressed in the cold, but it's also well known that Xiao Li is immune to cold and heat, and he practices masculine martial arts, so he is less likely to feel cold. It's hard to bear. At the same time, a girl who pretended to be a young knight and ran away from home ran to the government office in shame. Brother, I was bullied and almost died. Woo woo woo. The decibel is very high. What? Who the hell is that? I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs. You're trying to take advantage of the situation, and you've got yourself in Fun Yulin's way. The disciples of Fun Yulin were furious. In the government office, looking at his sister who seemed to have suffered a great injustice, Luo Yu felt a headache. Why did you run out? Do my parents know? Of course they know. Luo Yao hesitated. Luo Yu frowned. Then I'll write a letter to my parents and ask what happened. Wow, I almost died, and you're still mean to me. I don't want to live anymore. I should have let someone beat me to death earlier. Brother, you're also a bad guy. Luo Yao cried even louder, dirty all over, looking as miserable as possible. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. He clearly saw that his sister was crying with tears in her eyes, while she opened a small gap with her fingers and quietly looked at him to see if he felt distressed. He was familiar with his sister's routine, but the people of Fenyalin nearby advised, Chief, junior sister Luo has already known that she was wrong, so don't pursue her for now. Whoever dares to touch our people must pay the price. Otherwise people will think that we are all Confucian gentlemen and have no temper. Don't be afraid, junior sister. I am familiar with the books of sages and will definitely reason with those who bully you. A senior brother took out a thick saint's quotations. The book is not only thick, but also inlaid with iron corners that shine coldly. Most of the disciples of Fenyalin come from powerful families. Although they practice martial arts, they do not call themselves warriors, as they think it is vulgar. They don't fight but talk about reasoning. Usually, the books of sages can convince the other party. Luo Yu, are you still dissatisfied with the chaos in the city? The Lord of the Palace wants to see you. After the announcement, Lord Shui was invited in. It is my fault that Miss Luo was wronged. Did you see the criminal clearly? After learning that a disciple of Fun Yulin almost got into trouble, he was shocked, very angry, and apologized deeply. It is Knight Ghost Lu Hong. Luo Yao said. When everyone heard this name, they all looked cold. No wonder. The Knight Ghost sect did evil and was wiped out by Fun Yulin. It seems that he came to seek revenge. Lu Hong, The owner of the Chui mansion glanced at the gentleman's pen held by Luo Yao, and his eyes flickered slightly. I have heard of this murderer. This person has strange kung fu, and usually only appears at night. This mansion will send someone to track down. That's not necessary. Luo Yao shook his head and said, he has been beaten to death. Hearing this, the excited crowd froze, and you cried so loudly just now. But then he thought about it. If night ghost Lu Heng hadn't died, Junior's sister wouldn't have come back. Thinking of this, they were filled with fear. Junior's sister was usually held by Master Lin for fear of falling, and held in his mouth for fear of melting. If something unexpected happened, wouldn't Master Lin go crazy? Master Chui raised his eyebrows. Who killed Lu Heng? Luo Yao recalled and said, do you know the Northwest Hammer King? Huh. Everyone looked at each other, all at a loss. I've only heard of boxing saints, sword immortals, gun gods, and the like, but who would call himself the Hammer King? It doesn't sound romantic at all. I haven't heard of it either. Luo Yu thought for a while and shook his head. What about the Hardbang Gang? Everyone, what kind of genius gang would take such a weird name? It sounds like nonsense. It can be confirmed that the other party did not report the true origin. What are the characteristics of that man? Palace Master Chui asked thoughtfully. He wears a green dragon mask and has a nice voice, bubble sound. And when he swings the hammer, he looks particularly handsome. He's like a firefly in the dark, just standing there, so vivid, so outstanding. When Luo Yao said this, his eyes sparkled with sparkling colors. No, how is the hammer handsome? Handsome hammer. The brothers were a little jealous. Palace Master Chui frowned, then spread his brows. If Miss Luo wants to thank the savior, this palace master will ask someone to help you pay attention. Okay. Luo Yao nodded. Don't run around recently. Since the mansion master has agreed, you should not run out to look for them yourself. Luo Yu warned his sister and turned around. Mansion master, I looked through the recent files and found that children often go missing in the mansion city. Since the start of the Wujian trial, the number has increased day by day. You should pay attention to this matter. I will also find a way to investigate. Mansion Master Chui walked to the door, paused, and with his back to everyone, he was silent for a few breaths. Thank you for sharing the worries of this mansion. In the dark room, Mansion Master Chui looked at the booklet and looked at it. The names of the three evils of Upper Huai Mountain seemed to be in deep thought. Xiao Mituo mentioned that these three people were dragon, tiger, and leopard. Dragon head, good at using hammer. It should be the eldest brother of the three evils of Huai Mountain, dragon evil. He could even kill Lu Heng of Xianin realm. This was really a mistake. And Lu Heng died well. For a pen, I almost lost my life. Master Chui gritted his teeth. Forget about the other disciples of Fenyalin. He could take revenge however he wanted, but it was Luo Yao, the most beloved daughter of the master of Fenyalin. Master Luo Yushu of Fenyalin was the proud student of the great scholar Zhang Shou, and he was a classmate of the current emperor. If he didn't dislike officialdom, he would be a provincial governor now. If Luo Yao really died, the gentleman's pen would be in his hands again. Just thinking about it made me break out in cold sweat. Judge, a subordinate appeared. Have you found Lu Heng's body? Yes, it has turned into a pile of ashes, and there are no fragments left on his body. It's very clean. The subordinate replied. Very good. This Longsha is a man who does things properly. The owner of Chui Mansion breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in praise. You see, he does things calmly and knows how to hide his identity. He is decisive and cleans up the scene in detail after killing people, leaving no clues. He is not greedy. Even though the famous weapon is right in front of him, he still lets him go with Luo Yao. He is strong, thoughtful, and knows how to advance and retreat. A natural killer. The only flaw is probably the weapon. How can a killer use a hammer? Send a message to Xiao Mituo, asking him to pay special attention to the three evils of Huaishan. Yes. Has Jiang Chulong been found? Reporting to the judge, we have found her, but Mei Yun's whereabouts are still unknown. It doesn't matter. I wonder how long she can hide. After giving orders to his subordinates, Master Chui opened the list. Many names on it have disappeared. It's a bit strange. How did people die so quickly in this Wujin trial? If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before this trial ends. The next morning, the east was slightly light. There was a faint fragrance beside the bed. Every morning, Bing Tuozi's figure was not seen, but Li Mo had already gotten used to it. After silently estimating the progress of his practice, he got up and went downstairs, where Ying Bing was already waiting for him. There was no proprietress in the hot pot restaurant today, but there was a beautiful figure under the tree at the door. The dark blue fishtooth brocade covered her exquisite figure, and she was holding a long sword. Through the light gauze of the falling gauze hat blown by the wind, it seemed that her clear eyes could be seen. Who is she? These legs are longer than my life. I wonder which big sect heroine she is. I heard that the current chief of Qingyuan's sect is a woman with unparalleled appearance and strong strength. Could it be? Wherever she appears, she can always automatically become the center of the crowd. Let's go. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Li Mo smiled and spoke. Entering the city in the morning breeze, Shaoli finally felt like he was in the Jianghu. There were a lot of carriages and horses in the city, and people were bustling like smoke. Li Mo thought that he hadn't visited Princess Jiang and the kids for a long time, so he prepared to buy some food to take to their door. Tonghulu, are the white plums sweet? Sweet. Family, today I'm giving you a treat. The original price of my exotic wine is 88 taels, and the current price is 88 won. Pack up all the Tonghulu for me. Mr. Li? Ha ha. Mr. Li is eating my Tonghulu. A stall owner was ecstatic. Then he took out a wooden sign and wrote on it, Tonghulu, Mr. Li recommends it. The effect was outstanding, and many people were curious and went up to watch him buy it. Mr. Li, have some of mine. Do you like roasted yam? Mr. Li, are you buying clothes? My women's clothes are so pretty. Hey, where are the people? The scene was a bit chaotic. It took a long time for Li Mo to squeeze out holding the bamboo pole for making candied haws, and even used the wind shadow step. Mr. Li, Ying Bing turned his head, not knowing why Li Mo was so famous in the city. It's your fault. After learning the whole story, recalling a little, Ying Bing turned her eyes away and pursed her red lips behind the draped gauze hat. Not long after, the two arrived at Nijiao Lane. In sight, the originally messy yard has been cleaned up. Although there are many miscellaneous things, it looks very neat. The roof of the broken house has been repaired, and a stove has even been built in the yard. Brother Li, Sister Jiba, look, Brother Li is here. Hey, who is that sister? Wow, I wanted to eat candied haws for a long time. The little kids all gathered around at once. After a round of greetings, they felt strange again. Sister Jiba kept talking about it every day, but why didn't she come today? Li Mo raised his eyes and saw a figure hiding in front of the door of the house. He only stuck out half of his head. His face was red, and he didn't dare to come forward. That look reminded Li Mo of the socially anxious kitten he raised in his previous life. He would hide when a stranger came to the house. Stranger? Li Mo glanced at Bing Tuozi, and a question mark appeared on his head. You asked me to find her, but you don't seem to be very familiar with her? What's going on? Ying Bing looked at Jiang Chulong's steady breathing. Although she was thin, she had a ruddy complexion, and her face softened. Li Mo tried to wave at her. Chulong, I brought you some delicious food. Jiang Chulong then walked out a little nervously. Although she was blindfolded, she could feel it. That sister is not a bad person. The small courtyard in Nijiao Lane welcomed its chef. Li Mo tied an apron and began to prepare today's meal for the little kids. And Jiang Chulong quietly looked up at Ying Bing and realized that the other party was also looking at her, and quickly lowered her head again. This sister is more noble than the first, second, third, and third wives in the palace. Well, she is so powerful. Brother Li, What's wrong? It's okay. I'll help you cook. She skillfully took out the Qi Shao sword and helped Li Mo. Ying Bing took a half step forward and then shrank back. Half an hour passed, just when the food was about to be served. Why are you here? A voice of disappointment suddenly came from the gate of the courtyard. It was a young man in brocade clothes, holding 2 strings of candied haws in his hand. Plop! The candied haws in his left hand fell to the ground. Luo Yu. Liam O leaned back slightly. Why is this conspicuous bag here? I'm in the government office. He's been waiting for you for a long time. Why didn't you come as promised? You've obviously arrived in the city. Luo Yu asked loudly and righteously. I forgot. Student Li remembered that he had forgotten something. Well, he never thought of acting with Luo Yu and the others. You can forget such things? Luo Yu's brows were twisted into a ball. So what do you do when you come to the city? Become a hot pot restaurant owner. Liam O said seriously. When Luo Yu heard his tone of reason, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Too unreliable. He looked at Ying Bing with a glimmer of hope. What about you? Counting money. Ying Bing didn't even look at him. She didn't even know the name of this guy who was jumping up and down. Who are you? I don't know you. Counting money? Isn't that the boss lady? Luo Yu's eyes went dark, and he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The candied haws in his right hand also rolled to the ground. Ziyang Prefecture City is at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain. You don't care about the safety of the people, and you are in the mood to open a broken hot pot restaurant? You are here for this official holiday. Humph! I thought you were still a person, but now I'm so disappointed in you. And missing Bing, you are so self-indulgent. Luo Yu left angrily. Liam O held his forehead. What is this all about? Ying Bing shook his head gently, not really understanding and not interested. They just picked up the bowls and prepared to eat. But Luo Yu, who had just left angrily, came back again. Liam O? Question mark. Let me 2 candy haws. Luo Yu's face turned pale. What he just dropped on the ground were the last 2 candied haws, which he had finally managed to grab. You're still a sucker for this? Liam O didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Take it, take it. Oomph. My sister wants to eat. Luo Yu picked 2 candied haws from the candied haws at the door. Then he turned around and repeatedly emphasized, Don't think I'll forgive you for this. I'm still very disappointed in you. He pointed at the candied haws. When he was about to walk out of the door, he paused again, his eyes turned to Liam O and the group of little kids around the dining table, and then he said sullenly, Recently, children often go missing. After leaving this sentence, he hurried away. Of course, he didn't come out to buy candied haws, but to investigate. But no clues have been found yet. Liam O? The child is missing. Ying Bing was thoughtful when he heard these 4 words. Liam O looked at the little kids and asked, Have you seen any suspicious people nearby recently? No, brotherly. We are so smart that the human traffickers can't cheat us. Yes. Well, Sister Stutter is very powerful. She beat the big vicious dog at the alley. She will protect us. The little kids promised quickly. Liam O was thinking, should he just take them to the store and help them out? Is this considered child labor? Hey, there was a cough outside. It was Xiao Qin in disguise. He looked solemn at this moment, looking around. When Liam O came over, his first words were, Xiao Mi Tua. Xiao Qin took out a letter, which was made of the same material as the one he found on the 3 evils of Huaishan last time. Similarly, it had been deciphered by Zhuo Qiuyang. My dear brothers, you should be revisited after 3 days of absence. Recently, you have made a great reputation in the Wujin trial. The judge is very satisfied with you, especially Long Sha. The judge praised him personally, saying that he is a natural killer. The tone of the letter became much more casual. After not seeing him for a few days, he called him a brother. Natural killer? Xiao Qin looked at Liam O in surprise. What kind of cruel thing did Junior Brotherly do that even the judge of Shiyu Tower praised him so highly? He is Junior Brotherly, as if there is nothing he can't do. Well, keep reading. In fact, Liam O himself was confused. What did he do? It was just a simple hammering to death, and then destroying the body and destroying the traces. I think it will be easy for you to pass the Wujin trial with your strength. After the trial, please come to Lingjiang Wharf for a chat. The judge has an important matter and has entrusted it to me. I have tried my best to allow you to participate as soon as you enter the building. When you are on the rise, don't forget me. Xiao Mita. The content of the letter ends here. Liam O and Xiao Qin couldn't help but look at each other. Even the affairs of the building began to let them participate. They are considered pre-appointed? From Xiaomi to Oztone, this judge's status in Shiyu Tower seems to be higher than his. Xiao Qin was quite sure. In fact, Qianqing Wuzuan told him, the judge of Shiyu Tower is the one who determines whether the killer has completed the task, and is also the guarantee of Shiyu Tower's reputation. What could the judge's private affairs be? We haven't met this so-called judge yet, but it's definitely not a good thing. Student Lee thought about it, and felt that there must be something fishy. A group of killers can't go to the street to help an old lady cross the road, right? Looking at the words of Xiao Mitua asking for a meeting, Liemo said, let's act according to the original plan. When we see Xiao Mitua, we'll kill him first, otherwise we'll be exposed at any time. Anyway, we've been chosen to work for the judge, and we'll definitely have a chance to meet him then. Okay. Xiao Qin nodded, got on the donkey cart again, and prepared to go back and tell Zhuo Chuyang the good news. The donkey cart was full of cooking oil, and the hot pot restaurant used a lot of it every day. Afternoon. Happy times are always short. Congratulations to the host for investing in Daju, a lower-level martial arts. Investment feedback. 1 year of martial arts enlightenment. Congratulations to the host, investing in a lower-level martial arts for Xiao Dai. Investment feedback. 1 year of martial arts enlightenment. The little ones came out reluctantly to say goodbye. They had just learned martial arts. Liemo didn't give them too good, and these lower-level martial arts were enough to lay the foundation for the time being. After a glance, Liemo was a little confused. Where is Chulong? He was a little strange in the afternoon. Chulong always called him timidly, and then hesitated to say that it was okay. Brotherly, I'm here. Suddenly, Jiang Chulong ran over with a cloth bag in her arms. This is for you. The cloth bag was stuffed into her arms. Liemo lowered his eyes and glanced at it. Inside was a piece of clothing with very immature workmanship. The fabric is well used, with a sword embroidered on it, and why does this fabric look familiar? You go out to pick up things just to save money to make clothes? Yeah. It's a pity that I'm too stupid. I wasted a lot of fabric. It's not a waste. I took it and made it into a sachet. Jiang Chulong's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Oh, I see. The sachet received by Tianzuan was a product of the recycling of leftovers. Liemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. But then he found something wrong. You picked up so many things, but you only got some money to buy fabric? Yes, rubbish, worthless. This piece can only be sold for 10 copper coins. Jiang Chulong pointed to the scrap iron next to him. Liemo glanced at it and his eyes twitched. If I'm not mistaken, it's an axe forged from 100-fold steel. Although it's not new, it can be easily sold for 30 taels of silver in a blacksmith shop. 10 copper coins, what a shady shop. Dog-eaten. Chulong. Tell me which store usually recycles your stuff. I have something to do with them. Brotherly, you also want to sell scrap? Lingjiang Wharf. Endless boats of all sizes docked, and the sound of the river hitting the shore came with the sound of fishermen's songs. In the river, a black sailboat was swaying. Liemo and Ying Bing finally appeared in the city. Yin Huacheng shattered the paper in his palm and let it fall into the river, disappearing without a trace. The water in Xiang City was very muddy because of the Wujin trial. It is said that there are 3 evil spirits from Huaishan who come and go without a trace and are ruthless. They are simply 3 killing gods, which terrify those who participate in the tria. Because of them, the Wujin trial actually showed signs of ending early. This storm will soon be over. The opportunity was fleeting. Suddenly, Yin Huacheng's ears moved, and he said to the outside, "You are here. You are indeed qualified to be the guide of the summoning demon sect." A figure with a smiling Buddha head lifted the boat curtain and walked in. "Are you the person sent by Judge Chui to do business?" "Yes." Xiao Mitua spoke, and there seemed to be waves of Buddhist sounds echoing. It cleanses the soul, cuts off thoughts and desires, and even does not care about death in the next moment, and is willing to be killed. This Buddhist skill has been practiced by you like an evil method. Interesting, sit down. Yin Huaqing poured a cup of tea for the other party, which was regarded as an expression of recognition of this strength. The sea of suffering is endless, and I just want to help people transcend the sea of suffering and ascend to paradise early. Xiao Mito nodded and sat down. Yin Huaqing went straight to the point and asked, "How is the matter going? We only need one last batch of goods before we can load them on the ship and set off under the banner of the Red Whale Gang. We will have a smooth journey. You can rest assured. When will the goods arrive? When the branch building owner arrives, the goods will arrive. When the inner scene fights, the goods can be shipped." Xiaomi Tuo said lightly. The inner scene fight. Yin Huaqing drank tea, as if savoring the taste. By the way, please kill a person in the inner breath realm and give me all his things. How much does it cost? There's a price in the dark building, and the guide can go and hang a bonus. How much will you take the task for? Yin Huaqing asked. Seeking safety. Now the branch building of Shiyu building has not been established yet, so it is not easy to find a reliable killer. It depends on fate if someone takes action. Xiaomi Tuo said calmly. A black crystal. Yin Huaqing gritted his teeth. You want to kill the true disciple of Qing Yuan's sect, Li Mo? Xiaomi Tuo did not agree, but asked. Subtext. A black crystal, not even as valuable as that black weapon, and it has to bear the wrath of Qing Yuan's sect. Do you think I'm stupid? I got this thing by accident in my early years. Yin Huaqing's expression changed, and he took out another thing. A scroll of Buddha portrait. Although it is Buddha, there's a black lotus under the seat. The expression of compassion for the world is weird, because under the lotus seat are all corpses of living beings, and blood flows like a river. It is obviously a visualization picture of some martial arts. Xiaomi Tuo's breathing is obviously heavy. After a long silence, he slowly said, It's fate. At the same time, in the hot pot restaurant with a bright moon hanging high. You are going to break through again? Liamo quietly opened his eyes. The two-color internal breath flowed, giving the girl's jade face a layer of strange luster, and the cold and charming look was so harmonious at this time. In fact, he had a premonition in the past 2 days that Bing Tuozi's internal breath was getting more and more condensed. But he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Ying Bing opened his eyes and looked at him silently. Ying Bing. Liamo. The two were silent. The coldness became more and more piercing. In Li Mo's perception, his internal breath could no longer reach a balance with Ying Bing, because Bing Tuozi had begun to condense liquid. You concentrate on breaking through. First floor. Zhuo Qiuyang and Xiao Qin were both startled by the movement upstairs. Yes, she has condensed liquid. Liamo nodded. This. Zhuo Qiuyang opened his mouth. She is only 16. Xiao Qin's tongue was bitter. He has just stabilized the internal breath condensation stage, and he can't even touch the threshold of the jade liquid stage. This is the result of his teacher's guidance and taking many pills to improve the internal breath. What about junior sister Ying Bing? I haven't seen her practice martial arts. Disciple, the gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs. The gap between you and the Zhong Shenzhou Tianjiao is the same as the gap between the Shenzhou Tianjiao and her. Qinqing Wuzuan seemed to have just come back to his senses and sighed with emotion. Xiao Qin was speechless for a moment and turned his head after a pause. Brotherly, I have also condensed qi perfectly. Liamo smiled. When two people practice together, they must be able to achieve a balance of internal energy, and the difference cannot be too great. So he has been deliberately controlling and brushing investment. Xiao Qin. Old Xiao is a little autistic. When they first met, Junior Brotherly had just opened his meridians, but now he is ahead of him. Qinqing Wu Zun comforted him in a deep tone. Why just enter the martial arts? I am not as good as those geniuses in Zhong Shen's Hao. When you enter the state of meditation, if you can reach the highest level of Qinqing Ju, you may be able to catch up with them. Yes. Xiao Qin shook off the frost on his eyebrows, and his eyes became firm again. He knew that the Qinqing Ju that Master mentioned was a magical skill. Every magical skill has the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Buzz. At this time, the familiar field covered. The rolling cold wave was bound in the hot pot restaurant. It was Shang Wu. With her help, Zhui Qiuyang and Shao Qin finally felt better. The news of the breakthrough was not leaked out. The ingredients in the kitchen are safe. Zhui Qiuyang breathed a sigh of relief. Shao Qin looked at the east, was silent for a moment, and said, "Tomorrow we probably don't need to open the door." Liu Mo also nodded. Zhui Qiuyang was stunned. Following the direction of Li Mo's finger, he saw a group of fireworks exploded in the city, and the pattern formed was exactly the iconic swallow in front of the hall of Shiyu Tower. The trial of Wujian is over. They will go to Lingjiang Wharf, as agreed tomorrow. Kill Xiao Mituo. Ying Bing broke through the realm, and their plan to kill quickly undoubtedly added a point of security. The three discussed the specific plan, and then went back to recuperate and make final preparations. It seems that I can't go back to sleep tonight. Liu Mo shook his head and sat down on the ground. Consciousness sank. His dantian was also filled with red internal breath at this time, and the destructive breath reached the critical point. He tried to turn the internal breath into liquid like Ying Bing did. A quarter of an hour later, boom, Liu Mo's face flushed, and he took a breath of cold air. It exploded. Just now, the condensed internal breath exploded during the compression process and spread out again. His internal breath, with the purest destructive meaning, could not be condensed into liquid. Student Li fell into deep thought. Ying Bing's physique was very different from his own, and the way to condense internal breath might not be suitable for him. There is no doubt that the martial arts above that magical skill are extraordinary. However, since I got it, I know very little about it, and am only using it in the most superficial way. This shouldn't be. 20 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. After accumulating for a long time, Student Li is now rich and powerful. Can inject a hard. You recalled the scene that the lotus petals brought you into, and you pondered the origin of this martial art. You finally realized that if you hadn't practiced with Ying Bing, you wouldn't have been able to perfect your internal energy. 20 years passed in a flash. However, that little bit of inspiration was not real, and you only vaguely knew the name of the martial art. Karma Fire, Red Lotus Magic Method. That's it in 20 years. Liu Mo was a little speechless. His understanding of the mind method was not dull, at least much stronger than the sword method. However, after 20 years of studying this martial art, he only knew its name. It can only be said that the Red Lotus Magic Method of Karma Fire is too vast and mysterious. It is impossible to give up halfway. The understanding of martial arts flows in like water. In the 36th year, you finally understand that the spiritual light contains the truth that prosperity must decline. If it does not contain vitality, how can the Red Lotus of Karma Fire be born? In the 85th year, you tried your best to try to use extreme destruction to give birth to that trace of vitality. In the second 100 years, you finally succeeded, and the lotus seeds showed signs of germination. In the 365th year, you got started with the Red Lotus Magic Method of Karma Fire. Getting started, Liu Mo's martial arts perception was only a pitiful half left, and after 100 years, he finally got the entry to this martial arts. This can no longer be called martial arts. It is a complete immortal method. With extreme destruction, life is born, and the Fire Red Lotus is born. I wonder what it will be like when it reaches perfection or even the realm of transformation. Little he thought about it and was a little excited, but reason told him that he couldn't go on like this. If he put the remaining martial arts perception in, he wouldn't even be able to splash out water. Silently closing his eyes, he began to refine the lotus seeds in the 36 main veins. The wonderful scene of the unity of heaven and man appeared around him again. In the room, Shao Qin couldn't help but open his eyes and look outside. Qin Wu Zun sighed and said something to him. Shao Qin took a deep breath and practiced more seriously. Upstairs, the fluctuation of the breath of breaking through the realm slowly disappeared. Ying Bing seemed to have changed a little, but also seemed to have not changed, still with that icy and jade-like body. She walked to the window, and the figure of the young man, practicing martial arts, appeared in her eyes. The words that emerged in her mind were exactly what Qinqing Wuzuan said. One day, Li Mo will be very strong when he enters the inner scene. Those who can achieve unity between man and nature are all the best in the inner scene. Of course, this also depends on his accumulation in the realm of observing the gods. As for himself, he took the path of observing the shapes of various birds as a supplement and observing the tying as the main. This is a path that the elders of Qingyuan's sect and even Shengwan Wensong have never thought of. With the 9-color Yuan Wang soul, gather the tying moon phoenix god. Of course, this is not a path that can be completed before the next ranking. If she wants to return to the top of the list, she can only lead by realm first. With the Emperor Lu Jiang with staged rewards, this should be possible. 3 bottles. Shouldn't take so many? Is there any dish that can be made with Emperor Lu Jiang? Lingjiang Wharf. It was getting dark, the sun was setting, and the moon was rising. The temple fair at the wharf was about to end. The temple priest waved his hand, and the head of the Buddha, holding a flower and smiling in the temple, disappeared and fell on his head. He turned around and looked at the 3 figures behind him. Are you here to burn incense and worship Buddha, or to pray? Hearing this, the man wearing a dragon head mask among the 3 stepped forward and said, "It is better to ask for help from yourself than to ask for help from others." Good. Xiao Mitawa nodded slightly, and the smile on the Buddha's head became even bigger, as if he was very satisfied with this answer. My 3 brothers, you gave me a surprise. From today on, you are part of Shiyu Tower, and you can go to the Dark Tower to receive your bonus. If you complete that task, you could be promoted to a butcher as an exception. He spread his palm, and in his huge palm lay 3 hall swallows, made of copper. In a trance, the hall swallows seemed to have their own lives like living things and even flap their wings. Don't worry, the hall swallows will be given to you after you complete the task. May I ask what the task is? The 3 evil spirits of Huaishan looked at each other, and the dragon head asked in a muffled voice. Xiao Mitawa said calmly, "Follow me to deliver a batch of goods. Just go downstream. Remember, this matter is confidential and cannot be disclosed to anyone, lest the people of Qingyuan's sect know about it and interfere. Once the news leaks out, no one can save you, brothers. Delivering goods? And you must not let the people of Qingyuan's sect know about it. Otherwise, there will be no recovery." The 3 of Long Hubo looked at each other and fell into silence. Xiao Mitawa thought that the 3 brothers felt that the risk was too great and they were unwilling to take the risk of offending Qingyuan's sect. Then he smiled and said, "Brother, I have been a temple priest at this dock for more than 10 years. I see fishermen fishing every day, and I also know a truth. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. If you 3 brothers don't want to take risks, how can you rise to the top?" Silence for a long while. Li Mo was surprised, but he didn't show any strange expression. He continued to ask, "If you want us to take risks, you must tell us what the goods we are delivering are. It's nothing more than sending some children to the base of the summoning demon cult." Xiao Mitawa answered patiently and asked again, "You 3 are smart people. What do you think?" The voice fell. In the small temple, there seemed to be waves of Buddhist chants echoing, which made people relax physically and mentally. The meaning was very clear. "I've told you everything. You can't get off this pirate ship just because you want to." The dragon head bowed. "I am willing to serve you." Xiao Mitao's mind just relaxed, and he didn't have time to nod and say anything. A short knife hidden in the shadows stabbed straight at his back. When he attacked, it was silent, and it was not until he approached the target that he revealed his amazing murderous aura. Xiao Mitao was indeed in the realm of observing the gods, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. His body twisted strangely, like a slippery, poisonous snake, dodging the fatal blow. Then he turned around suddenly and clamped the short knife with his fingers. If he had not practiced Buddhist skills and woke up from the evil spirit in time, he would have been seriously injured. "What do you want to do?" The smiling face on his Buddha head instantly turned into an angry Ming Wang. No one answered. What was waiting for him was the diffuse clouds, like the dark clouds that had accumulated countless storms, filling every space around him. Field? Xiao Mituo quickly realized that this only looked like a field, but there was no pressure from the inner scene warrior. But the coldness still chilled him to the bone. Ying Bing. Woo. The strong wind blew, and the light blue inner breath soared light, and the evil spirit of the silent sword technique rolled together, causing the blood light around him to shake. He raised his palms and pushed forward, and two palm shadows scattered all the swords. But what followed were two shining long swords, one red and one blue, entwined with each other endlessly like two entangled ice and fire dragons. Crack! This amazing sword seemed to cut on gold and stone. Cough! He coughed out a mouthful of burning ice slag. This sword almost killed him if he hadn't reacted quickly. Strangely, there were no scars on the surface of his body, but the headless golden Buddha in the temple suddenly dimmed a lot. If I hadn't worked hard here for more than 10 years, I would have been in the gutter today. Liamo, you actually delivered it to me. He didn't even finish his words. Don't reason with him when dealing with the evil demons. Go together. I'll smash the Buddha statue, and you kill him. A hammer appeared in Limao's palm, and he greeted. He looked if he doesn't smash the Buddha statue, he won't be able to kill the other party in a short time. It's just a Guanshan realm. It's quite tricky. Xiao Mito. He wanted to stop him, but he didn't fight the other three. It was mainly Ying Bing. The other two were just annoying flies at most. He was in the middle stage of Guanshan and sent them away easily. This little girl is too scary. Even if it's one-on-one, relying on the incense and vows accumulated over more than 10 years, he would probably be suppressed. Now, there is also Li Mo. According to the information he learned, Li Mo used a sword. Why did he suddenly take out a hammer? Boom! The third style of Ding Qinquan, Ding Lei Ji. When this hammer fell, there was rolling wind and thunder, as if it had accumulated for a whole winter, and on the day of Jingzha, the thunder that resounded through the sky shook the world. Is this the inner breath realm? In extreme fear, Xiao Mituo had to throw out a string of black Buddhist beads, hoping to stop one or two. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Buddhist beads approached, the sound of wronged souls wailing came out of them, and was swept away by the dissipated breath and turned into ashes. The vows accumulated for more than 10 years. Under the real punishment of heaven, they were also destroyed. Clang! The sound of the bell pierced gold and split stones. On the golden body, spiderweb-like cracks slowly broke. Then the golden body peeled off piece by piece, revealing the white bones inside. Finally, he could no longer resist the cold sword energy. The cold wind blew through his body. The sword energy that pierced the forest and hit the leaves was pierced into a sieve, and the blood was frozen by the frost before it could flow down. At the same time, rumble! At Lingjiang Wharf, a young man in brocade clothes who was asking along the street was suddenly stunned when he heard such a noise. That's the Amitabha temple. Usually before we go fishing, we have to go there to pray for the Buddha's blessing. The old fisherman's words passed through Luo Yu's mind like thunder. Amitabha temple? Aren't many children missing near the Amitabha temple during the temple fair? Without thinking, he soared up like a flying swan and flew towards the direction where the noise came from. When Luo Yu arrived here, the only thing left in the temple was a Buddha statue that was shattered into a dull and dim ground, revealing the bones inside. There was also a piece of ice sculpture of smiling Buddha. It could be seen that there was a fierce battle here not long ago, but now there is no one in sight. Oh, there is still one. Luo Yu found that it was not an ice sculpture, but a person who was wiped out by the sword energy. The temple keeper? If he is the temple keeper, he must have known about the bones in it. This person is practicing the evil method of replacing the god with his body. Luo Yu's face changed instantly. The so-called replacing the god with his body is to create a golden body for oneself and absorb incense to nourish oneself. For example, statues that are often worshipped and observed by people can also produce spirituality as long as the time is long enough. View oneself as a god in order to strengthen the soul. However, this kind of martial arts is undoubtedly an evil method. and at least one must be in the state of viewing the god to practice it. This temple keeper is in the god-viewing realm. Was he killed? The one who killed him was Luo. You looked at the sword energy mixed with ice. Ying Bing. Ying Bing killed the god-viewing realm. He was shocked for a moment. This was too terrible. He couldn't kill the god-viewing realm who practiced the evil method of using his body as a god so cleanly, relying on rare treasures. It's good enough to be able to compete with each other. When she grows up, she will definitely change the situation in the entire East Wilderness. There's something wrong with this temple keeper. I have to go to the government office quickly. He just walked out. Buzz. Suddenly, the skies seemed to be howling with a gloomy wind, covering the sky and the sun, and the sky and the earth were dark in an instant. This terrible scene spread from Nijiao Lane. Everything along the way began to wither and become gloomy. And suddenly there was a clear spring. The sword intent was shocking, and a piece of pure land was drawn. These are all internal scenes. There is an internal scene. Even a fool can see that something big has happened in the city. He rushed to the government office. However, before he arrived at the government office, he saw the sedan chair of the mansion owner. Mr. Luo, are you from Lingjiang Wharf? The voice of the mansion owner Chui came from the sedan chair. Well, a temple priest died there and was killed by Ying Bing. Luo, you did not doubt him, and quickly recounted everything he had just seen. The mansion owner in the sedan chair seemed to fall into silence. Mr. Luo, you should go back to your master in the government office first. It's dangerous outside. But you, the mansion owner, as the master of a mansion, how can you abandon the people because of a mere danger? Mansion owner. Luo Yu was quite moved. He thought the mansion owner was inactive before, but now it seems that he misunderstood him. The sedan chair continued to move forward. After entering the next corner and no longer seeing Luo Yu, the sound of a teacup breaking came from inside. Waste, he died just like that. If you die, who will do the job? Who else could it be? He had to go there in person. The other side, at the dock. Liamo looked up at the sky. Nijiao Lane was not far from here, and the aura of the collision between the two fields even impacted here, hitting him, and was dissipated by the extreme soldier's body. The inner scene has such a monstrous power. It seems that the beautiful master still has a sense of propriety, deliberately controlling the field within the range he can bear. Just right. This sword intent. Ying Bing raised his head and looked at it, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. How could there be inner scenes fighting in the city? Shaoqin's face was solemn. One of the parties is definitely the inner scene of Shiyu Tower, a killer of the earthly level. Zhuo Qiuyang said with certainty. Wait, is that Nijiao Alley? Limo's figure suddenly disappeared. As if blending into the wind, he rushed towards that place with all his strength. Clouds also appeared around Ying Bing, carrying her fleeting shadows. Both of them rushed towards Nijiao Alley at the first opportunity. The wind shadow step was pushed to the extreme. In Limo's eyes, the scenery on both sides of the street quickly retreated. The closer he got, the more he could feel how terrifying the interior was. The two fought, almost causing the sky and the earth to change color. People were lying everywhere on the street, lying in all directions, with pale faces and eyes closed. This should be because the interior of Shiyu Tower used strange martial arts. A series of wronged souls, crying like ghosts, rushed towards Liemo head-on. The sword energy also became fierce. The extreme soldier's body was running, and the sharp aura of the soldier's killing made him look like a sharp weapon. All the famous weapons have spirits. Before he entered the realm of observing the gods, he could not reach the perfect state of the extreme weapon-killing body, but even so, it was enough. The journey was smooth. When he arrived at the place, Himi pupils couldn't help shrinking. In the courtyard, a middle-aged, beautiful woman in a rose-red long dress. The sword in her hand was shining. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000, causing waves of sword energy to sweep through the field. On the opposite side, there was a figure wrapped in a black robe and wearing an evil ghost mask. The sword energy passed through his body, but there was no blood, and it was quickly filled by the black light. And he struck out with a palm. The black tide surged, countless wronged souls collided with the sword light, and they were desperate. The middle-aged, beautiful woman was obviously at a higher level, but she was injured, and she had to protect the group of unconscious little kids behind her. One side came prepared and let go, and the other side had to be distracted to protect and was injured. Obviously, the latter was at a disadvantage. Liemo gently shook the bell on his sleeve and then looked at Ying Bing. No need to say more. Just when a man in black robe was about to take a step further, the two of them attacked together. This time, Ying Bing did not spread the glow, because at her current realm, the glow was meaningless in the face of the field, so it was better to condense it. The glow turned into chains, and the power of tying wrapped around the Tianshuang sword. On Li Mo's side, he had already put away Qi Shao and took out the Xingzi pestle as soon as he came up. The black-robed man raised his eyebrows slightly and just flicked his sleeves. He resolved all the attacks. It was just that a layer of frost formed on his clothes, and his body was slightly shaken by the hammer wind, and there was a hint of enchanting flame on his sleeves, which could not be extinguished. There was a difference of two major realms. Even the gods could not do it. 2. Inner breath realm. One is jade liquid, and the other is just condensed chi. He frowned, glanced at the flame on the corner of his clothes, and decisively cut his robe. Wow, you have a habit of cutting sleeves. Liemo has mastered the essence of a certain fighting king. Black-robed man. He said nothing and ignored the two. Instead, he focused on attacking the beautiful woman from behind. His target was Jiang Chulong. And at this moment, another black-robed figure wearing a judge's mask suddenly appeared on the scene. Without saying a word, he rushed straight towards Liemo and Ying Bing. I want these two alive. Yes. After the black-robed judge responded, he still had no intention of slowing down his attack. With one stroke, he meant to judge life and death. But soon he stopped himself. In Limo's hand, there was still the hammer. It seemed to be the same hammer, but it seemed not to be. The meteorite hammer, the divine weapon. The hammer was surging. You, the Hammer King of the Northwest. The judge seemed to understand something suddenly. But then he sneered. You can use a magic weapon in the inner breath realm? I will smash your hammer on the spot. Boom, boom. The earth seemed to shake. This hammer was very heavy. It was so heavy that the field was distorted. It was so heavy that after Liemo used it, he was unable to stand. And the target of this hammer was not the judge, but the man in black robe. Locked by the magic weapon, he had no way to hide or avoid it. He could only raise his left hand and let countless wronged souls block in front of him, but he was still hammered out in an instant, including his left hand. Crack! A strong inner breath master had his hand broken. Very good. If a few years later, I will look up to you when I see you. Too bad today you are still an ant. The black-robed man shouted fiercely with blood on his left hand. The judge heard the roar of the branch building owner and planned to take action. But he found that although Liemo was weak, she was smiling at him. Oi, Lao Deng, what's wrong with you? Someone patted him on the back. I don't know why. He suddenly felt creepy and sweaty. Yes, Liemo and Ying Bing are here. How could he forget her? This is the most powerful move that Shaoli has at the moment. Shake people. The judge and the Disha killer did not leave peacefully. Shangwu is very angry now. She was already in a bad mood when she woke up, and she just dreamed of falling on a golden mountain, and then she was woken up. Gulp. The judge turned his head stiffly, but saw the palace-dressed woman behind him, who was taller than him, looking down at him from above, with red and white flames in her almond eyes. He smelled the burning smell on his body, had difficulty breathing, and had a dry mouth. Good man, actually I am. Shangwu pulled the corner of his mouth. Who the hell do you love? Bang. With one punch, the judge was half a head shorter, and his head was smashed into his chest. The black-robed man saw that the situation was not good, and thousands of wronged souls swept out, as if hell had opened up, and he himself retreated violently. The raging black tide evaporated into thin air before it even touched the woman in palace dress. You want to escape? Shangwu glanced at the unconscious little kids and soared into the air. The fire mixed with white flames radiated around her, and a glass-like lotus appeared behind her. The lotus had not yet bloomed, but it carried the breath of purifying all the filth in the world, like a new sun that dispelled the darkness. The sun turned into a meteor, illuminating the endless night. As she punched out, the lotus petals swayed gently, and a pleasant female voice came from it. It was Shang Wu's voice, but it was extremely peaceful and pure, echoing among the clouds. The phoenix is singing on that high hill. The phoenix is growing in the morning sun. The fire blazed, and the clouds were shining. Wherever Shang Wu passed, the wrong souls were burned away by the black color, leaving only the purest soul, returning to heaven and earth. Zhui Qiuyang swallowed his saliva. This woman was drunk all day and idled around in the hot pot restaurant. She was so fierce. Anyone who is not blind can see that the woman beat the killer like an adult beating a child. Boy, Qinqing Wuzuan's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Qin's mind. What's wrong, teacher? What's your uncle's surname? Shang. Shang from the former Shang dynasty. Shang. Naming Lihua, but she's clearly only this age. Qinqing Wuzuan's voice was full of thought and entanglement, which made Xiao Qin confused. Bang! Suddenly, the flames completely burned the black tide. The jade-like pink fist hit the black-robed man, ignited him in an instant, and exploded into a rain of fire. No matter how bad the bad guy is, when he is beaten up, the fireworks are still beautiful. Liemo. He made a tent with his hands and watched the fireworks explode. The only aspect of master that is always trustworthy is fighting. Jiang Chulong was just coming to her senses at this moment. She didn't know what happened. She only knew that a bad guy suddenly appeared and wanted to take her away, and Aunt May suddenly appeared and protected her. Then Brotherly came and called a fierce big sister. She should be fine now. Aunt May, are you okay? Seeing that the beautiful middle-aged woman was standing unsteadily, Jiang Chulong hurriedly supported her. The woman called Aunt May was weak at this moment. She shook her head slightly and tried to show a calm smile. I'm fine. As she spoke, she saw the ring on Jiang Chulong's hand, and then glanced at the boy not far away, with confusion and contemplation in her eyes. The two looked at each other. Well, classmate Li was also looking at her, and he used the destiny eye. Name, Mei Yun. Age, 39. Root, Jinghong sword body. Realm, 9 heavens of inner vision. Destiny blue. Evaluation. Originally one of the 4 great sword servants of Zun of Tianshan Sword Manor. Originally in the Outer Realm, left the sect after abandoning the unique skills of Tianshan Sword Manor. Recent experience. Escaped from the patrol guards, returned to Xiang Prefecture City, secretly guarded the only blood of the master, is currently injured, and the inner vision is almost exhausted. This is the person he sensed last time, protecting Jiang Chulong. At that time, he was still a little confused. Why could an inner vision be detected by himself? It turned out that he was injured. Senior, your injury is still a bit serious. You should be able to use this thing. He turned his palm, and a bottle of pills appeared in his palm. Even through the jade bottle, he could feel the rich vitality in it. 5 elements, purple spirit pill. Thank you. The beautiful middle-aged woman was silent for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and she finally took the pill. Chulong, I'm sorry to bother you during this period. Tianshan Sword Manor will repay you in the future. You're too kind. Chulong and I just get along well. Limo nodded slightly. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Mei Yun and helped her recover from her injuries. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Jiang Chulong and prevented her from being abducted by Shiyu Tower. There are 2 investment feedbacks in total. Do you want to collect them now? Look, Yuan is not coming. No, Liemo said silently in his heart. Now is not the time to look at the reward. Because I don't know when. There are many figures above the sky. All of them have a strong aura, and there are a few familiar faces among them. There are several elders of Qingyuan's sect, and some are the interior scenes of other sects, obviously attracted by the movement of Shang Wu. I don't have to worry about the things here. Liemo finally breathed a sigh of relief and took a pill to restore his strength. In a moment, The figures in the sky fell into the small courtyard. A bit crowded, the death of the Disha realm from Shiyu Tower was too clean. Elder Shang Wu, you beat him to pieces. Why didn't you hold back? Now I can't even catch a tongue to question him. This is how I do things. If you don't obey me, don't ask me to go down the mountain in the future. The elders of Qingyuan's sect, a familiar atmosphere. The two inner scenes of Feng Yulin and the Red Whale gang twitched at the corners of their mouths, and they couldn't get a word in for a while. The middle-aged man in the Confucian robe of Feng Yulin walked forward and frowned at the headless corpse of the judge. He stepped on the other's chest, and the head was squeezed out. Is this the Lord of Xiang Mansion? The elders of Qingyuan's sect stopped arguing and stepped forward. Qin Bufan and the others looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. The Lord of Xiang Mansion, who was actually from Shiyu Tower, was hiding too deeply. But after hiding it for so long, he actually took action himself today. What was it for? Several people in the inner scene turned their heads and looked at Mei Yun. For a moment, the scene was a little quiet. Hey, Liamo spoke, breaking the silence. My disciple is not talented, but I opened a hot pot restaurant. How about you elders eat and chat? Everyone, back to the hot pot restaurant. Liamo didn't care how the elders dealt with the matter and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, his heart moved slightly. Receive it. Received successfully. Reward 1. Qingmu Life Liquid. Reward 2. Golden Crow Transformation into Sun Visualization Picture. Qingmu Life-Giving Liquid. 1 drop can revive the dead, turn bones into flesh, and make stubborn stones bloom, which contains vigorous vitality. Golden Crow transformed into Sun Visualization Picture. It depicts the scene of the true spirit Golden Crow soaring, which contains infinite mysteries. If you use this to observe the spirit, you can transform into the scene of 9 suns flying in the sky. Inside the closed hot pot restaurant, does your martial arts seem to come from Tian Shan's storehouse? Qin Bufan is knowledgeable and asked. You picked up a piece of beef. Don't mention it. Where did Li Jinchuan get this hot pot recipe? It smells pretty good. Yes. Mei Yin did not deny it. Although she didn't say it clearly, she had already let everyone know her identity. Mei Jian, one of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, was ranked 41st on the human list in the 9 heavens and 10 earths Fengyan list, and then took the initiative to leave Tianshan Sword House. I am Qian Bufan, the foreign affairs elder of Qingyuan's sect. Qian Bufan introduced them one by one, including Shang Wu. After hearing Shang Wu's name, Mei Yin looked at the palace-dressed woman who was eating shabu-shabu, and her eyes moved slightly. After a moment of silence, she spoke. You are all important people in the East Wilderness. What I know and can say should be known to you. Qian Bufan picked up another piece of bean curd, looked at the expressions of others, and nodded. I'm all ears. Why Shiyu Tower set up a branch here, I don't know, but it should have nothing to do with the summoning demon sect. The owner of the house, surnamed Chui, is cooperating with the summoning demon sect privately. Summoning demon sect. Hearing these 3 words, everyone became solemn. What does the summoning demon sect want to do? Asked the middle-aged man in the Confucian robe of Feng Yulin. They discovered a secret place of the blood phoenix. The words fell, as if a huge rock was thrown into the calm water. Qin Bufan took a breath of cold air and inhaled a piece of rice tofu at the same time. The secret place of the blood phoenix. It is rumored that the blood phoenix is the soul of one of the 9-colored primordial phoenixes. It is immortal and indestructible. Every time it dies, it can be reborn in a miraculous way. Every time it dies and is reborn, its old body falls, and a blood phoenix secret realm is formed at the place where it falls. So there's more than one secret realm. There may be some exaggeration in this. After all, the blood phoenix has disappeared for many years. But countless powerful people still flock to it. Immortal and indestructible. What a haunting word. In the barren East Wasteland, there was also a place where the blood phoenix died. The location is in Qinghe County. That's all I know. Unfortunately, the Wujin trial ended early, and I don't know more. Mei Yin shook her head slightly. Qinghe County? The middle-aged man in the Confucian robe of Fenyulan suddenly lit up. Qinghe County is very close to their Fenyulan. But, well, it's useless to get close. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, no one would care about the distance. It's a pity that all the people in Xiu Tower of the Demon Summoning Cult died. That's not the case. Mei Yin shook her head. The top 3 in the Wujin trial are still alive. Which 3? I'll go and catch them. I'll go. I, Fenyulan, am very good at convincing people with reason. I will make them tell everything they know. Li Mo, Ying Bing, Xiao Qin. All the inner scenes looked at Elder Qian with suspicion. No, I'm afraid that you, Qingyuan sect, don't have some strategic cooperation with Xiu Tower? Otherwise, how come the top 3 are all your disciples? What do they do? Emperor Qian looked weird. He asked you to come to the city to protect the law and order and prevent Xiu Tower from causing chaos. I didn't ask you to join directly. He didn't know what happened in the city, so he could only turn to look at Shangwu. Aren't they opening a hot pot restaurant? Yes, look at how good the business downstairs is. They use this method to gather intelligence. Shangwu said nonchalantly. Inner scene. It seemed that they knew why the Wujin trial ended early. If they hadn't notified Elder Shangwu in time, it would have been too late when we arrived. Qian Bufan ate a mouthful of duck intestines seriously, indicating that the Qingyuan sect position was absolutely correct. My Qingyuan sect will reward several people according to their merits. He considered it more comprehensively. If Xiu Tower still has plans for Xiang Mansion in the future, with Li Mo and others here, they can grasp the movement at the first time. It is really not easy for Ying Bing to kill a killer in the Guanchen realm. The middle-aged man in the Confucian robe of Fenyulan spoke. The gap between Inner Breath and Guanchen is much greater than the gap between Qi and Blood Realm and Inner Breath. Many people who are gifted in the Qi and Blood Realm find it difficult to remain undefeated against an opponent who is one level lower than them in the Inner Breath Realm. After discussing some details and agreeing to keep in touch with each other, they all picked up their chopsticks. I'm hungry after talking for so long. Let's eat. We have to report back to the sect after eating. Where are the dishes? Yes, it's strange. There were so many dishes just now. Qian Bufan chewed the last piece of beef tripes solemnly. The golden crow transformed into sun visualization diagram. Was the sun of the 9 heavens and 10 earths transformed from the golden crow? Li Mo looked up at the sky and thought. Even though he is still in the inner breathing realm, he still feels that the 3 suns are too dazzling to look at directly. For ordinary people, it is just too dazzling. But Li Mo, following Shangwu, has already had the initial intention, and suddenly felt a dry and burning feeling in the depths of his soul. Can't look at it for too long. Li Mo quickly retracted his gaze. He didn't know which of the visualization diagrams were more precious. But there is no doubt that the golden crow transformed into sun visualization diagram, he must be the best among them. After all, it exploded from Princess Xiao Jiang. It is much stronger than the night ghost visualization diagram. It's a pity that it can't be used now. Wait until you reach the God observation realm. Li Mo thinks that it won't take long. In the system space, he took out a stone pot, which contained a pool of sky blue liquid. Qingmu life liquid. The vitality contained in it can save him a lot of hard work in the process of condensing qi into liquid. Time flies. During these 10 days. During the day, Li Mo taught Jiang Chulong and Mei Yun how to open a hot pot restaurant. He accidentally discovered that among the several deeds he had obtained in Qingyuan, there was this store. In other words, classmate Li had been the owner of this store a long time ago. Oh, I'm talking about fate. So the store is here anyway. Li Mo simply gave the hot pot recipe to Jiang Chulong and asked Mei Yun to bring the little kids to stay here. Practice in the afternoon and practice dual cultivation in the evening. With the help of Bing Tuozi, his progress in the inner breath realm is gratifying. Finally, on the night of the 10th day, 36 lotus seeds were successfully refined to only 1, and it took root and sprouted. Student Li became a warrior in the inner breath realm. The dual cultivation was temporarily over. In the process of condensing qi into pills, the interference of alien inner breath may cause the Xiandan to be impure. It was June, and the midsummer came quietly. This morning, when Ying Bing opened her eyes, she subconsciously wanted to take off the arm on her neck, but she took nothing. She just reacted. Since yesterday, the two have not slept together. It's been a month. Congratulations to the host. Successfully completed the first loser's punishment. The third level reward is issued, True Phoenix Feather. The completion degree is being evaluated for the host. Completion degree, 100%. Rating, D. Can only get D-level additional rewards. Completing the punishment of the loser will give extra rewards, which Ying Bing has known for a long time. But what does Ding Ding mean? She knows what the true Phoenix Feather is, and she got it in her previous life. So Ying Bing is a little curious about the extra rewards. I clearly completed the punishment according to the system requirements, but the rating is so low. Ding Ding, Lu is better than nothing. I don't know if I can use it. Ying Bing checked the reward column. Ding Ding rewards are being randomly drawn. Congratulations to the host for winning a piece of sexy underwear. Ying Bing, ? Sexy underwear, what is it? Sexy underwear. These four words are all known separately. But when they are put together, Ying Bing tilted her head slightly and couldn't understand. Is it a kind of clothing? Take it out and have a look. Ying Bing thought about it. Maybe this is some kind of rare thing that she has never seen before. This item is not a product of this world. The host may not know its use and how to wear it. Warm reminder. The system can directly change clothes for the host. Yes/no. Not a product of this world. Ying Bing's cold eyes lit up and noticed these four words. No wonder even she couldn't understand the existence of the system. Could it be that the world where the system is located is the final destination of the immortals who became immortals in the mortal world in the legend? Then this. Is it the clothes of the immortals? In this case, then this clothing may have some special purpose. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Yes. The next second, a hazy white light suddenly emerged from her body. It was the evil holy light. Even Ying Bing herself could not tell what the clothes looked like for the time being. But she could feel it. Very light, very cool, and very close-fitting. It was just a little tight, sticking to the body, a bit like a spider web. Ying Bing became more and more curious about what this dress looked like. Suddenly, a pair of furry cat ears appeared on her head. Ying Bing was stunned. Immediately, the holy light dissipated. Ying Bing turned around and saw herself in the mirror. Cat ears, cat tail. This dress, to put it bluntly, there is no place that should be covered. To say that it is not worn, there is indeed a piece of cloth hanging on the body. If it is worn, the material is a bit like black cloud yarn. If Shally were here now, he would definitely shout, "Fuck, a succubus cat-eared girl. Is this clothes?" Ying Bing's jade-like face froze, and her eyes like ice mirrors trembled slightly. Replying to the host, yes. It is clothes with special uses. Ying Bing, ? To understand it in the words of this world, this special use is dual cultivation. Ying Bing. If it were before, she would ignore it at this time, change the clothes back expressionlessly, and pretend that nothing happened. A mere embarrassing piece of clothing could not have any impact on her state of mind. But she just finished dual cultivation. The last level of Feng Huang Ming Tianza. Ying Bing let out a breath gently, calming down the strangeness in her heart. Help me change my clothes back. Change my clothes back and pretend nothing happened. Nothing happened. Hint. The cooldown time for changing clothes is a quarter of an hour. Countdown. 12:52, 12:21. Ying Bing. I have to go back to Qingyuan's sect today, and the carriage is expected to arrive soon. Anyway, she will never wear this dress again. So she pulled a hard. The seemingly fragile spider web structure was taut, but there was no damage at all. Considering the host's strong strength, this set of clothes has been specially reinforced to avoid easy damage during use. It is like the existence of the system itself, and it cannot be damaged. To some extent, the system is quite thoughtful. But why in this aspect? Ying Bing had to turn her head away and stopped looking at the mirror. She calmed down, and a golden feather that looked like glass, emitting endless divine light, and extraordinary magic appeared in her palm. The many strange phenomena of this feather were bound by the inexplicable power of the system in a small space. Otherwise, it would cause clouds to move in all directions in an instant. It is undoubtedly the true phoenix feather. With it, I can start to condense the second kind of internal breath. In her previous life, she did not have the martial arts experience she has now, but she could still fight against opponents of higher levels and be invincible among her peers, relying on the two levels of internal breath. One was condensed from the Taiyin Qi. The other was condensed from the Shaohuang Qi of the Xiaopa. Going a step further, two Xiandan can be condensed, complementing each other. This is not unprecedented. Before her, there were a few powerful people who left their names in history who walked this path, and later they all became famous in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Later, countless people tried, but few succeeded. Not everyone has 2 sets of main meridians. The magical uses of the true phoenix feather are more than that. With it, one can also perform special martial arts, such as the true phoenix blood-burning method and the true phoenix transformation. In the previous life, since I have also seen a true phoenix feather, but it is much dimmer than this one, and it is still broken. The usefulness of the true phoenix feather is definitely not inferior to that of the divine weapon, and it is even rarer. Ying Bing's mind calmed down. The host has completed this punishment. The next round of ranking will be opened in a month. Do you want to open the loser's punishment? After opening, the reward will be more generous. Ying Bing's eyes were as clear as jade springs, reflecting 2 options. Yes/no. These 2 words seem to carry some magic. The true phoenix feather was slightly tightened by the bare hand. The loser's punishment was opened successfully. In every era, only the first person can become an immortal. But the higher the realm, the more people can feel that this is not a rumor. It is 80% possible that it is true. In the vast 9 heavens and 10 earths, only one person can become an immortal. How can I not fight for the top spot? While Ying Bing was muttering to herself, a young boy's sunny smile appeared in her mind. He didn't leave much impression on her in the last life. In this life, such a dramatic change happened in a short period of time. Everything about him seemed to be vivid, lingering, and unforgettable. If I become an immortal, there's an old saying, what people think will come true. Footsteps suddenly came from outside. As everyone knows, Xiaoli didn't like to knock on the door before. Now entering Ying Bing's room is like going back to his own room. Bing Tuozi. I'm coming in. A familiar voice. Ying Bing's face was calm, but the hair on her ears and tail trembled as if she was shocked. She looked back. The door had been open a little. Bang. This. Outside the door, Liamo took 2 steps back, confused. He clearly felt that the door was slammed shut. We have been together for so long. We should have gotten used to it. What happened today? Are you okay? Little Li asked in confusion. Don't, just enter my room. Liamo. If he hadn't heard Bing Tuozi's voice, he would have thought it was Princess Jiang inside. It was quite sudden, although there was no one every time he woke up. But the 2 of them slept together yesterday after all. Today, they were so strange that they were not even allowed to enter the room. Little Li was a little stunned for a moment. He didn't do anything to offend her, right? Unable to figure it out, Liamo couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Yes, she is so close to people these days, unlike the Phoenix Queen introduced by the Destiny Eye. Even if she is an ordinary woman, she will not let men enter her boudoir casually. It is he who has no sense of boundaries. The carriage has been waiting downstairs for half an hour. Come down when you are ready. I know. After hearing the response, Li Mo turned and went downstairs. Inside the door, the cat ears moved, hearing the footsteps going away. Ying Bing, who was leaning against the door, breathed a sigh of relief silently. There are still 3 minutes left for her to change clothes. If he had just come in and seen her, she didn't know how to face Li Mo in the future. Ying Bing herself didn't notice it. Her toes, like pearls and jade, were gently tapping the floor at this time. Coming down from upstairs, Li Mo arrived at the door. The hot pot restaurant was open again. Nothing seemed to have changed. The kitchen was still run by Zhuo Qiuyang, but the boss at the counter had been replaced by Mei Yun, and the half-grown little kids were busy in the store. Jiang Chulong, wearing a wide hem cloth, shuttled through the hall with a plate in her hand. Although she was blindfolded, she was still able to shuttle freely. The clothes were what Li Mo wore when she was the boss. She washed them and was reluctant to throw them away. Without even looking back, Jiang Chulong knew who was coming down and ran over timidly, wiping her hands on her apron. "Brother, you were so happy to work." Li Mo couldn't help but smile when he saw her like this. Who was happy to work? But for Princess Jiang, it seemed quite normal. "Well, that's very happy." Jiang Chulong nodded seriously. "Useless things are just trash. I can help brotherly now." "Li Mo, what kind of enterprise-level understanding? Do things that make you happy." "But helping brotherly makes me happy." Jiang Chulong tilted her head. Li Mo said helplessly, "Then I'll leave this store to you." Jiang Chulong's body suddenly froze, and the smile on her little face disappeared. "Brotherly, are you going back?" "Yeah." Li Mo nodded and sighed with some emotion. "You now have a hot pot restaurant, so you don't have to worry about food and drink. You have your Aunt May by your side, so you don't have to worry about bad people. I have accomplished my mission." He originally thought of taking Jiang Chulong back to Qingyuan's sect, but considering her identity, it would be better for her to stay in the capital. Besides, there's Mei Yun, and this little ant is still being hunted by the Sky Patrol. But for some reason, the intensity of the search seemed to be loud but ineffective. So Li Mo considered it again and again before handing over the hot pot restaurant to them. This is probably the best arrangement. Just when he felt a sense of accomplishment, Jiang Chulong's face turned pale, and she murmured in a trembling voice, "Brother Li, don't want me anymore." Li Mo was stunned. "In the future, Brother Li will not come to see me." Jiang Chulong seemed to have lost her soul, and the cloth strips on her eyes were stained with a wet mark. "Princess Jiang, your style has changed." Li Mo was confused. "Now you have a place to live, and you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you crying?" For a princess, it is indeed a fall into the dust to open a hot pot restaurant and be a little cook. But it is much better than before. Princess Jiang's train of thought is no less than Bing Tuozi's changing of attitude, like turning the pages of a book. Li Mo thinks women are hard to understand, harder than swords. "Brother Li, don't leave me." Jiang Chulong tried to endure, but his eyes were like a broken faucet. Li Mo, although he did nothing wrong. But why does he always feel that the guilt is about to drown him? The diners around him all looked at him like a beast. If he didn't coax him, I'm afraid someone would come up to do justice. People who often come to eat hot pot all think that Jiang Chulong is the daughter of the previous boss. "You misunderstood. I didn't mean that." Really? My hot pot recipe is inherited from my ancestors. I've handed over such an important thing to you. I'll come back to check the business regularly in the future. "Thank you, Brother Li. Brother Li is the best." Jiang Chulong burst into laughter. "Also, practice martial arts well. When you reach the inner breath realm, I'll give you a gift." Li Mo touched her head helplessly. "Yeah." Jiang Chulong nodded quickly. I have 12 meridians. I will work hard." That's the martial arts I'm going to practice later. I haven't thought about it yet." She has been practicing the martial arts she created. As Qianzuan's teacher, Li Mo temporarily named that martial arts Wild Grass Sword Sutra. As long as you continue to integrate other sword techniques and sword tactics and absorb the strengths of hundreds of schools, you can continue to become stronger. When we get back to the mountain, we need to find some sword skills to feed her. Li Mo thought so in his heart and whispered, "More haste makes waste. Don't be too anxious." "Yes, go quickly." Li Mo rubbed her head again. Little Princess Jiang, only reluctantly did she return to the kitchen. Hearing that a gift had been prepared for her, her steps became much lighter. Mei Yun at the front desk saw all this. But after a moment of silence, she just sighed faintly. If Chulong can live an ordinary life in the future, that would be the best ending. Isn't it for this that your majesty has worked so hard? Princess Xiao Jiang was appeased. What sword tactics should I arrange for her? With my current contribution points, I can go to the 6th floor of the library several times. In the carriage, Li Mo thought secretly. By the way, Why hasn't Bing Tuozi come yet? Thinking of what happened not long ago, Liam had a headache. Bing Tuozi was his big sponsor. Why did it feel like their relationship had returned to the pre-liberation era overnight? Thinking of this, he looked to the side, where Shang Wu was sleeping soundly, with her arms and legs twitching, and she didn't look like she was sleeping. Master is still easy to understand. The beautiful master can be coaxed by drinking and sleeping, but Bing Tuozi's mind needs more consideration. Soon, Ying Bing also got on the car. The carriage slowly moved and headed towards Qingyuan's sect. No words along the way. Ying Bing kept lowering his eyes. Liam didn't know what to say. I was silent, and you didn't say much. It was evening and finally arrived at Xiushui Pavilion. Liam went into the kitchen. There is some truth in the saying that a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own thatched nest. After returning home, Ying Bing felt that the whole person was relaxed and comfortable, and it made people feel peaceful for some reason, especially when listening to the movement from the kitchen and watching the figure busy in the kitchen. Ying Bing's mind was not so easy to remember what happened in the morning. She was dressed like that. The two were separated by a door. The mood returned to calm. She asked in her heart, what will be the punishment for the loser next time? The punishment had already been announced, but she had never looked at it. The punishment for the loser has been determined. Conditions of punishment: take a bath with someone who beats you. Requirements: wear the erotic suit issued by the system. Ying Bing, how come the punishment is getting more and more excessive, and the so-called rating reward is not a reward at all? If the disciples of Guay Palace in the previous life knew that their palace master who asked the disciples to give up their love and thoughts, the Empress Huang Tian, who was revered as a god by the 9 heavens and 10 earths, took a bath with a man, I'm afraid I would have to stab myself on the spot and wonder if I was dreaming. The terrible thing is, Ying Bing's mind was involuntarily filled with pictures. The bathtub in Xiushui Pavilion is not big, but 2 people in it will definitely stick together. Xiao Bing or your tea? Shang Wu raised an eyebrow. Xiao Binger is not right today. Huh? Ying Bing looked down and found that the tea had overflowed and wet the table. Are you okay? Just a little absent-minded. Ying Bing shook his head and drove the picture out of his mind. As long as you don't lose. The punishment is equivalent to non-existence. Then, don't think about it. Bing Tuozi, is there something stuck on my face? No. At the dinner table, Liam looked at the girl who looked like an ice lotus opposite him, slightly puzzled. Bing Tuozi's peripheral vision had been looking at him vaguely, a little absent-minded. But when he looked over, she would immediately come back to her senses, as if nothing had happened. What about you? Nothing. What you made today is delicious. Ying Bing spoke softly. Now that he has money in his pocket, Shally has really put a lot of effort into eating. For example, what he ate today was the 8th-grade exotic beast 4-winged snake. The snake soup boiled out was extremely delicious and could nourish yin and yang. But, ? Liam glanced at her clean bowl and chopsticks, and slowly typed a question mark. I'm thinking about practicing martial arts. Ying Bing shook his head, picked up the bowl, and took a sip. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Ying Bing, a bowl of 4-winged snake soup. Investment feedback. 1 Rendezvous Shun Pill, 6 patterns. Rendezvous Shun Pill. It can regenerate broken limbs and make up for the body's defects. It is not precious to Liam, but this type of pill is the first time he has obtained it. Some people with physical defects must want it, such as eunuchs. The value is definitely far beyond that of an 8th-grade exotic beast. At night, Ying Bing returned to her previous room. The damaged bed had long been cleared away. She placed the cold marrow jade bed in the vacant space. The cold marrow jade bed has the effect of calming the mind and can withstand the cold Tai Chi, so there is no need to worry that practicing will damage the surrounding furnishings. It's almost the same as the one in my previous life. Ying Bing took off his shoes and socks and shook off the water droplets on his hands. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to the time when she sat high on the top of the Guay Palace, accompanied by the cold moon all year round. High above but lonely and cold. At this moment, she was no longer like the person who was quietly washing dishes in the kitchen just now. Swish! The tying aura condensed and was firmly locked within the range of the cold marrow jade bed, becoming more condensed. She entered the state of practicing. Time passed. Now her dantian has been filled by 20%. After midnight, after the tying aura calmed down, she did not rest. The true phoenix feather quietly hovered in front of her, and a rosy glow bloomed between her eyebrows. A drop of emperor-flowing liquid was dripped on the feather. She was going to really start to condense the Xiaohuang Qi. As a magical skill, the most powerful thing about the Xiaohuang Qi is that it will never be exhausted. On the other side, in front of the waterfall not far from Qiushui Pavilion, it's still the same here. Liamo went to the place where he often practiced. The rock bathtub he had dug out had accumulated rainwater inside, and there were two birds combing their feathers inside, which seemed very spiritual, and he was not afraid of them. Liamo did not see the two birds being driven away and sat cross-legged on the bluestone. He closed his eyes and sensed it slightly. After entering the jade liquid realm through the karma fire red lotus magic method, he became more and more aware of the changes in the internal breath. At this time, he could feel that the small lotus seed in the dantian was constantly swallowing and spitting out the liquid internal breath. In this process, the vitality of the lotus seed became more and more abundant, and tender buds had already grown. When the lotus seed grows branches, condenses into 9 leaves, and produces lotus seeds, I will be considered a Xiandan. Liamo recalled the insights in the magic method. He took out the bottle of golden crow blood and took out a drop. The golden crow is a legendary creature, and it can no longer be described as a strange beast. Although it is not blood essence, even if it is blood, you must be extremely careful. Liamo does not think that the extreme slaughter body can make him invincible. Even if he reaches the state of transformation, it is probably difficult to rely on his physique to withstand a punch from his master. The master is obviously not as powerful as the golden crow. Fortunately, this golden crow blood is not as fierce as I imagined, but it has a little breath. Liamo thought about it. He poured a cup of Qingmu life liquid and then dripped the crystal clear golden crow blood into it. After it dissolved, the liquid in the cup was like blue and light gold. Ollie good. Liamo breathed a sigh of relief and raised his head to swallow it. A ray of fire entered his stomach. Exhale. Inhale. He adjusted his breathing, controlling the growth of the lotus seeds while allowing them to continuously condense their internal breath. Strong vitality. The extreme yang qi. The two flowed and entangled in his body, making his whole body feel like a branding iron. He stood up and rushed into the waterfall. Boom! The meteorite hammer fell into his palm. Countless sharp killing auras burst out, but they were controlled by him, the master of the army, and moved around his body like a swimming fish. It was like passing through the forest. The sound of leaves hitting each other could be heard from time to time. This sharp aura of killing can even eliminate sharp weapons, and ordinary people in the inner breath realm will be wiped out in a few minutes. However, the precious light around Li Mo remained. All the internal organs were rumbling like thunder. This golden crow blood can actually temper the body. This is because Li is ignorant. When a master craftsman casts famous weapons, he often uses the blood of a kind of singing golden bird to temper the weapon peak. The blood and inner breath flow more and more rapidly. Li Mo felt that his whole body was swollen, as if a volcano was erupting. Buzz! The Pangea meteorite hammer sensed the need of the weapon master and released a more powerful sharp aura of killing. Shwalala! The stone powder fell down. It was all shattered by Li Mo's shaking. I have taken another step forward in leaving the body like a famous weapon. Li Mo breathed out. In the dantian, the internal breath is like jade liquid. Above, there's a flower bud floating, about to bloom. Speaking of which, why do I feel warm here? Li Mo covered his waist. Could it be that the golden crow blood also has the effect of strengthening yang? No wonder the Golden Crow clan was destroyed. Could it be that too many people wanted their blood? Student Lee stopped making groundless associations. He is a little angry now. That drop of Golden Crow blood was not consumed, and the rest was hidden in the kidney. I'm afraid that 1/10 of the Golden Crow blood has not been consumed. The Qingmu life liquid is not enough for now. Liamo sighed lightly. Although he has a lot of good things on him, they are very mixed. There is really no similar thing. Tomorrow I will go to the library pavilion first, and then go to Danding Peak to find Mr. Shui. Student Lee decided. Yeah, Danding Peak is the richest of the 9 peaks, and it also has the most rare treasures. Old Shuedo might have something good in his hands, and condensing the mysterious pill, to some extent, is similar to refining the elixir. The next day, the library. I want to go to the 6th floor. Someone knocked on the counter. The deacon, who was recording with his head down, suddenly raised his head, but found that there was no one in front of him. Could it be that I have read too many picture albums recently? Dizzy. The deacon scratched his head and lowered his head to count the books. Are you deaf? The voice came again. Look down. The deacon was stunned. Only then did he see clearly that there was a boy who was about the same height as the counter, wearing the clothes of a true disciple, looking at him with an unhappy face. It turned out to be senior brother Xiaobao. Forgive me. The deacon quickly apologized. This is Elder Shui's beloved disciple from Danding Peak. Forget it. You help me record it. I'm going to the 6th floor. After recording it, the boy staggered to the 6th floor. The 2 deacons behind him sighed as they looked at his back. If senior brother Xiaobao hadn't been disabled, he would have reached the state of observing the gods by now, right? Yes, it's a pity that even Elder Shui can't cure this disease. He has been to the 6th floor many times, probably trying to find a way. As the 2 were talking, footsteps were heard in front of the door again. As soon as they saw the person coming, they straightened their clothes and looked respectful. Senior brother Lee. The 6th floor of the library. There are very few people here, and the huge bookshelves are extremely empty. The sound of gentle footsteps echoed. Liamo came to the 6th floor once, when he took the Sun Will Sword art last time. At that time, he was a little surprised that there were quite a lot of books here. Will there be a God-viewing picture here? Liamo stopped in front of a bookshelf. This area is full of picture albums. The 5th floor is mostly about superior martial arts, and the things on the 6th floor must be more core and more precious. Liamo is quite curious about the God-viewing realm. So, he picked up a picture album at random. Unlike other picture albums, this one is spotless, and it is obviously often read. There are not many people who can come to the 6th floor, either the true disciples, the elders, or those who have made important contributions to the sect. Even they often read this picture album. The things recorded in it should not be simple. Liamo saw the name of the album clearly. 18 Odes of Yin and Yang. Liamo! Exclamation point. Looking at this majestic name, it is not simple. I am lucky. I just came to the library and found something good. Opening the first page, it says, Lust is the first hurdle for young people. Ouyang. Ouyang, is he the author of this album? To observe the gods, you need to cultivate your mind first, which is reasonable. Liamo was stunned for a moment, then nodded. However, when he turned to the real album, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The content is not suitable for children. To be honest, the painting is very good. Even the details are very good. Just 2 words. Realistic. Liamo found something wrong, frowned, and turned to the last page. There is also a sentence. A man is a boy until his death. Ouyang. So why did the emperor's uncle choose such a high-sounding name? And can't he finish the words at once? And write 1 sentence at the beginning and 1 sentence at the end. Student Lee's mouth twitched slightly. Even the stinking novelist dare not break the chapters like this. This author has something, just like his surname without the radicals. After putting the 18 Odes of Yin and Yang back, he picked up other books and flipped through them. There are relatively few picture albums as undecent as this one, but there are not many real God-viewing pictures, and they do not touch the core of the superior or even the unique skills. Think about it. Most of them are the specialty of the elders of each peak, and it is unlikely to be put here. But Liamo also saw some interesting things. Emperor Wu of Diyu, the map of observing the heaven, the way of the instrument, the mountains and the rivers and the country, with the 9 heavens and 10 earths as the scenery, so that the descendants of the dynasties in the future can all observe the god of the sun, so as to plan the endless dynasty. This is a history book called The Chronicle of the Gods and Forms. It even depicts the appearance of the heavenly destiny artifact Jiangshan Shejitu, which is very lifelike. Of course, there's only its shape, but no charm. This is already very impressive. Being able to copy its shape means that at least he has seen the real thing. According to the records, Jiangshan Shejitu is a kind of divine shape. Liu became interested and turned to the next page, where he saw a bronze sacred tree. The bronze Fusong, the heavenly destiny artifact of the Shang dynasty, has hundreds of birds living on it, and many magical things. Looking at it can condense the gods of the vermilion bird, the blue swan, the blood phoenix, the golden crow, and other birds. It was shattered during the destruction of the Shang dynasty by Yu and disappeared. This is quite suitable for Bing Tuozi. Liu read it with great interest. All the records on it are divine shapes, spanning 2 dynasties, and they're all detailed, as if the author had personally experienced it. He flipped through the author's name. Han Jun. Never heard of it. I don't know what form I will observe and what spirit I will focus on. Liu put down the book with a lingering feeling. He was a little confused about this aspect. For example, Murong Xiao has the blood of Ming Jiao, and it is easier to focus on the form of Jiaolong. For example, if someone has the bones of tiger back and a bear waist, it will be easier to focus on the form of a tiger and a bear. This is the importance of bones in martial arts. Liu still doesn't understand how his physique is suitable for entering the stage of observing the spirit. No wonder the elders watched him climb to the top of the stone steps to heaven, and they were all hesitant to accept him as a disciple. The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. With Bing Tuozi and Princess Xiao Jiang, I am not afraid that I can't brush out the one that suits me. Liu thought of them and couldn't help but feel relieved. For now, it's better to choose the sword tactics to feed Jiang Chulong. He himself is also taking the path of skills close to Taoism. While I was forced to do it, although he still wanted to be a cool and handsome swordsman, he was really short of martial arts insights. The magical method of the Red Lotus of Karma was too exhausting to comprehend. Now there are only about 70 years left. Too much for hammer skills, too little for swordsmanship. But there is nothing he could do. Law, investment feedback must be brushed. Finally, Liu took a few good swordsmanship books. 3 books, all of which are top-notch swordsmanship. When Liu was holding the sword formula and preparing to register, Junior Brother Li. Liu turned around, puzzled. Who called him? Junior Brother Li. The man jumped, and Liu saw him clearly. Old acquaintance. Senior Brother Xiaobao. Liu greeted with a smile. Before entering Qingyuan sect, he had met this senior brother Tang Xiaobao once, in Shuijing's clinic. During the 9 Meridians martial arts competition, he took the initiative to jump off the ring, which put a perfect end to the rumors of his match fixing. At the moment, he was kicking his calves, trying to take the books on the bookshelf, but it was never high enough. It is said that senior brother Xiaobao was born with defects and did not grow tall, and he always looked like a pale boy. Therefore, although his last name is Tang, no one calls him Brother Tang. Isn't Brother Xiaobao in the Jade Liquid Realm? Brotherly, please help me take down the book on the 3rd row on the left. Okay. Liu took it down and found that it was a book related to alchemy and medicine. Finally got it. Now, there's hope to enter the Xianan realm. Tang Xiaobao was very happy holding the book. Brother Xiaobao, this is an alchemy book. Did you take it by mistake? Liu thought he was using this book to learn alchemy and medicine. For me, it's a book for practicing, Tang Xiaobao said with a smile. Seeing that Liu was confused, he thought for a while before speaking. Anyway, Brotherly is not an outsider, so I'll tell you. Only Master and I know about this. I'm not a human. Liu? Question mark. Brother Xiaobao, don't be like this. We were chatting happily. Why did he suddenly start scolding me? However, seeing the other party's serious look, Liu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Are you kidding? The destiny eye is activated. Name, Tang Xiaobao. Age, 42-24. Root, 7 orifice Dan body. Realm, Inner breath, jade, liquid realm. Destiny, blue. Evaluation. It was originally a 9-orifice dragon and tiger pill, but an accident occurred before the pill was completed and the 9 orifices became only 7. After thousands of years, it has been cultivated by generations of Danding Peak elders. It was only in Xue Jing's generation that spirituality was born. The future is hard to predict. Recent experience. I hope to refine myself again and enter the Xianan realm in order to supplement myself. Liamo, 4,224 years old. The little kid in front of him is older than Dayu's national destiny. And elixir? 7-orifice dragon tiger elixir that turns into a human? Liamo thought that all things have spirits, and there's a talking hammer in the world seed. It seems that it is not difficult to understand that elixir can turn into a human. However, he also has many elixirs that are worth a lot of money, but none of them are so magical. Everyone in the sect says that I am born with a deficiency, and it's not wrong. Tang Xiaobao stroked his little chin. Master also said that I am a little deficient. What is missing? Lack of mind. Liamo felt that what Mr. Xue said was not necessarily physical. The two took the books and happened to go to Danding Peak, so they went together. By the way, junior brother Li, are you in the Jade Liquid realm now? Tang Xiaobao asked halfway. Yes. Liamo nodded. Junior brother, you are so abnormal. Tang Xiaobao said sincerely. Thank you for the compliment. Liamo took it as a compliment. Tang Xiaobao sighed in distress. If this continues, I will have to call you and junior sister Ying Bing senior brother and senior sister next time I see you. Martial arts are respected in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Most sects are ranked according to strength, and Xing Yuan sect is no exception. So he used to be the eldest senior brother of Danding Peak. Now he is the younger junior brother. Don't worry, senior brother Xiaobao. You will always be my senior brother. Liamo thought of the other party's amazing age and promised solemnly. No wonder everyone in the sect says that junior brother Li has the demeanor of an ancient gentleman. You are such a nice person. Tang Xiaobao smiled happily and clenched his fists again. I will also work hard to enter the Xianan realm before you. By the way, junior brother Li, will you come to see me practice later? Master will be there too. Okay. Originally, he was going to find Elder Xue, and because he was a little curious about Tang Xiaobao's practice, Li Mo agreed without thinking much. Soon, the two arrived at Danding Peak. Among the peaks, the vegetation on this peak is the most prosperous, and a strange fragrance can be smelled everywhere. Liamo took a few more breaths and felt that it smelled quite good. Climbing to the top of the mountain, this is where the true disciples and the peak elder Xue Jing live and work. The furnishings are extremely simple, with a small courtyard and a huge dragon tiger furnace in the middle, the same as what Liamo had seen in the clinic. At this time, under the furnace, there was a blazing flame, and the temperature was extremely high. Xue Jing and 2 true disciples, a man and a woman, were just refining the elixir. The 3 of them were concentrating on the elixir furnace, each doing their own job. The male true disciple was responsible for adding new materials, and the female true disciple was responsible for cleaning up the residue. Xue Jing was concentrating on controlling the flame and extracting and purifying the medicinal materials. Now is not the time to make a noise, so Liamo and Tang Xiaobao watched quietly from the side. Add the Huang Yuan fruit. After Xue Jing spoke, the male disciple quickly took out a thumb-sized, crystal-clear fruit. Except for the black evilwood oil that increased the heat, Xiaoli didn't recognize the other ingredients. Fortunately, Tang Xiaobao was explaining. The Huang Yuan fruit has a mild medicinal property. After being integrated into other main materials, it can make its medicinal power more active. Next, Master should add the lichen flower. What is the lichen flower? Liamo did not have the ambition to become an alchemist, but was curious about the process of refining the elixir. I have seen it so many times in novels, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. The dust-free flower is naturally used to separate the medicinal power. So that's it. Liamo saw Xue Jing take out a jade shovel and dig the materials in the furnace, and felt that the sense of déjà vu was a bit strange. It It was hard to say what was strange. At this time, Jing said solemnly, "Bring the treasure pill, true liquid." The male disciple immediately looked solemn and carefully took out a basin with a pool of light golden liquid in it. It can be seen that this is a very precious material. It contains a strong vitality. Boundless true liquid? Liamo felt that it was very powerful when he heard the name. "Well, it's my bath water," Tang Xiaobao said in a low voice. "Liamo, there is no need to explain everything in such detail. Turn on high heat to collect the juice." After pouring the so-called treasure elixir into the elixir furnace, Jing added black evil wood oil. Liamo finally found where the familiar scene came from. "Isn't this cooking? Where is the high-end elixir refining process?" Student Li held his forehead. "The difference between the two is not that big." Tang Xiaobao blinked. "Liamo, it doesn't seem to be wrong. Cooking is about ingredients, and alchemy is about materials. The order of the former is very important, and the latter is the same. Moreover, both require extremely high control of the temperature. The only difference is that alchemy is more dangerous. If the dish is not cooked well, it will be burnt, and the pill may explode due to the conflict of medicinal power. At this time, the thrilling alchemy session is over. This furnace of green snake blood spirit pill is considered to be successful." Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Liamo was coming, so he turned around and smiled. "This pill is good for body refining, but it's a pity that Futu spent a lot of money to order it, but I can't give you 2 pills. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Shui." The old and the young met, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Old Shui has always had a good impression of this disciple. "I don't know what to say to you." Jing looked at Liamo, who was very different from before, and laughed. "How did you get into the Wuxin trial and get the first place?" "It was just a coincidence." Liamo bowed modestly. "My disciple's inner breath is quite special, and it just happens to be able to erase the breath on the hall swallow." "Drink tea." Jing motioned him to sit down. Liamo naturally sat on the rosewood chair next to him and made 2 cups of tea casually. "I learned it from Bing Tuozi. You did a good job." Jing picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Keep your hall swallow, and we can also grasp any movements of Shiyu Tower in Xiang Mansion in the future. But their hall swallow is made in a unique way, and your inner breath can actually erase the breath on it. If the hall swallow was so easy to crack, Shiyu Tower would not be so feared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not to mention going to assassinate the king. You will know at a glance." Liamo flicked his finger, and a wisp of deep red internal energy popped out and fell in the dregs of the elixir just now. Crackling, the bean-sized flame burned quietly, as if forever. The dregs that were not refined by the high temperature of the elixir furnace were slowly disappearing and burned away. Jing narrowed his eyes, and a strong look appeared in his pupils. After a long time, he sighed deeply. "Old man, I am confused. I should have accepted you as my disciple at that time. If this flame is used to refine elixir, the future achievement cannot be low. Why did Mr. Shui say this?" Liamo smiled bitterly. "I have heard the old men say this many times. Even I, an old man, can only purify the elixir to 99% at most. If you practice, you may be able to do 100%. He is born to be an elixir," Jing said with emotion. If Elder Han he was here, he would definitely say that Liamo was born to be a blacksmith. After all, forging also requires the right temperature. Student Li also has a hammer that can forge Ying Bing. Master, you have finished refining the elixir. It's time to refine me." Tang Xiaobao climbed into the elixir furnace, and his voice echoed inside. Liamo was a little silent. Since refining the elixir is like cooking, then isn't this similar to stewing oneself in an iron pot? Cough, unwarranted association. Jing was stunned and looked at Liamo. "On the way here, senior brother Xiaobao told me everything," Liamo said. Jing nodded but didn't say much. He wanted Liamo to observe the alchemy for a long time, so he sent away the other 2 disciples and kept him. He touched Tang Xiaobao's forehead from a distance. Suddenly, a fragrance of the elixir that made the soul feel awake came out. Liamo was thoughtful. It seems that before this, Mr. Shui used special means to seal the breath and elixir power of senior brother Xiaobao, which made him no different from an ordinary child. Then, Shui Jing became solemn. His beard and hair were all stretched, and the whole person was more and more worldly. The invisible field spread. The dragon and tiger entrenched on the alchemy furnace seemed to come alive. The tiger's mouth and dragon's mouth opened one after another, spewing out blazing flames. The flames in the dragon-tiger furnace were obviously more violent than the one used to refine the green snake blood spirit pill. The huge furnace was like a mountain of fire at this moment, emitting amazing heat. The furnace was like a world of fire. Clouds follow the dragon. Wind follows the tiger. The flames in the furnace were controlled by Shui Jing to swallow and spit out the dragon and tiger, which could be described as changing with the wind and clouds. This really had the grand atmosphere of refining the pill. What was even more bizarre was that Tang Xiaobao sat inside the furnace without any injury. The temperature of the flames was such that if a person in the inner breath realm jumped into it, he would be burned to ashes in a moment. However, Tang Xiaobao's whole body was emitting bright light. Moreover, as time went by and the temperature rose, the halo of the bright light became brighter and brighter. Master, it's almost done. It's time to add the materials. I'm ready. Tang Xiaobao's voice floated out of the furnace. Yes, I've been preparing for a long time this time. Shui Jing, a powerful man in the inner realm, had sweat stains on his forehead. After more than 4,000 years, Xiao Bao finally opened his spiritual wisdom in his generation and became a man from a pill. He finally had the opportunity to go back to the furnace and refine it again to become a real 9-orifice dragon tiger golden pill. Of course, it was just an opportunity and the hope was slim. Danding Peak has not produced a master of alchemy for many years, including him, who is still a long way from that. Besides, the 9-orifice dragon tiger golden pill was once refined by the Shang dynasty with all its treasury. Nowadays, Danding Peak does not have such a foundation, but he must give it a try. Liamo couldn't help but breathe lightly, and then he was a little nervous. On both sides, the wooden boxes that had been placed long ago were suddenly open one by one. They were all rare treasures that were hard to find, each exuding a pure breath. Come. Shui Jing stretched out his palm. A rare flower and herb fell into his palm, and in a moment, the preliminary preparations were completed, and he initially refined it. Next came the second and third plants. In an instant, dozens of rare flowers and herbs were refined, and he put them into the furnace at the same time and purified them rapidly. This is the necessary time requirement for refining the 9-orifice dragon tiger golden pill. Missing the best time will only make the process more difficult. Master, I will help you too. Tang Xiaobao's voice fell. Dong, dong dong. The strange vibration seemed to come from the heart in the chest. Liamo saw it clearly. He saw a beating heart in Tang Xiaobao's chest. Through the firelight, it was not clear, and only the jumping golden light could be seen. It's the critical moment. Liamo judged according to his own experience. Well, the experience of cooking. It was also a lucky coincidence, and he really guessed it right. The fusion of various medicinal powers of the elixir is indeed the most difficult and most critical moment. This requires Shui Jing to do many things at once, master the temperature, resistance, and characteristics of all materials, and fuse them together at the right time. He naturally cannot do it alone. Fortunately, the elixir being refined in the elixir furnace is working with him from inside to outside. As the heartbeat became stronger, a large amount of medicinal liquid also attached to Tang Xiaobao and slowly merged. It also made the precious light on his body stronger. A strong and strange fragrance also burst out. It turned out to be the smell of senior brother Xiaobao. Liamo finally knew what the smell was that permeated the entire Danding Peak. This fragrance made people feel a few years younger. A flash of joy flashed in Shui Jing's eyes. Could it be? Liamo held his breath. Could it be? The thought didn't have time to fall. Boom! The next second, a violent explosion occurred on Tang Xiaobao's body, and the fire was completely out of control. The visible furnace was 3 feet off the ground, and then fell back to the ground. The ground broke and sank instantly. The furnace cover was pushed into the sky by the strong air pressure and flew very high. The furnace exploded. Brother Xiaobao, Limo's heart skipped a beat. With such a big commotion, that little body was at the center of the explosion. Wouldn't it be okay? Shui Jing was sweating profusely and quickly used the field to disperse the black smoke. Slipped out. A small figure flew out with a little spark that had not yet been extinguished and landed on the open ground. Tang Xiaobao closed his eyes tightly. His whole body was black, as if he had been dug out of a pile of coal. Xiaobao! Shui Jing called a few times, but there was no movement. Don't panic, Mr. Shui. Liamo planned to use the destiny to see first, and then see what kind of elixir to treat. However, when the destiny opened, he was stunned. Tang Xiaobao suddenly opened his eyes and grinned with a mouthful of white teeth. Are you scared? I'm pretending. Shui Jing. Liamo, you're really stupid. Xiaobao, you should be more careful. Shui Jing was very depressed at first, but after he made such a fuss, his depression was somewhat relieved, and he felt a little bit amused. He looked at Tang Xiaobao unhappily, and then sighed. We have tried our best this time, but failed again. It seems that Xiaobao, you can't be perfect in my hands, but unfortunately my ability is limited. Shui Jing sighed, showing fatigue. There is nothing I can do about it. Tang Xiaobao smacked his lips. When a master observed the divine realm, he was observing him. If this can't be done, what else can he do? Ahem. How about we try again? At this time, Liamo, who had been thinking, suddenly spoke. Both the master and the disciple looked at him at the same time. Shui Jing shook his head. I don't have enough treasures anymore. What Xiaobao needs for his practice is... Papa. Hundreds of boxes and bottles fell from Limo's sleeves like water, some made of wood, some made of jade, forming a small mountain. He said a little embarrassedly, Look at these. Are there any that are useful? Shumming grass, 7-heart flower, earth vein spirit milk. Or 10,000 years old. Tang Xiaobao knew what was inside without even opening it. Shui Jing? ? He was silent for a long time before taking a deep breath and saying earnestly, Xiao Mo, we can't do anything illegal. Are you going to rob a sex Well, when lurking in Shiyu Tower, it is really possible. You misunderstood, you know me. Liamo smiled shyly. I'm so approachable, gentle, respectful, and frugal. How could I go down the road of crime? These are just accidental gains. Shui Jing believed this statement. He stroked his beard, but still shook his head. Even if there are materials, Xiaobao and I will come again 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and the results will be similar. We both tried our best just now. There are probability fluctuations in alchemy, but that is within the scope of ability. If so, what about me? Liamo asked tentatively. Adieu. Shui Jing was really confused. But junior brother Li, although your internal energy is powerful, you can't make alchemy. Tang Xiaobao was also puzzled. Chef Li coughed lightly and said solemnly, I have a bold idea. Why don't I go into the furnace with senior brother Xiaobao? Then my inner breath will be integrated with this dragon tiger furnace, and Elder Shui can use it to extract impurities from the elixir. Then the process of refining, I only need to absorb the medicinal power emitted by senior brother Xiaobao to prevent it from getting out of control and exploding the furnace. Yes, by the way, I can also practice and improve my realm. He is just worried about how to refine the golden crow blood in his kidney quickly. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Student Li thinks he is really a genius. You and Xiaobao together? Yes. Jump into the alchemy furnace? That's right. Looking at Li Mo's serious face, Elder Shui's expression gradually became solemn. He turned his head. Xiaobao, go and call your second sister. She is good at treating problems with the mind and the brain. Old Shui was worried that Li Mo was under too much mental stress for a long time, or that something went wrong in his practice. In what kind of mental state can one come up with the idea of jumping into the alchemy furnace and refining the elixir together? This even skips the opening step, and it's not pure, just cremated directly? Oh, okay. Tang Xiaobao wiped his face, raised his foot, and prepared to go out. Wait. Liu Mo held Tang Xiaobao's head and turned him back. Mr. Xue, I'm serious. That's a bigger problem. Xue Jing's face was full of solemnity. We martial artists tend to have wild thoughts, and sometimes we don't even know we've gone astray. For example, when I was young, I always wanted to take shortcuts. At that time, I failed to condense the Xiandan several times, so I thought about refining a Xiandan for myself and stuffing it into the Dantian. Wouldn't that be the same as the real Xiandan? Isn't that good? Liu Mo felt that Mr. Xue's idea was very creative, and he was worthy of being a master of alchemy. He was also a genius who was no less than himself. But at this time, Xue Jing sighed. It seems that his method failed. Why did it fail? Liu Mo asked. Xue Jing opened his lips, wanting to say something, but stopping, and finally sighed heavily again. Tang Xiaobao slapped his head and remembered. Master dragged Xiandan to the toilet and looked for it with a lantern. Shut up, traitor! At his age, Xue Jing was still reminded of such an embarrassing thing. Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. Liu Mo? After a moment of silence, he looked up at the sky, as if he had just come to his senses. Wow, look, there is a beautiful bird over there. By the way, what did you say just now, Master Xue? Little Li's histrionic personality played a role. Knowing this, I dare not sleep too deeply at night. Well, it's pretty. Xue Jing nodded. Where did it come from? Pa. Tang Xiaobao was hit on the head by his master. He felt a little wronged. There was nothing in the sky. Ahem. Let's get back to the point. Liu Mo coughed lightly and said seriously, Mr. Xue, the reason why I dare to enter the alchemy furnace is not a fantasy. First, my horizontal training method is pretty good. After saying that, he took out a sharp weapon and flicked it with one finger. The sharp weapon immediately broke a hole. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows slightly and was quite surprised at his disciple's attainments in body training. But this alone is not enough. Liu Mo said again, my disciple has also studied his physique a little. I found that I am immune to cold and heat. Xue Jing shook his head. Of course, people who practice martial arts are not afraid of cold and heat to a certain extent, but this, I slept with Ying Bing for a month. Liu Mo said again. The voice fell. The courtyard suddenly became quiet. You? Xue Jing's face was full of surprise, his eyes widened, and it seemed that a storm was set off in his heart. That's right. Liu Mo nodded heavily. Have you come this far? Mr. Xue, you should focus on my physique. Liu Mo's forehead was black. Well, if this level is not afraid of high temperature or severe cold. Xue Jing regained his mind. After thinking it over again and again, he took a deep breath. In this case, let's give it a try. If there is any problem, at the same time, Qingyuan main peak. Your progress in the inner breath realm has broken the sex record, and the inner breath can kill Guanshun. Even many years ago, Qingyuan sect did not have a disciple like you. Shangguan Wensong smiled with relief. Master, you are too kind. Ying Bing nodded slightly. Until now, she has never called Shangguan Wensong a master. The latter has never asked for anything. When you enter the Xiandan realm, all the deacons and disciples of the Qingyuan sect will probably not be your opponents. Shangguan Wensong spoke. Elders Su, Qin Bufan, and Han He of Oasha Peak, no elder objected. Even if Ying Bing was placed in Zongshen's Hao, he would be extremely dazzling. You have always had your own unique way of practicing. I called you here today to ask you something. What are you going to use to observe the spirit? Shangguan Wensong asked solemnly. The moon, Ying Bing said without hesitation. By observing the moon, she can further control the power of the moon in her body. Shangguan Wensong was not surprised by this answer. He said as if he had been prepared for it. If the moon is completed, it will be a divine form, but it is hanging high in the sky, which is something that is beyond our reach. Observing, of course, is more than just seeing. The moon, the sun, and the stars in the sky Observing them is naturally better than observing any flying birds or animals. But people who can understand their essence and truly put them into their hearts are rare throughout the ages. After a moment of silence, unable to see Ying Bing's expression, Shangguan Wensong said again, "We in Qingyuan sect have a road to observe the gods that is no less than tying. It is also suitable for you, and it is easier to walk. That is to condense the shapes of hundreds of birds and birds. Gather the Phoenix god. Are you willing?" When Shangguan Wensong said this, his eyes flashed with a strong brilliance. Several elders seemed to hold their breath. This is the biggest secret of Qingyuan's sect, and only each head can master it. "I will not give up observing the shape of tying," Ying Bing said softly. The light in Shangguan Wensong's eyes dimmed a little. "In this case, I can't force it. Phoenix God, I also want to gather," Ying Bing said again. The elders didn't understand. What does it mean? The next moment, two colors of light lit up at the same time. One is born with the aura of tying, condensing all things, and the other is like a dream with waves of light. It makes Ying Bing's black hair flutter, as if she is not in the human world. Two kind of internal breath. Qian Bufan reacted. "Are you planning to condense two mysterious pills, observe the form of tying and the birds at the same time, gather two gods, and have two scenes?" Hani asked softly. He was afraid that his heart would jump out if he opened his mouth too wide. "Yes." Ying Bing nodded. The elders couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had dealt with Ying Bing several times, and their immunity had improved. Who could take a breath of cool air every day? Let's say. However, today they exhausted their imagination, but they didn't expect Ying Bing to take this path. This is difficult, but looking at the girl's pair of clear eyes, they couldn't think of persuading her. Even in their hearts, they always felt that she knew clearly what she was doing and was quite sure. If it really succeeds, the moon and the birds are all divine forms. According to the complexity and mystery, the forms condensed in the realm of observation also have different levels. Lower form, middle form, upper form, extreme form, and great divine form. Double divine form? At least they have never heard of it. Well, since you have such courage, it makes me look petty. Shangguan Wensong put his pipe on the table. "If you can make 2 xiandan, I will take you to the main peak ancestral hall. Standing peak." The roar of tigers and dragons has echoed between heaven and earth, and the whole peak can hear it clearly. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that Mr. Shue's alchemy skills have improved again. Isn't he refining the 4th grade precious elixir? That would be the master of alchemy. Even the field has been released. The elixir must be extraordinary. Disciples and stewards were talking about it everywhere on the peak. Everyone was very curious. Fudu looked at the dragon and tiger image on the top of the peak, his eyes thoughtful. "Deacon Futu, your green snake blood spirit pill is ready." The male true disciple in a white robe took out the wooden box. Futu took it and asked, "What kind of elixir is Elder Shue refining today?" "I don't know that either." The male true master smacked his lips and said helplessly, "Every time Master takes junior brother Xiao Bao to refine elixir, he doesn't let us watch. So that's it." Futu nodded and turned to walk towards the Jinshou peak. The peak. The surging flames in the elixir furnace jumped, baring their fangs and claws, like the steps of a devil. Liamo was wearing a Wu Xiang Liuli yarn. His face was red by the firelight, and on his body, the flames were darker than the flames in the elixir furnace. The internal energy he refined was less than the furnace fire, but it was of high quality. Elder Shue, I'm fine. Student Li said that he could increase the intensity. Shui Jing squinted his eyes and saw that Li Mo's body was slightly red. He was fine like Tang Xiaobao. He breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely surprised. This is not just something that can be done by having a horizontal training. Even if the blacksmiths from Shunbing Peak come over, they can't withstand such high temperatures. Then I will raise the furnace temperature next. Remember not to interrupt the practice. Okay. Shui Jing pinched the alchemy formula. The dragon and tiger on the alchemy furnace moved slowly, as if they were alive. The temperature rose again. Junior brotherly. Tang Xiaobao spoke beside him. If you really can't control yourself and get burned later, lick me twice. Li Mo looked at his serious little face and couldn't bring himself to do it. No one has ever entered the alchemy furnace with me. Tang Xiaobao was touched. If your method works, we will practice together later, and I will have a chance to complete the acupoints. Being licked by you is nothing. This is the bond between you and me. Okay, I get it. Li Mo didn't know how to refuse, because it was inexplicably ignited. Practice. Yes. Tang Xiaobao practiced the alchemy method. Li Mo also closed his eyes and practiced. He fully practiced the Karma Fire Red Lotus Magic method, making his whole body like a ball of fire. The golden crow blood hidden in his kidneys boiled at this moment, adding fuel to the fire. The temperature in the furnace did not rise, but with the participation of his internal breath, the color of the fire became obviously darker. The essence extracted from the medicinal materials that Shui Jing had just thrown in became pure in texture. Seeing that both of them were fine, they complemented each other. Shui Jing took a Qingxin pill given by Li Mo and waited for the herbs to be refined. This is just the first step. More than half an hour passed. The marinating, oh no, the stage of dispersing the medicinal power is over. The golden luster on Tang Xiaobao's body this time is brighter than last time. He opened his bright eyes and said happily, Master, Junior brotherly, the effect is very good this time. It's a bit uncomfortable. Li Mo is fine, but he is really hot, and he feels like he is burning. But the effect is really good. The golden crow blood hidden in the body has been refined almost. The lotus and the dantian also slowly opened a petal. I'm going to the next step, Shui Jing said in a deep voice. Yeah, old Shui gave him a long time to adapt. With the experience of refining herbs, just now, Li Mo knows how to use internal breath to cooperate with the Dragon Tiger Pill furnace. Okay, a bucket of black evilwood oil was added. It took about 10 seconds. The temperature did rise a lot immediately. Li Mo frowned. But I feel uncomfortable. Shui Jing asked immediately. Li Mo, promise me, Mr. Shui, next time Ying Bing comes to you for ingredients, you must not give it to him. Shui Jing was stunned. What the hell? He has never given ingredients. Ying Bing did come here and asked if the black evilwood oil could be eaten. Who would have thought that it was used for cooking? Well, at least Li Mo is fine. The opportunity is fleeting. Next is fusion. This is refining the most crucial step of the elixir. Come on, Tang Xiaobao shouted solemnly. I'm ready. Li Mo's expression was also extremely serious. Boom! The temperature soared. At a close distance, he smelled the fragrance of the elixir again, but this time it was 10 times or 100 times stronger, making people feel like they would ascend to immortality after smelling it. Tang Xiaobao was wrapped in various purified medicinal powers. Those medicinal powers rolled and surged, and slowly merged into his body with the flames mixed with Li Mo's inner breath. Under the scorching flames, he was like a little golden boy made of pure gold. What surprised Li Mo was that the karmic fire did not make Tang Xiaobao feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because the karmic fire was extremely destructive to the vicious people, but Li Mo still did not dare to be careless. The perception he learned from Shang Wu was still closely watching the changes in the inner breath. Boo! At the same time, Li Mo also tried hard to keep the Karma Fire Red Lotus Magic method running. Finally, it's time to use the power. Tang Xiaobao's body was surging with various colors of light, surrounded by dragon and tiger golden light. His small body gradually melted away, or rather, it was absorbed by his heart. Li Mo finally saw it clearly. That was senior brother Xiaobao's body. A golden elixir with flowing Tao essence. Magnificent and magnificent. There are 7 orifices on the golden elixir. And at this time, one orifice was slowly melting under the integration of various medicinal powers. Master, it's still a little short. The golden elixir vibrated slightly, and Tang Xiaobao's anxious voice came out. After all, Shui Jing was not a master of alchemy. He had already tried his best. He He could only watch helplessly as the eighth orifice, which had already opened a little, began to slowly close again. I'll do it. The flame crackled loudly. It was our best chef in Chioshui Pavilion, the #1 hot pot king in Xiang Mansion. Masterly, he used the magical method of the first ripe state of the Karma Fire Red Lotus to the extreme. Is this martial arts? No, this is the enlightenment he has put into it for hundreds of years. In the Dantian, the lotus leaf that had just opened a petal swayed, and he had just taken another drop of golden crow blood. Arnhem burned up. Boom! The lid of the Dan furnace spun again and flew into the sky. The roaring dragon and tiger vision also became more and more real at this moment. Did it. Shuijing fell to the ground and stared at the Dan furnace blankly. However, the weather was too turbulent and had exceeded his control of the field. Xiaobao, Xiaomon, he shouted twice. After a few seconds, a reply came from them. Master, I have achieved the Xiandan. Tang Xiaobao's surprised voice came. This shows that he has opened up a new way. One step closer to the real 9-orifice golden pill. However, before Shuijing could be ecstatic, Limo's puzzled voice came. Elder Shui, I seem to have become a Xiandan. No, Brother Xiaobao has become my Xiandan. Shuijing, ? What the hell? The strange phenomenon dissipated, and the alchemy furnace went out. The peak was quiet for a while. Only the furnace cover fell back to the ground with a clang sound, spinning around and refusing to fall. 3 people. Oh no, 2 people and 1 pill, all fell into deep thought at this time. Master, I'm in Junior Brother Li's stomach. Tang Xiaobao's muffled voice came. He was talking in Limo's stomach, or more precisely, in the Dantian. I don't feel uncomfortable, but Limo's face was full of weirdness. Nonsense. If someone is talking in the stomach, everyone would find it weird. And what confused him was, is he practicing martial arts or cultivating immortals? In the world of cultivating immortals, he is at least a great golden elixir. It's no problem to say that he is in the nascent soul stage. Shuijing wanted to say that you were fine, but he is a powerful interview master, and now his eyes are a little black. Silence for a moment. The old man walked up to Liemo like a madman, pinched his neck, and shook him. Spit out Xiaobao. Wow, we have cultivated Xiaobao for thousands of years at Danding Peak, the hard work of more than 10 generations. And you gave it to me? The old man's mentality was a little broken. Liemo was a little dizzy from being shaken. Master, I'm fine. Tang Xiaobao spoke quickly. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, Junior Brother Li's Dantian is quite big. Oh, what is that? We all need to calm down. The corners of Limeau's mouth twitched wildly. Heaven and earth are conscientious. He thought that he would rely on the alchemy furnace to refine the golden crow blood and help Senior Brother Xiaobao, by the way, and make an investment. The investment was successful. The system has just sent a prompt. But who would have thought that just now, under the traction of his internal breath, he actually brought Senior Brother Xiaobao directly into the Dantian. He looked inside a little. Well, the golden dragon tiger pill was jumping on the 2-leafed fire-colored lotus in his Dantian. Shuijing looked at him with resentful eyes, and his resentment was heavier than that of a ghost. Liemo said with a smile, Let's first figure out what happened. That's the only way. Shuijing took several deep breaths. So, Liemo described in detail what happened in the alchemy furnace just now. Shuijing's expression also changed from disbelief to daze. My theory back then turned out to be correct, but the method was a little wrong. Can you really achieve Xiandan by using the external alchemy technique? Limeau's expression was even stranger. He hadn't even reached the halfway point of the inner breath jade liquid realm, and he became Xiandan in a flash. To be honest, I still don't know how Xiandan was condensed. And what was your theory back then? Liemo asked again. The so-called Xiandan is the condensation of a person's qi, which becomes a substance. The accumulation of qi is too slow, and not everyone has a constant supply of rare treasures to take. So, I thought at the time, can I skip the process of using the human body to gather qi, directly refine the external chi, and then use the alchemy technique to turn it into a pill and finally take it into the body. Shui Jing said with a complicated face, although he later thought it was a fantasy. But today, the perfect expectation of a year actually appeared in Li Mo and Xiao Bao. The difference is probably that Li Mo has a special physique, and Xiao Bao is not an ordinary pill. The body is the 9-orifice dragon and tiger pill. Moreover, one person and one pill must be refined in the same furnace, and the exercise must resonate at the same time. Well, it is estimated that no one will be able to complete this theory in the future. How about compare with the real Xiandan? Li Mo asked curiously. It depends on the quality of the pill. Shui Jing said with a complicated face. The Xiandan can be sacrificed outside the body, right? Li Mo was thoughtful, as if he had found a way. Then if I follow the method of running the Xiandan, can I let senior brother Xiao Bao out? I don't know about this, but I can try. Shui Jing took back the Yixi Qianladan in his sleeve. It is a powerful laxative. Okay, let's try it. Li Mo patted his stomach. Well, junior brother Li, I will cooperate. Tang Xiaobao jumped lightly on the lotus petals. So, Li Mo began to practice. The liquid internal breath in the dantian boiled in an instant, just like before. The difference is that this time there is an extra little sun. The dragon and tiger golden elixir with 8 orifices opened is mysterious and magnificent, spinning and washing out thousands of brilliance. Roar! Above the head of Shaoli, the phantom of the dragon and tiger suddenly appeared, majestic and majestic. This power, Li Mo feeling the power surging in his body. He had the illusion that he was using the power of the world seed. He could definitely perform 7 determinations of the universe completely. He was eager to try and punched out. The turbulent wind and cloud dragon and tiger caused a change of color in Shui Jing's inner vision. Very strong. The real Xianan realm is probably not even 1/10 of this. Shui Jing's expression became more complicated. This was also because Li Mo's Dantian foundation was too good. Okay, it's almost done, he said with a dark face. Brother Xiaobao, come out. Okay. Li Mo stopped awkwardly. Then a halo appeared slightly in his Dantian. A golden pill appeared out of thin air, spun a few times, and then fell to the ground and became the boy again. How does it feel? Shui Jing asked hurriedly. Very good. Tang Xiaobao didn't feel any discomfort and smiled. And there's no need for you to seal me anymore, master. I can keep my qi from leaking out now. In the past, Shui Jing always worried that he would leak the fragrance and qi of the elixir, causing unnecessary trouble. Thinking about it, he said again, and I feel that practicing together with junior brotherly is much better than practicing alone. I've experienced the inner breath of the Xiandan realm in advance. Li Mo said, and he was a little curious. When he condenses the Xiandan himself, can he let senior brother Xiaobao turn it into a dragon and tiger pill and enter the Dantian? Look at Tang Xiaobao with the destiny eye at this time. It's already purple luck. Seeing the young man's face full of thoughts, Shui Jing's expression moved slightly. He thought a lot all of a sudden. Xiaobao has been in Danding Peak for thousands of years. He was contacted by successive elders and even stolen by a true disciple. But he has such a wonderful fate with Li Mo. Fate is really the most wonderful thing in the world. He suddenly sighed. Xiaobao can be one step closer to perfection in my generation, and I should feel lucky. You can cooperate with each other and go to the Blood Phoenix secret realm together. I can also feel relieved. Blood Phoenix secret realm. Li Mo quickly came back to his senses when he heard these 4 words. Could this have anything to do with Bing Tuozi? After all, it was Bing Tuozi who was his biggest financial backer. Well, it's all your credit. Shui Jing sat down, brewed another cup of tea, handed it to the 2 of them, and then slowly said, the Blood Phoenix secret realm was originally planned by the summoning demon cult. After the news leaked out, it was deserted. They originally wanted to use evil methods to force the secret realm open, but they had to give up halfway. Now it can only accommodate those in the God-observing realm. The genius disciples of various sects in the East Wilderness, and even geniuses from the outside world, will go there to explore. P.S. The realms in this book are chi and blood, internal breath, God observing, internal scene, external scene, dharma body, palm of profound, Tongtian, and immortal. Xiandan is the late stage of internal breath. There won't be too many messy nesting doll realms. They're all fixed at the beginning. The protagonist's immortal body plays the biggest role starting from the God-observing realm. Shao Li's way of God-observing. I haven't seen any audience guess it right yet. Hee. After agreeing to take care of each other in the Blood Phoenix secret realm, Li Mo went down the mountain facing the sunset. Feeling a little tired, feeling very weak. Okay, this is an illusion. Student Li knew that he was even stronger than before going up the mountain. The 9-petal lotus in his dantian had already opened 2 leaves. It was just that it was much worse than having a dragon tiger golden elixir in his dantian. The feeling of controlling the wind and clouds, and the whole person's chi being condensed and united. As soon as senior brother Xiaobao left, Li Mo felt that his body had become heavier. With this experience, it will be much easier for me to condense the Xiandan by myself in the future. Student Li was full of hope for his Xiandan realm. Walking down the mountain, while going to the Foreign Affairs Hall to buy vegetables, Li Mo checked the investment feedback just now. Congratulations to the host for helping Tang Xiaobao to open his mind. Investment feedback, bronze fortune seal. Ancient bronze seal of creation. When used on the God viewing map, it can upgrade the God viewing maps of the upper grade and below by 1 grade. The seal of creation, something similar to the Heavenly Book seal. Li Mo thought about it. He only had 2 God viewing maps on him, one of which was the Golden Crow transforming into the Sun visualization map, which was the extreme form and could not be used with the seal of creation. There was also a Night Ghost Stone sculpture, which was the lower form visualization map. It would be a waste of God's gifts to use it on it. I'm so handsome, and practicing this thing is even more of a waste of God's gifts. Student Li decided to save this seal of creation for the time being. When he returned to Qiushui Pavilion, it was getting dark. As soon as he stepped in, what came to his face was the frost that had not yet dissipated. When the wind blew, ordinary people would definitely shiver with cold. Obviously, a certain ice cube had just finished practicing. It's just a little bit of frost. Li Mo went in with a basket of vegetables. Into the eyes. The girl sat under the tree and played chess. She found a chessboard from somewhere and played with herself in her spare time. The moonlight was as bright as water, shining through the leaves, making her and the chessboard dance. Hearing footsteps in front of the door, her tall nose twitched. "What's the smell on you?" Li Mo sniffed the sleeves and said suddenly, "The fragrance of the elixir on Danding Peak. By the way, why are you playing chess with yourself?" Ying Bing turned his eyes to Shangwu next to him. "Okay, Master doesn't look like someone who can play chess." Li Mo thought about it, and it was time to organize some team-building activities. This is necessary to maintain the relationship with the big sponsor being Tuozi. It's just right to eat delicious food today so we can eat and play at the same time. Then I'll teach you a kind of chess later. Even Master can learn it. Shangwu raised her head and rolled her eyes at him. Translated as polite Master. "You?" Soon, a pot was set up in the courtyard. The pickled vegetable casserole was bubbling. "Is this what you said was delicious?" Shangwu curled her lips. She still prefers big fish and meat. This is what Master doesn't understand. Do you understand what it means? Li Mo cut tofu and hummed a little song. Eating pickled vegetables and rolling tofu, the Emperor is not as good as me. In fact, the pickled vegetables and tofu in the pot are not ordinary. As everyone knows, Shally will not give up a rare investment opportunity just to change the taste. The tofu is made of linglong cardamom, and the pickled vegetables are made of 7-leaf moisturizing grass, which are crunchy and fragrant. Shangwu imitated the singing for a few lines, ate a mouthful of tofu, and her almond eyes lit up. Eating hot pot and singing, it seems to be quite happy. Master has a nice voice. Have you considered letting me be your manager, and we can go directly to Chuanfang Pavilion to debut? Forget it. If I go, do they still need to compete for the chief position? That's right. The master and disciple chatted while eating. Ying Bing's originally tense heartstrings inexplicably relaxed a little at this moment. She only learned about the Blood Phoenix secret realm today. In her previous life, her Blood Phoenix essence was obtained by killing Han Jun, which was already a matter of her Dharma body realm. But unlike the previous life, this time the Blood Phoenix secret realm was in a commotion, attracting clouds from all sides, and many changes would occur. Being too ozy. Limo's call brought her back to her senses. Have you learned it? What? Ying Bing gently put a piece of tofu into her mouth. Go bang. If you don't learn it, I'll teach you again. Limo didn't care whether she agreed or not, and directly picked up the chess pieces to demonstrate. Just like that, if you connect 5 pieces, you win. Isn't this for children to play? Ying Bing shook her head. Seeing that she had no interest, Limo shrugged and continued to dance with Sean. The beautiful master has never lost in gambling with luck, but has never won in playing with skills. Master, you are so bad. Wow, I don't accept it. A piece of paper was stuck on Shang Wu's eyebrow. So 2 minutes later, if you're a bad player, just practice more, but you can still be defeated by my Qingyuan sect chess master, which is an honor. Limo's histrionic personality broke out, with his hands behind his back, looking invincible. Xiao Binger, help me get revenge. Shang Wu sought off-court help. There were already 2 pieces of paper stuck on her face. Limo also looked over with a smile. Just now, Bing Tuozi said it was boring, but he was actually looking over here. Do you want to play a few games? It's a child's game. You have to beat me if you can. If someone else said so, Ying Bing would turn a deaf ear to it. Why should she rely on winning over others to prove herself? But this person happened to be Limo. Okay. She put down her chopsticks, and her clear eyes stared over. Limo? Exclamation point. Strange. What's with this burning desire to win? In the arena, he seemed to be determined to win. Bing Tuozi's desire to win is really strange. But Xiao Li is the founder of Go Bang. How could he lose his momentum? Hee. As long as I make a slight move, you will be defeated. 1 minute later, Limo stared at the chessboard with a look of doubt on his life. Lost. He is a national player of Go Bang. The grid exercise books used in high school and junior high school could be added up to 3 circles around Xiaoshui Pavilion. He actually lost in the first game? It seems that we can't play many games. Ying Bing said lightly. A trace of joy flashed in the eyes like a clear spring under the moon. Okay. I'm willing to accept the loss. Seeing her jade face relax, Limo cut a piece of paper. Come on, stick it on. Ying Bing took the note, lowered her eyes for a few seconds, and poked someone's philtrum with her jade finger. Limo? Question mark. The Qiushui Pavilion Games session ended. Okay, you're awesome. There were 6 or 7 more notes on the boy's face. He saw the girl's slightly raised mouth through the gaps in the notes. At the same time, a series of prompts came from the system. Congratulations to the host, successfully letting Bing win the Go game. Investment feedback, Qing Mai Yujian. Congratulations to the host, invested in Bing Linglong Duka Tofu, Chia Runky Grass Pickles. Investment feedback, dustless pen. Although it is something like a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, it is definitely not ordinary. The low-key, luxurious, and connotative style is a treasure at first glance. Who said we lost? Isn't this a win? Limo was secretly happy in his heart, and Bing Tuozi reminded him softly from the opposite side. Practice sword. The time they practice sword together has now changed from once a day to once every 3 days. Well, it was mainly because Princess Jiang asked less questions. I don't know why. Bing Tuozi was particularly serious today. Student Li was in pain and happy. Half an hour later, Princess Jiang's textbooks became thicker. Limo did not rest, but picked up the sword again. While using his martial arts insights to deduce, he practiced several sword techniques that he had just taken from the library. Why do you still want to practice these superior sword techniques? Ying Bing stood alone with the sword in his arms, his eyes reflecting the moonlight filled with doubts. He had clearly already mastered a unique sword technique. The difference between superior martial arts and unique skills is so huge that it is impossible to say that you can polish jade with stones from other mountains. Why? Liu was really silent after being asked. He couldn't say that he was feeding it to Jiang Chulong and that he was acting as a middleman to make a profit. If he hadn't made a lot of money during this period, he wouldn't even be able to get the Karma Fire Red Lotus magic method. Just as Xiaoli was thinking about what to say, Ying Bing on the opposite side suddenly spoke again. Are you really going to prepare to take the path of skills close to the Tao? Liu. Ah, yes, yes, yes. No need to explain. Bing Tuozi will fill in the blanks himself. It's difficult, even if it is with your talent. Ying Bing spoke softly. Not only swordsmanship, but any Tao has the saying that skills are close to the Tao. But the geniuses and monsters who have tried from ancient times to the present are like crucian carp crossing the river. But no one succeeded. This is as if the heavens showed the mortals a gap between humans and immortals, a mockery. Even Jiang Chulong, who was later recognized as the unparalleled swordsman, was still far from exhausting the principles of the sword. I know, Li Mo nodded without hesitation, although he didn't know what Bing Tuozi was imagining. But he had an idea in his mind. Ah, me? Skills are close to the Tao. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Skills are close to the Tao. Xiaoli knew very clearly that this was just for the reward. He smiled, turned around, and started practicing sword again, doing it knowing it's impossible. Ying Bing whispered, Huh. The night wind blew, and the moonlight was like frost. The young man sometimes swung his sword, sometimes meditated, and each time he was stronger than the last time. For a while, time seemed to have lost its meaning to him. The martial arts is a long river, and those sword geniuses who have left their names in history are the clear river and stars. Probably, whether he can reach the end of this road or not, he will shine in the long river of martial arts, right? The leaves moved lightly, making a rustling sound. Blood Phoenix Secret Realm, be careful of Hanjun. She said nothing more and turned quietly to go upstairs. Looking at Bing Tuozi's back as he left, Liu remembered that he seemed to have seen this name somewhere. The author of the Divine Form Chronicle? No, that book was written many years ago. If the author is to be counted, he should be thousands of years old. A genius with the same name? In the World Seed. Before Princess Xiao Jiang came, Liu looked at this small world that belonged to him alone. It's much bigger than before. At first glance, the small world now is hundreds of times bigger than before, just like his realm. The building is still the same, and it suddenly looks very empty. Snap! Liu snapped his fingers. The picture in the small world changed. Everything changed, and it suddenly became the sea view villa that he worked hard for in his previous life, and finally made the dog boss have the money to buy. In a space of several miles, this villa even has a garden, and it takes 10 minutes to go to the toilet. To see the sea, you must have sun. Liu looked at the sea and lay on a rocking chair. The thought fell. A shadow of the sun appeared in the sky. Of course, it was just a shadow, it's just a facade, far from the real sun. If I condense the Xiandan, I can probably really create a sun in the small world. It still feels like something is missing. Liu looked at the sea. Sunshine, beach, cough. When will Bing Tuozi and the beautiful master come in and put on swimsuits? That would be perfect. Thinking of this, Xiaoli touched the Pangea meteorite hammer, and the hammer vibrated twice. Suddenly, Liu seemed to have sensed something, and the Wuxiang Liulisha instantly appeared around him. Old teacher, where is this? Princess Jiang looked around in confusion and curiosity. Well, this is just the place where my teacher usually relaxes. After practicing, you can come and play, Lord Tianzuan said casually. Then Jiang Chulong lowered her head, and her little hands were fighting again. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage to say, Disciple, can I bring brotherly with me? Master Tianzuan was confused by this sentence. Jiang Chulong's heart tightened, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She thought that Master Tianzuan, that's right, this is the teacher's secret place. How can you just bring other people? Teacher, okay. Master Tianzuan nodded gently. Really, really? Jiang Chulong didn't dare to raise her little head to look at him. You practice well, and I will promise you if you break through the realm, Tianzuan said and waved his sleeves lightly. Suddenly, all the Sunshine Beach villas disappeared. What reappeared was not the small Taoist temple before. Master, where is it? After changing the place, Jiang Chulong hugged the branch tightly and looked around carefully. There are white clouds under his feet, and not far away there is a purple gold bawa alchemy furnace that has fallen. The building behind is more like a palace than a Taoist temple. The glittering plaque does read, Tishita Palace, a lost corner of heaven. Lord Tianzuan spoke slowly, with endless vicissitudes. It was as if he had returned to the old place, with an unspeakable sigh. Why is it like this here? Jiang Chulong didn't dare to walk around, but was very curious. If you want to hear a story, your master will have to test your progress first. Lord Tianzuan chuckled. He casually threw a small grass and turned it into a grass puppet. It can be controlled by Li Mo, and he can be controlled to perform his swordsmanship. Well, Lord Tianzuan is so high profile, of course he can't go on stage in person. Speaking of which, Li Mo also had an idea. It just so happened that he was planning to renovate the World Seed and change the training environment for Princess Jiang. So he simply said that this was the heaven. A quarter of an hour later, the branch pierced the throat of the grass puppet. Jiang Chulong stood still, as if she had realized something. Congratulations to the host. Successfully invested in a book of Jiang Chulong's superior swordsmanship and solve her doubts. 2 investment feedbacks. A total of 150 years of martial arts enlightenment. So, 10 days later, Shaoli spent another 10 days that were extremely fulfilling. Using the price difference, he earned 500 years of martial arts enlightenment. His daily training session also changed from a small waterfall to Danding Peak. The lotus in the Dantian has already opened 9 petals. 1 step away, he can enter the Xiandan. The day of returning home has finally come. The Blood Phoenix Secret Realm is in Qinghe County, Shaoli's hometown. Early morning, Qiushui Pavilion. It's still a little short of the Xiandan realm. Li Mo shook his head. Most people in the inner breath Yuye realm, even if they have good talent, are stuck in the Xiandan realm for 3 to 5 years. His current speed of progress is already beyond the reach of countless people. The 7 heaven and earth determinations. Now I can perform the 6th. Swordsmanship attainments, well, even more handsome. Shaoli is now hard to beat in the inner breath realm with just a sword. Finished the meal. While eating, he looked at the room on the 2nd floor. 2 kinds of inner breath superimposed. Wow. Shan Wu narrowed her almond eyes. Even if she didn't enter the Xiandan realm, the strength of her inner breath is enough to kill most of the Xiandan realm in seconds and make the Guanxin realm afraid. Li Mo was silent for a while. He was thinking, does being Tuozi count as practicing with himself? Then I won't have to practice the first level of Phoenix singing in Tianzi with him in the future. Well, the 2nd level is about right. But that's after entering the realm of observing the gods. Retracting his thoughts, Li Mo checked the necessary items for travel. While checking him, he casually asked, Master, don't you plan to go to Qinghe County with me this time? After seeing Shang Wu not take it too seriously last time, Student Li felt that with her around, he would definitely feel safe. I won't go. Shang Wu snorted lightly, obviously not very happy. Those old guys said that I worked hard and made great contributions, so they won't let me follow you this time. Li Mo tentatively said, Is it possible that they are afraid that you will fight with people from other sects? Come on. Let me see if you have backed down before the trip. Shang Wu put his hands on his waist and was about to give his precious apprentice a special care. Fortunately, Ying Bing came down at this time. Li Mo got into the carriage and escaped. Qingyuan sect set out for Qinghe County, and the battle was naturally not small. The elders and deacons of each peak have basically arrived. The team was led by 3 elders this time. After all, the forces coming were mixed. In addition to the eastern wilderness, there were even similar foreign forces. So the team was led by Yin Huaxian and Elder Qinbu Fan and Xue Jing. One of these 2 is powerful and very familiar with all kinds of strange beasts, and the other is good at dancing with long sleeves and can eat. As for Xue Jing, It was to prevent the disciples from getting into accidents. The team of disciples was also full of elites. For example, the chief of the previous generation of disciples, the true disciple of Rui Peak, Ouyang. The leader of the disciples was Yin Huashuan's son, Yin Huacheng. For the rest of the disciples, Qingyuan's sect held a small disciple selection competition. There was no age limit this time, and all disciples at the Guanshan realm and below could participate. In the end, 30 people were selected. Most of them are true disciples of the Guanshan realm. There is only one inner disciple, Xiao Qin. During the selection competition, he suddenly emerged as a dark horse, suddenly bursting out with powerful strength and defeated his opponent. Standing among the many true disciples, Xiao Qin looked a little eye-catching. Where are Li Mo and Ying Bing? Qian Bufan stood at the front of the team. He looked at the sun and was a little confused. The sect is still late for action. Yin Huaxian frowned, and he looked aside. Father, don't worry. I will tell them to follow the command after entering the secret realm. Yin Huaxing smiled and bowed. He just finished speaking. A familiar sect master's car appeared from the mountain road and drove slowly. The curtain of the car was lifted. Why are you two little guys late? Qian Bufan coughed lightly and asked casually. You can't expect being too ozy to deal with people. Li Mo smiled. I have reached a critical point in my training temporarily. Elder Qian, please forgive me. I will treat you to hot pot later. Yes. Qian Bufan nodded and smiled. After scanning the auras of the two people, the smile turned into surprise. You two have made such great progress. Good. He saw it clearly. These two little guys are actually not far from the Xianan realm. Although Ying Bing is farther away from the Xianan realm than Li Mo, they practice two kinds of internal breath, but their progress is the same. Qian Bufan retracted his gaze and said seriously, the situation in the Blood Phoenix secret realm this time is complicated and there are many forces. You must follow us closely along the way. Yes, the safety of Xiao Mo and Xiao Binger is the top priority, and what we get from the secret realm is secondary. Shuijing also nodded in agreement. After entering the secret realm, please follow my instructions and don't cause any trouble. Yin Huaqing's voice came in differently. Who is this person and why is he so arrogant? Li Mo couldn't help but look at him, seeing the handsome and gloomy face of the eldest disciple of Jinsho Peak. Elders, we plan to act alone. Even if you use your toes to think, you can tell that this Blood Phoenix secret realm is very important to Bing Tuozi. Bing Tuozi must be a loner. Li Mo plans to invest in the secret realm and will not follow the main force. The two will reunite when the time comes. Therefore, obeying the arrangement is naturally nonsense. Humph! Most of those who enter the secret realm this time are in the Guanshan realm. You two are just internal breath, and you have little experience in the world. Without my protection, you can't move forward. Yin Huaqing's tone is obviously not friendly, but he has to let them be within the range of sight. What's the situation with this senior brother? Is he a domineering president? So crazy? Li Mo frowned and prepared to use the destiny eye to see. You? Ying Bing turned his head slightly. Looking at Yin Huaqing, there was no ripple in his clear eyes. Maybe seeing an ugly dog on the roadside would be more emotional than this. Ignore. This is the biggest mockery. Yin Huaqing reacted strongly. His face turned pale and blue, extremely ugly. He remembered the boy and girl on the cliff, with the same look. Li Mo. Ahem, senior brother. Look at you, you're anxious again. Not really. Speaking of which, Bing Tuozi's mocking aura should only be effective against villains. Could it be that? Qian Bufan and Shuijing looked at each other and saw the silence in each other's eyes. What they meant by paying attention to safety was outside the secret realm. Inside the secret realm. Observing the God realm? Jianghu experience? You probably don't know how the Wujin trial ended. They're all afraid that these two little guys will do this again. I seriously suspect that after Li Mo and Ying Bing leave the main group, they will put on masks and transform into the three evils of Huaishan. Oh my God, don't mention it. Xiao Qin is here too, and the three evils of Huaishan are all here in one go. No organization and no discipline. Yin Huaxian turned around and was about to ask the other two elders to say something. If you want to act alone, then act alone. Qin Bufan coughed lightly. Shuijing also nodded in agreement. I agree. Yin Huaxian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the two to be so willing to follow suit. Humph. Then I wish you two a great victory in your trip to the secret realm. Yin Huaqian was humiliated and left. Looking at his back, Liamo raised his eyebrows, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. The Eye of Destiny is activated. Name, Yin Huaqian. Age, 38. Roots, blood of 100 beasts missing. Realm, observation of the 5 apertures of the god. Destiny, blue-gray. Evaluation, guide of the 100 Beasts Hall, a branch of the summoning demon sect. Blood of 100 beasts is neither righteous nor evil. It is righteous when used righteously and evil when used wickedly. This person has beastly nature in his body. He only strengthens his body but does not train his mind. He has gone astray and committed countless murders. Recent encounters, coveting the inheritance of the host, wanting to kill him as soon as possible, intending to enter the Blood Phoenix secret realm to help Han Jun in order to ask the other party to cleanse his body. You don't know until you see it. Liamo almost rang the bell when he saw it. Is it the summoning demon sect again? All of a sudden, he thought a lot. He thought of the changes in Wang Hu's body and the man in black at the moon-watching cliff. He also thought of the monster under the Shinfeng cave. Is it all him? And Han Jun, isn't that the person Bing Tuozi asked him to pay attention to? If my son is like this, then I... Name, Yin Huaxian. Age, 70. Root, beast blood training. Realm, inner scenery 8th heaven. Destiny, blue with purple. Evaluation, the guardian of the beast hall of the summoning demon sect, who is about to condense the gods of the beasts and transform into the body of a dragon. He has been lurking in the Qingyuan sect for more than 50 years. He is very cunning and has a steady temperament. Recent encounter, intends to complete the summoning demon sect plan as an elder of the Qingyuan sect. Student Li leaned back slightly. What the hell? This is not even a rebellion. He has been a member of the summoning demon sect from the beginning. More than 50 years. Even Shun Yongren has to give you a cup of tea. Watching the other party return to the carriage, Student Li opened his mouth. Well, Yin Huaqian's personality is a bit extreme, but Elder Yin Hua is still good. Seeing Li Mo staring at the father and son, Qin Bufan spoke up. Shui Jing also whispered. His Jinsho Peak provides a lot of materials for the sect. Li Mo. Looking around, he coughed lightly. 2 elders get in the car and talk. Yin Huaqian is easy, but Yin Huaxian has been safe and sound in Qingyuan sect for more than 50 years, so it is hard to guarantee that he has no backup. An inner scene of the 8th level is not something he can handle at the moment. It is safest to let the trusted elders know first. What's the matter? You are so mysterious. Qin Bufan and Shui Jing got in the car. If it were any other treatment, he would definitely not get this treatment if he said he had something to ask the elders. 2 elders, even if you are surprised by what I am going to say next, please do not speak loudly. Liamo looked at the chariot of the sect master. The special material prevented the wall from having ears, and then he spoke. What are you doing again? Shui Jing was puzzled. The convoy has not left Qingyuan's sect yet, and they have to be so cautious about everything in the sect. However, Limo's next sentence made his puzzled expression solidify. Yin Huaqian also has the breath of the summoning demon sect. The carriage was suddenly quiet. They did not expect that Li Mo would be earth-shattering as soon as he opened his mouth. Ying Bing's eyes moved slightly, and he lowered his eyes as if thinking. Shui Jing and Qin Bufan's faces immediately became solemn. This is not a joke. Qin Bufan said seriously. If Yin Huaqian has a problem, what about Yin Huaxian? This is not just a true teaching, but it is related to the elders in charge of the peak. Xiaomo, are you sure? Shui Jing thought that his inner view was much stronger than that of the inner breath realm. But what surprised him was that Li Mo had a precedent. During the sect trial, he had caught Wang Hu, and his personality was not like that of someone who would spit blood because of a little contradiction. I have a way. Maybe it can be proved. But if this is true, Liemo said, looking at the two elders with a probing look, tell me your method first. If it is really feasible, you don't need to worry about the rest. Qin Bufan said, lightly with his hands behind his back. Liemo! Exclamation point. He is so cool. Is Lao Qian really a master? After entering the secret realm, I wonder if there is still Qingyuan for you to jump. Yin Huaqing's pupils changed several times, sometimes like a snake, sometimes like a goshawk, and sometimes like a tiger and leopard. Come in. Yin Huashuan's voice came from the carriage pulled by 6 exotic beasts, which looked like a small palace. He quickly suppressed his murderous intent and boarded the carriage. The carriage was extremely luxurious. The incense burner was filled with a peaceful smell. There were bookshelves in the carriage, as well as various paintings of flying in the clouds or lurking in the abyss. Yin Huaxian, with a white face and no beard, painted expressionlessly. The carriage slowly moved. Yin Huaxian was painting seriously, and Yin Huacheng did not dare to speak first. After half an hour, he slowly picked up the brush. A brand new dragon, the picture was vividly displayed on the paper, but like the others in the carriage, there were no eyes. Dad's painting is getting more and more exquisite. I'm afraid Rui Peak can't find a better painter than you. Yin Huacheng said softly. Do you know why I've been painting dragons for 20 years? Yin Huaxian asked. But before Yin Huacheng could answer, he spoke again. Hunter Beast blood training is just a superior martial art. You only need to integrate hundreds of forms to be successful. Dad, I know. You know shit. Yin Huashuan's expression became more and more indifferent. Integrating hundreds of beasts is to transform into a dragon. Transforming into a dragon is to observe dragons. And transforming into a true dragon. Look at your beastly appearance. Do you deserve it? Yin Huacheng was scolded and turned pale. When I get to Qinghe County, I will ask Master Han to wash your body. You can't touch Ying Bing. This girl was named by Master Han. Get lost. Yes. Yin Huacheng left with a pale face. The breeze blew on his face, and he rode on his horse, with all kinds of thoughts surging in his mind. Can't touch Ying Bing? But his father didn't say that Liemo couldn't be touched. He had hung red flowers in Shiyu Tower, but before Xiao Mitua could pick them, he was killed by Ying Bing, causing him to lose the deposit in vain. Qinghe County was full of people, and it seemed reasonable for Liemo to die in the hands of a killer. The true disciple of Qingyuan's sect died at Shiyu Tower. He exhaled and thought of someone's script. These days, Shaoli has been immersed in boring practice, occasionally drinking tea with Bing Tuozi, practicing swords, and playing hot pot. During the process, he also got a better understanding of Ying Bing's twofold inner breath. Bing Tuozi's physique can have twofold inner breath and condense 2 Xiandan. What about himself? Liemo still has only a preliminary understanding of his physique. If the Xiandan is condensed well, the gap in the future Guanxin realm will be more obvious. So during this period of time, he will also look through other mental methods in his spare time. The Qingyuan sect's convoy had a smooth journey, and the worst car was a 1,000-mile BMW. So after a few days, they had arrived at Dongli Village, 100 miles away from Qinghe County. This place belongs to Fenyulin. After all, they are half the host. Although Fenyulin is not the leader of Xiang Mansion, the owner of the forest has a prominent status. So many people from all sides come here to settle down. Crackle! The drizzle in June hits the pavilions and towers of Dongli Village, making it unclear in the mist and rain. Fenyulin said that he welcomes heroes from all over the world to come and gather. But in fact, Jianghu wanderers without background and ability can't get in at all. But this doesn't stop them from gathering information nearby and joining in the fun. Is that the current chief of Fenyugu? Why does he always like to look down on people? Is there a possibility that he got a stiff neck when he slept last night? Don't talk nonsense. He seems to have recently broken through the realm of Guanxin. How can a strong man in Guanxin realm get a stiff neck? When the Jianghu wanderers were whispering to each other, a team of carriages and horses came from the main road. They looked over. The people from Qingyuan's sect are here. The wandering people in the martial arts world immediately perked up. After all, Qingyuan's sect was the largest sect in Xiang Prefecture. Then a boy and a girl got out of the sect master's car in the front. The girl was as clear as the cold moon, with a breathtaking face. The beauty with a sense of oppression made everyone speechless for a moment, and they didn't know if they'd dare to speak. The boy next to him was kind and gentle, and he looked like a sunny and easygoing person. The two seemed to be talking about something. Such a young disciple is here. He looks no more than 17 or 18. You are ignorant, buddy. That is the current chief of Qingyuan's sect, the master of Tianshuang's sword. It is said that her elder sister of Qingyuan's sect can't survive one move in front of her. She has even killed Guanshan realm. This is too outrageous. I am a foreigner. Don't lie to me. The true disciple of the big sect. Does it only take one move to defeat us? That sounds more reliable. And then what? The gap between the true disciple of Qingyuan's sect and us is the same as the gap between Ying Bing and the true disciple of Qingyuan's sect. What about the boy next to her? He is a brilliant person to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ying Bing. What are they talking about? Are they discussing some advanced martial arts? In the eyes of casual people, they are unfathomable. Every word and action has its own style. But actually, TSK, the watermelons here are still delicious. It's a coincidence that I come back at the right time to eat watermelons. Yeah, put the watermelons in your room tonight. Watermelons should be eaten cold. By the way, have you ever eaten ice cream? Ice cream. I'll come to your room to teach you tonight, Liam said, missing his backyard a little, but unfortunately he couldn't go back for the time being. He wrote a letter to his family to explain the situation and had to ask the people of Dongla's Wang to help send it back. The Qingyuan sect convoy entered the manor. The three elders, Shui Jing, Qin Bufan, and Yin Huaxian, were taken by a high-level official of Fenyalin to discuss matters. When leaving, old Shui also winked at Liemo. It will rain heavily later. Disciple knows. Liemo nodded. After the elders left, the disciples went to the lobby to attend the banquet. The lobby was still quite empty at this time, probably because Qingyuan's sect came earlier. As the chief, Luo Yu greeted guests at the door, and there was a girl beside him, chattering around him. Naturally, it was Luo Yao. Brother, is the Northwest Hammer King here today? How should I know? Then have you asked for information about the Hardbang gang for me? I'm asking, you can join in the fun in the lobby, and I'll tell you when I find out. Luo Yu's head was blown up now. This sister is good in every way, but she has a big mouth and likes to join in the fun. When she heard that Dongla's Wang was full of people, she also followed over clamoring, saying that she wanted to broaden her horizons and meet heroes all over the world. Ha! A laugh came from the side. Luo Yu turned around, and his face was immediately full of annoyance. It was Liemo who came. He was holding a small notebook and a pen at this time. What are you doing here? Luo Yu snorted. Liemo smiled. You still owe me a favor. Luo Yu. Thinking of the 2 strings of candied haws, he turned back silently. Liemo didn't say much and got down to business. He spread out the notebook, which was densely filled with lines of names. All of them were information collected by the Destiny Eye. Of course, at present, they're only people from Qingyuan's sect. He collected a little information about each person and classified them. This is both for investment and to prepare for entering the secret realm. He is also ready to try his luck and see if he can meet that Hanjin. Brother Luo. Not far away, a burly man came over with muscular upper body and thick clothes covering his lower body tightly. Behind him followed his fellow apprentices, all of whom were also strong and bear-like. A muscular brother from the same sect. No need to guess. Must be specialized in sports. Oh no, horizontal training. Name, Tiechi. Age, 27. Root, copper skin and iron bones. Born with supernatural power. Realm, 2 orifices of observation. Destiny, blue. Evaluation, lost both legs in early years, and was appreciated by the leader of Gongdo's sect with perseverance, and is the contemporary senior disciple. Recent encounters. I heard that the blood phoenix is magical and can make the dead reborn and regenerate broken limbs. I hope to try my luck and make up for the body's defects. He is heroic and hates evil. He is called the eldest brother of gang men by outsiders. Liemo. Okay, put aside that inexplicable nickname. This muscle brother is worth investing in, and his evaluation is relatively high among the Blue Destiny. Huh, just now I saw you right here. You know them all? Luo Yao came closer. Her brother had no time to pay attention to her. Another reason is, she always felt that the boy's face was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. I know him. After Li Mo finished speaking, he made a direct prediction. I don't know the Northwest Hammer King. Thank you. I really don't know him. Then, there's no hard gang. Oh, Luo Yao lowered her head sadly. Li Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Why are you so persistent in looking for him? Luo Yao sighed. I said that the Northwest Hammer King is the first genius in the East Wasteland, but they didn't believe me and said I was crazy. How can I bear it? I must find Brother Big Hammer and slap them in the face. She has seen many so-called geniuses. No one can compare to Brother Dachui. It's a pity that no one believes her. Brother Dachui? Looking at the little girl, clenching her fists and turning into a little fangirl. Liamo was wondering if there was any kind of rare treasure in the martial arts world that could make people lose their memories. Please forget me. Student Li hopes that the image he will leave in the eyes of the world is that of a graceful, unrestrained, and elegant swordsman. He has even thought a nickname. By the way, what's your name? The sword energy spans 30,000 miles, and the sword light chills 19 states. You can call me Li, Yujing Sword Immortal, Mo. Li Mo held his head high and spoke with confidence, not blushing at all. The Qi Shao sword trembled slightly, as if it felt a little lost. Perhaps the nickname is a bit long. The little girl was stunned. Li what Mo? Yujing Sword Immortal. What is Li Yujing Mo? Sword Immortal. What Yujing Sword Immortal? So how did you remember the Northwest Hammer King Ying Bing so clearly at once? Li Mo wondered if it was his own problem that his nickname was too long. Suddenly, he heard a haughty and disdainful laugh from the side. Li Mo looked up and saw a handsome man in white clothes and robes. 4 of his facial features were very good, but he had a pair of triangular eyes, which made him look a little mean. In his arms, he held a jade-like long sword, and the sharpness could be felt through the scabbard. He was not alone, and there were elders around him who looked friendly. Name, Bai Jinghong. Age, 24. Root, sword body with light. Realm, 6 apertures of observation. Destiny, blue with purple. Evaluation, Langyazavian Sword City is the 3rd, and at a young age, he has reached the 89th place on the Hidden Dragon list. He is very sharp, arrogant, and eager to win. Recent encounters. I heard that Ying Bing killed the observation god with internal breath, and her swordsmanship is outstanding. I hope to hone myself with her, and hope to find the Blood Phoenix observation god map in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. Both Hengyan Sword City and Bai Jinghong are very famous. As soon as he stepped in, he attracted countless compliments, but he never looked away and even lacked the interest to flatter. Li Mo? Question mark. How come everyone has heard that Ying Bing killed Xiao Mi Ta? Which big mouth is that? Chu. Luo Yu sneezed violently. Hidden Dragon List? This is a relatively unfamiliar term to Li Mo. That's the list of young geniuses in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Luo Yao was a little surprised. Why did this young man's knowledge fluctuate? He knew so many people in the martial arts world, but he didn't know what the Hidden Dragon List was. On the list, there are 100 talented warriors under the age of 30 who are below the inner realm. She paused, as if recalling. In your sect, Yin Huacheng seemed to have been ranked last in the 100th place. Don't you have a good memory? Li Mo realized something and quietly buried his head in his work and decided to change his nickname to something less childish when he had time. Gradually, it was getting dark. He had almost finished recording, but he never waited for Han Jun. The banquet in the hall just started. Only brother Yin Hua is good enough in this Blood Phoenix secret realm. Bai Jinghong is arrogant, but Qingyuan sect is the local snake of Ziyang Prefecture, and Yin Huacheng have been on the Hidden Dragon list, so he reluctantly said something polite. But Yin Huacheng is not a swordsman after all. He is more interested in Ying Bing. I heard that your junior sister is good at swordsmanship. Of course, she is far inferior to young Master Bai. Huacheng lowered his eyes and drank the wine and shouted to the people below. Junior sister Ying Bing, young master Bai also has a mysterious weapon. Why don't you represent our Qingyuan sect and make friends with swords? Well, a typical case of forgetting the pain after the wound heals. Can Ying Bing care about him? Bing Tuozi was dipping his jade fingers in water and drawing something on the table. Well, it was the shape of the ice cream he was going to make in the evening. Making ice cream is also considered cooking, right? Bai Jinghong pulled the corner of his mouth. Brother Yinhua, you don't have much prestige among your fellow disciples. Yin Huacheng couldn't hold back his face and could only reluctantly say, Ying Bing is cold and arrogant, focusing on practice and swordsmanship, and treats everyone the same. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Student Li just came back, took Ying Bing's teacup, and drank 2 gulps. After drinking, Ying Bing seemed to be used to it and naturally added water to him. The shape of your ice cream is too strange. It's not easy to lick. Liu Mo retracted his gaze from the stage and said, I'll come to the banquet later. Go home first. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ying Bing and Liu Mo still have sword practice tonight. She knew that Liu Mo was not going home, but he was waiting for a destined person. The weather was not good, and it rained heavily outside. Liu Mo put the Qishao sword on Ying Bing's side, and then turned and stepped into the wind and rain. Watching the young man leave, Bai Jinghong smiled, holding the wine glass with a playful expression, and looked at Yin Huacheng with a bit of pity. In the air, there were several inaudible slapping sounds. Snap! Excuse me. Yin Huacheng suddenly became indifferent to fame and fortune at this time. He told himself, there was no need to get angry because of a dead person. The elders went to discuss matters, and Liu Mo had not brought his weapons. The village was full of people of all kinds, and people came and went from all corners of the world. Even the weather was so suitable. It was a rainy night with heavy rain. The time, the place, and the people were all right. He apologized, then stepped out of the door, found an empty corner, put on a straw hat and raincoat, and wore black clothes and black robes inside, and even put on a human skin mask. After making all preparations, he also stepped into the rain curtain. Crack! Thunder flashed across the sky, illuminating the vastness of the world, and the green mountains and green waters were pale. The sound of rain was loud, covering Yin Huacheng's breathing and heartbeat. The water drops fell on his few exposed skin, but they could not stick to it at all, as if there was a layer of slippery blocking it. He silently shuttled through the forest beside the official road. When he encountered obstacles, his body would twist like a spirit snake, with quick and strange movements. A pair of vertical pupils stared at the back of the boy in front of him. Far enough. He was about to kill him with one blow. But at this time, the boy in front turned around and looked in his direction. When their eyes crossed, Yin Huacheng's heart jumped suddenly. Too calm. Not only was the boy not frightened, he even seemed relieved. Brother Yinhua, luckily you are easily impatient. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to wait for you today. Liu Mo said softly. Wait for me. Yin Huacheng's body had begun to deform uncontrollably. His neck suddenly rose, scales pierced his skin, and his eyes turned into cold snake pupils. Here, there is no heaven or earth to cry for help. I will kill you, destroy your body, and leave behind a swallow in front of Shiyu Tower. You will die at the hands of Shiyu Tower, and who will know it was me? He didn't know if he was threatening or trying to convince himself. What a coincidence! A hammer of strange shape fell into his palm. Li, rainy night with a hammer, but no sword, Mo. I thought so at first. Die! Yin Huacheng was the first to attack, his body trembling violently, as if there were hundreds of beasts roaring in his body. Liu Mo seemed to hear a hissing. Is it a snake? Or a dragon? It was like the breath of a prehistoric beast, which was purely from the tyrannical body, a terrifying pressure, not some kind of charm. But, crack! Thunder roared. A lightning snake left its figure in the night, and the sky and the earth lost color in an instant. There was a sound very loud. Even a rolling thunder, just now, all can't be covered. Hammer? When that hammer fell, Yin Huacheng wanted to roar, but found that he couldn't make a sound. The rain suddenly solidified, and then was rolled back to the sky, forming a short vacuum. The sixth of the seven stables of the universe, stable turbulence. This hammer, the Xiandan, was broken, the internal energy collapsed, Yin Huacheng had harmed countless people, and the beast body refined to his body seemed to be destroyed. He was smashed into the ground, and his bones were broken. Alas, you hit me so hard. What can I say to you? Qian Bufan walked out from behind the rain curtain, and Xue Jing was with him. Old Xue sighed with a sigh. It's still a breath left. With a stomp of his foot, Yin Huacheng was shaken out. He was so miserable at this time that it was hard to say that he was a human being, because the flesh and blood on his body seemed to have its own consciousness and was biting back at him. Yinhua, why bother? Qian Bufan sighed heavily. Yin Huacheng was like this, and Yin Huaxian couldn't be completely unaware of it. It can only be said that this elder of the Jinshou Peak might be the source of the 100 Beasts' blood refining. At that time on the Wangyue Cliff, Shang Wu was so reckless that he almost bumped into the truth. Xue Jing frowned. Yin Huacheng's body was already on the verge of collapse. Using healing medicine will only aggravate the backlash of flesh and blood. The sect master already knows about this. Xiaomo, just pretend nothing happened. We will deal with Yin Huaxuan's matter. Xue Jing pondered. The summoning demon cult is strange, and there may be some means of transmitting information that they are not aware of. Give him pain. Okay. Bang. Very quickly. Xue Jing and Qian Bufan watched the young man take back the hammer and were silent for a while. It looks very painful. Yin Huacheng did not pass peacefully. You kid didn't intend to let him live from the beginning, right? In Dongli Manor, during the banquet, Bai Jinghong suddenly stood up, and after looking at the old man beside him, he held the sword and said, Everyone, this Blood Phoenix secret realm is extremely dangerous. I, Hengyun Sword City, have compassion in my heart, and I don't want everyone to lose their lives in vain. If you can't take my 3 moves, I don't think it's necessary to enter the secret realm and take risks. He spoke lightly. The content was quite polite, but the tone expressed nothing more than, Everyone here is trash. What level? Come to snatch the opportunity from me. Very arrogant, but he has the capital to be arrogant. A hero in his 20s on the Hidden Dragon list, a genius ranked in the top 100 in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, is a guest of honor for the royal family in the great Yu Imperial City. And he is just arrogant, but not stupid. If Yin Huacheng was there, Bai Jinghong would not have made such a statement. Although he looked down on the other party's talent, he also knew that the other party was not a soft persimmon, and it was still easy for him to take 3 swords. Don't say it. Bai Jinghong's eyes were like swords, sweeping sharply below. Most of them people really dare not look him in the eye. Of course, there are a few exceptions. Tiechi's eyes were burning, and he did not avoid it. Luo Yu frowned. You pretended to be strong. Why should I pretend? Of course. And Bing Tuozi. She was still drawing ice cream. A person came in from the wind and rain. Everyone remembered him. He was the true disciple of Li from Qingyuan's sect. The boy smiled at everyone embarrassedly, politely, and modestly. Anyone who saw him would say that he was a sunny boy and a modest gentleman. Who would have thought that he had just used the power of the world to hammer a Guanchen realm? He sat next to Bing Tuozi and asked in a low voice, What's going on? Everyone is silent. Looking at Bai Jinghong, standing in the hall, the audience was full of discussion. Those who had not reached the God-viewing realm knew what they were doing and would not go up to embarrass themselves. However, the young geniuses with some strength were unwilling to be the first to step forward, hoping that someone could go up and test Bai Jinghong's strength. The atmosphere was dull, and everyone was whispering to each other and shirking responsibility. No genius in the East Wilderness dares to fight me. Then the Blood Phoenix secret realm will belong to my Hengyun Sword City. Bai Jinghong said lightly with his hands behind his back, You are too overbearing. This secret realm is originally ownerless. Why should we follow your rules? The hall was noisy and complaints arose. Bai Jinghong looked around and curled his lips slightly. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the strong are respected. So my rules are the rules. Do you understand? The words echoed, and the excited momentum of the crowd stagnated. The atmosphere was quiet, except, let's eat watermelon first. Don't eat it all. The remaining watermelon is just right for making ice cream. Watermelon flavor? Well, make it into the shape of Patrick. I'll kill a watermelon first, Liamo said, taking out the watermelon he had just picked from the field, and then took out the Qishao sword, gestured back and forth, and then stabbed it in with the sword. He noticed the gazes beside him. It was Luo Yu and Luo Yao, the two siblings. The former looked a little speechless, and the latter stared at the watermelon and couldn't move his eyes away. Do you two want to eat it? Student Li was quite hospitable. Everyone, ? By Jing Hong, ? I'm testing the heroes with swords here, and you're cutting watermelons there. I don't want to save face, right? He was about to speak. Your sword, by Jing Hong, is sharp, and my Gangdaman's halberd is not bad either. Let me try it. Tai Chi slammed the table and stood up. A long halberd was in hand, shining with cold light. Just in time, Bai Jing Hong had to look away. The two fought back and forth, their minds collided, and finally they fought. With the first sword, Tai Chi staggered back. His divine power was no match for the sword. With the second sword, the sword swept across his lower body like a wave, but he did not dodge or avoid. His upper body suddenly separated from his lower body, and he raised the halberd and smashed it down, forcing Bai Jing Hong to defend. Bai Jing Hong obviously did not expect that the opponent, who was already half disabled, had this trick of separate action. He was about to chase him, but Tai Chi smiled and said, 3 moves have passed. Bai Jing Hong, he took back his sword with a dark face. Although Tai Chi took the 3 swords, everyone in the field was shocked. Tai Chi, who was also in the realm of observing the gods and was already very powerful in their eyes, was forced to take shortcuts. The genius of the Hidden Dragon list is too strong. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Student Lee took a bite of watermelon, and it was so delicious that he gasped. Then he passed the watermelon to Ying Bing and Luo Yu. Really, a crowd of watermelons. You? Bai Jinghong narrowed his eyes and was about to speak. I'm here to learn your tricks. Luo Yu took a bite of watermelon and walked forward. This is Fen Yulin's manner. Have you asked him before pretending to be cool in front of his host? He shook his sword. The sword light gathered, and he chanted. The waterfall falls straight down 3,000 feet. It seems like the Milky Way falls from the sky. As soon as the words fell, the sword light swept away like a long river. This is Fen Yulin's unique skill, the poetry sword technique, which can be amplified by the spirit of a scholar. Every poem is a sword technique. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Bai Jing Hong snorted coldly. Although the opponent had just entered the state of Guanshan, he also put away his contemptuous thoughts and drew his sword like a flash of lightning. In an instant, the artistic conception of the poem was completely destroyed. He was about to raise his hand to knock down Luo Yu's sword. Good. Brother Luo is so handsome. The spectatorly applauded. Whether it is strong or not to learn this thing, but the degree of coolness is definitely full. It seems that all the disciples of Fen Yulin are experts in showing off in front of others. Want to learn? The opportunity is fleeting. In just a short while, the artistic conception of the poem was made up by Luo Yu. The result is, Luo, you could only take 2 swords at first, but in the end he really took 3 swords. Your 3 swords are not bad, but you still need to practice. Luo Yu was sweating profusely, but his face was full of pride. He raised his hand to take back the sword that was shot down, and then went back to eat melons, leaving no trace of clouds behind. Congratulations, Brother Luo, you successfully took 3 swords. Liamo smiled and praised. Fen Yulin's disciples also started to make a fuss and flattered him. The heroes present did not like Bai Jing Hong's arrogance, and Luo Yu's better, and he is the owner of this place, so it's right to praise him. So everyone cheered and praised Luo Yu. The advantage of home advantage is reflected here. ? Bai Jing Hong's face twitched and his face flushed. No, you almost didn't take the 3 swords. Why are you still proud? I obviously won, but I feel more uncomfortable than losing. What's the matter? With a cold snort, the invisible and sharp sword intent swept through the hall. Although he has not yet broken through the inner scene, he can already release the sword energy, setting off the whole person like a sharp sword. This is the result of the magic sword in his observation sect, and everyone in the field feels that a sharp blade is hanging over their heads. You come and take my 3 swords. He pointed to Li Mo's table. But this time, Ying Bing just finished a piece of watermelon and raised her head. The girl frowned slightly. Me? Everyone looked at each other. Guanshan Realm named a person in Neishi Realm? This is too much bullying. Ying Bing lowered his eyes for a few seconds and dipped his jade finger in the teacup again. This young master is talking about. Bai Jinghong was about to say something. But before he finished speaking, a drop of water suddenly flew over. It was a surprise that many people had never seen in their lives. Although it was just a drop of water, it carried an unparalleled sword energy. With the blessing of 2 layers of inner breath, it flew in front of him in an instant. Bai Jinghong was horrified, and he mobilized his sword energy like a long river rushing. In terms of quantity, the 2 are rivers and water drops. But it was just a drop of water which penetrated the long river with overwhelming force and went upstream to wipe it out. Pa! The water drop hit the tip of the sword. Instead, the long sword flew out and nailed to the pillar. This time Hall was really quiet. Everyone who saw that sword just now had a feeling that they were dreaming. Such a sword simply did not exist in reality. And Ying Bing did not even draw his sword. Just a drop of tea made the Qianlong ranking Tianjiao defeated. Bai Jinghong stood there in a daze and even forgot to pick up the sword. He doubted his life, and the old man behind him had a strong brilliance in his eyes. If you don't use sword energy, you will lose more slowly. Ying Bing said lightly. Many people in the field did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Ahem, indeed. Liamo nodded and coughed lightly. If he used the realm and moves seriously, Bai Jinghong would not have been defeated in one move. Sword energy is born from will. Brother, why don't you compare anything else? Compare will with the future Phoenix Queen? Isn't that Chun Chun Shui Lao eating Xiandan and go to the toilet? Being Tuozi probably didn't try to show off in front of people, but when she said that, why did she feel a tingling sensation rushing straight to the top of her head? It tasted so right. The next Hidden Dragon list is going to be a different story. TSK, a 16-year-old Hidden Dragon list. Has there ever been such a monster in the Eastern Wasteland? I'm afraid she's not only on the list. Bai Jinghong is 89th, and she didn't even take a single move from him. She's at least in the top 50. If Bai Jinghong didn't use sword energy, she might not lose so badly, but she can't be on par with her even if she uses all her tricks. If the opportunity to enter the Blood Phoenix secret realm falls on her again. After a moment of silence, the crowd was boiling in an instant, and the pot exploded all at once. The geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list are all capable of fighting above their level, but today they were defeated by someone above their level. How cruel must the girl in front of her be? At the age of 16, she is unique in central Shenzhou, not to mention the Eastern Wasteland. Bai Jinghong just said that the geniuses of the East Wasteland dared not fight with him, and the strong men of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were respected, but he lost so miserably. The so-called rules of Hongyun Sword City were naturally thrown aside by everyone. Many people wanted to step forward to meet Ying Bing, but her aura, as clear as the cold moon, was too domineering, and they didn't dare to step forward for a while. The boy next to her is Liamo. He is also the master of Xianbing, and together with Ying Bing, he is called the twin prides of Qingyuan sect. This Qingyuan sect can't have 2 sword-wielding monsters of this level, right? I know, he is Li Das Hanren. The largest charity hall in Xiang Mansion is opened by him, and I heard that he is a very good person. I also know that this Li Zhenchuan is easygoing by nature and even invites outer disciples to Fenghua Tower to play. Wow, this person is easy to get along with. A lot of people actually know our Li Das Hanren. There is no way more and more people have received help from Liamo, and word of mouth spreads. As a result, Xiao Li's reputation is unusually strong. It seems that he is on par with Ying Bing because of his good character. What are they doing? Drawing on the table with tea. Is this a way to make friends? Flowing swordsmanship? That's how Patra draws. Liamo looked at the starfish on the table and drew a square with a hole in it. This is SpongeBob. Ying Bing looked at the boy's serious expression and thought he was so childish. But she nodded gently. Okay, let's do it. Who made me owe him a favor and still haven't paid it back yet? And she didn't believe she couldn't cook delicious food. Kacha. At this moment, there was a sudden thunder outside. A disciple of Fenyalin stumbled in. Something big happened. In Huacheng was killed. In Huacheng dead? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and everyone is shocked. That In Huacheng, among the people who came from Qingyuan's sect this time, has the highest realm. There are not many people who dare to say that they can definitely beat him. Dead. If he is really dead, he died a mile away from the manor, and his body has been carried back. It can be seen from the pale faces of the disciples of Fenyalin. In Huacheng is not only dead, but also died miserably. For a moment, countless people looked in the direction of the people of Qingyuan's sect. However, most people in Qingyuan's sect looked normal, and they were not as angry and excited as expected. It was as if a stranger had died. Still, Liamo said with a serious face, I think there must be something strange about this matter. Let's go and take a look. The wind and rain are the same as before. Tonight will definitely be a sleepless night. In the front hall of Dongli Manor, there was a straw mat with faint traces of blood seeping out. If it wasn't in Huacheng, it would be hard to say that the person who died was a person. How tragic. Who killed him? I don't even know what weapon the other party used, but it shouldn't be a sword. A person with 5 senses of Guanxin didn't even have a chance to call for help. He was killed in one blow. Everyone started to talk, with fear and doubt on their faces. In Huacheng was considered a strong man in the Guanxin realm, but now he was killed in one blow like a chicken. Someone has been sent to inform the elders. Brother Ouyang, what do you think? Brother Tai, what about you? Luo Yu looked at the two people. One of them was the second-ranked disciple of Qingyuan sect and also the chief of Rui Peak. And Tietchi was not only the eldest disciple of Gongdo's sect, but also an experienced ghostwriter. The murderer didn't use his internal energy or his soul. Ouyang was a young man with a sad face, and he shook his head as he looked at In Huacheng's body. Didn't use his soul? Didn't use his internal energy? In other words, In Huacheng was beaten to death by brute force? There were gasps in the field. Killing a person in the Guanxin realm with brute force. Is this something a person can do? Too brutal. The weapon used by the murderer should be a hammer. Moreover, that person only used one move. The person who attacked should be a killer from Shiyu Tower, who practices an extremely domineering body training method. Tai Chi's expression was extremely heavy. He could only see these. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Using a hammer? Killed with one hammer. Shiyu Tower? Everyone looked at each other, and the timid ones swallowed their saliva. The arrogance owned by Jing Hong's face disappeared, and he began to calculate silently in his heart. The more he calculated, the paler his face became. In a different place, his fate should be similar. In Huacheng also practiced a body refining technique, which he knew. In terms of physical strength alone, he was slightly stronger than him. In this small east wilderness, there is such a terrifying existence. It's the Northwest Hammer King. At this time, a young girl spoke in a voice. What the hell? Many eyes looked at Luo Yao, who had just spoken. Yes, it's the Northwest Hammer King. I have seen him take action, and he smashed the night ghost Lu Hung in a mud with one hammer. And from his voice, he is not very old. He should be a big brother. Luo Yao raised his little face with a sense of pride. Luo Yu fell in a deep thought. He used to disdain the existence of a Northwest Hammer King, but now he really doubted it. Everyone was silent and lost in thought. An extremely cruel assassin from Shiyu Tower who liked to smash people to death with a hammer was nearby. According to convention, they should have been excited and said a few polite words and expressed that they would fully assist Qingyuan's sect in arresting the murderer. so as to make the scene beautiful. No one dared. What if the murder didn't go far? In broad daylight, in a clear and bright world, a very angry voice came. Everyone was stunned and looked at the dark moon, strong wind and heavy rain outside. Bold madman, how dare he attack and kill my sect disciples? I, Liamo, cannot coexist with him. The young man smashed the watermelon on the ground after eating it and said righteously. The young talents present were all blushing. They were just afraid and didn't dare to fart. Look at him, how open and above board, how noble and upright, how daring to be the first in the world. I heard that this Li Jinchuan is eager to help others and hate evil, and the rumors are indeed true. Brother Li is open-minded. Brother Li is fine. The whole room cheered. Some people gave thumbs up and applauded enthusiastically. But the cheers soon stopped, because the wind and rain outside seemed to have stopped suddenly. No, it was not that the wind and rain stopped, but all the rain was firmly fixed and could not fall. It was the field of the inner scene strongman. Yin Huaxian walked in expressionlessly, but his aura was like an angry lion. Beside him, there were inner scene strongmen from many forces in Xiang Mansion. Just now, they had searched 100 miles around, not even letting go of a fly, but they didn't find any clues. If the other party didn't grow wings and fly away, there was only one possibility. Come out. I already know you. The voice echoed, deafening, and almost everyone was distracted at this moment, and the panic sound went straight into their hearts. Everyone felt like there was something stuck in their throat, and the secrets in their hearts could not be hidden. Liamo also felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, but he did not feel uneasy at all. That's it. It's far worse than the master. Yin Huaxuan's eyes stayed on Liamo for a moment. He remembered that when he left the sect, Yin Huaqing had a conflict with him, but this boy is good at using swords, and he is only in the inner breath realm. Elder Yin Hua, the murderer, may not be here. Who knows what treacherous means the thieves in Shiyu Tower have to escape. I, Fun Yulin, will help you to track it down with all your strength. The middle-aged man in the Confucian robe spoke, breaking this aura. That person may come for the Blood Phoenix secret realm. Well, he will definitely show up in the secret realm at that time. If my disciples have any news, we will definitely share what we have. The other inner realm masters also spoke. Yaoer, you have seen that man. Come and tell us what his characteristics are. After all, the incident happened in the territory of Fenyulin. They also paid enough attention to the death of a true disciple of Qingyuan's sect. That night, all the elites of the sect went out, and several inner scenes were dispatched, making a big fuss. For a time, Qinghai County was in a state of panic, and even stealing and cheating were stopped. But no matter how big the fuss was, it didn't have much results. Moreover, Qinghai County is not the only one in power now. Although some forces have no roots in Xiang Mansion, they can investigate them thoroughly. This mobilization of troops was destined to be a big thunder and little rain from the beginning. Moreover, the Blood Phoenix secret realm is about to open. By then, there will be more than one true disciple who will die. The next day, Hongfeng Mountain, 50 miles away from Qinghai County. The maple leaves here bloom all year round, and they are blood red all year round. Today, the bright red is even more enchanting, as if it will dye the clouds red. I don't know if it has anything to do with the blood phoenix that fell here. Now the clouds are moving in all directions, and countless warriors from all directions are gathering here. The secret realm is about to open. Dongli Manor, inside the residence. The young man silently opened his eyes, and the flames that almost condensed into a substance slowly subsided. The disciples of Qingyuan's sect who lived nearby all felt the burning breath to varying degrees. However, before they could feel it carefully, the heat dissipated into nothingness, as if it were an illusion. The prototype of the Xiandan. Liamo exhaled lightly. What a pity. At midnight yesterday, the small bottle of the saved golden crow blood was consumed. The effects of other rare treasures were much worse. Otherwise, he would not have stopped halfway through the condensation of the Xiandan. Who in the world has a Xiandan that is as difficult to condense as mine? Liamo sighed. In fact, his progress speed is enough to make most of the inner breath warriors call him abnormal. But we also have to look at his consumption. A drop of golden crow blood is enough for ordinary inner breath to ascend to heaven on the spot. He finished a small bottle, but the Xiandan hadn't come out yet. It would take a long time to break through the realm by his own hard work. I hope the Blood Phoenix secret realm can bring me some surprises. Touching the book in his arms, Li Imo walked out of the room. He stopped when he walked to the next door. He felt a sense of pressure, pure and noble, like a god. Bing Tuozi has made great progress. In the room, the true phoenix feathers hung in front of her chest, flickering slightly, as if they resonated with the divine pattern on the girl's brow, and the two internal breaths entangled endlessly, sweeping all directions. Ying Bing looked more and more sacred and inviolable. Finally, I have regained the true phoenix transformation. Her dark eyebrows stretched, and she put away the feathers. Along the way, she has been comprehending the power of the true phoenix feathers. This is no longer martial arts. It is not an exaggeration to call them magical power. With the protection of the true phoenix feathers, the Xiaohuang Qi and her physique were further enhanced, and they were 20% to 30% stronger than those tempered by the Taiyin force. The several martial arts that she was proud of in her previous life can now be used initially. If there is also the Blood Phoenix essence. In today's central Shenzhou, she is also confident that she is the well-deserved first. There are still 10 days before the next ranking. This time, Ying Bing slowly stood up, and her whole body seemed to be covered with brilliant phoenix feathers, noble and mysterious. The 3,000 black hair moved slightly, and it gave off a hazy brilliance. It gave people the illusion that the ancient true phoenix had descended and turned into a goddess. She would win. The Xiaohuang Qi wrapped the ice cream at the foot of the wall, and she pushed open the door. Did you add special effects? Liamo was almost blinded by the light. Oh my god, how come Bing Tuozi looked like he had added millions of special effects manually after practicing? Liamo didn't recover for a long time. He was thinking, why can Bing Tuozi have both strength and appearance? He can only choose one. Ice cream. Picked up a SpongeBob with her bare hands and put it in his hand. Liamo originally wanted to eat Patrick. He likes to eat watermelon. However, he licked the SpongeBob and found something wrong. Why does this ice cream taste so good? And, after licking it, he felt as if his dantian was filled with sweet rain, boiling and jumping for joy. The Xianan seemed to be a little more solid. What did you make this SpongeBob with? Emperor Lu Jiang. Ying Bing put her black hair behind her ears and gently picked up a Patrick. Liamo was speechless for a moment. Is it delicious? Ying Bing asked. Student Li didn't know what to say. Ying Bing raised her eyes and looked at him seriously. The morning light sprinkled in her pupils, which were scattered with divine light. She was so beautiful that she couldn't look directly at it. She repeated, Is it delicious? Liamo was in a complicated mood. It's delicious, thank you. Yeah. Ying Bing then brought Patrick to her lips and licked it gently twice. How could it be so handsome? She was cold and sacred, with her lips like broken jade, slightly open, and the way she licked the popsicle seriously was quite contrasting. The two of them just didn't say anything, leaning against the corridor to eat popsicles. After a while, a cautious voice came from behind. I said, I might not come at the right time. Old Zhao's mouth twitched, but we really should set off. After a while, the three of them arrived at the gate of Dongla's Wang. Shui Jing distributed some pills to everyone, some for detoxification and some for healing. Yin Huaxian looked much gloomier than before, but he still performed his duties and told everyone about the kinds of strange beasts they might encounter after entering the secret realm. Qian Bufan came forward, talked about some precautions, and gave everyone some encouragement, asking everyone to help each other in the secret realm. Indeed, the Blood Phoenix secret realm is not a kind place. There are not only dangers inherent in the secret realm itself, but also the human heart that needs to be guarded against all the time, and the latter is even more terrifying. After all, in the secret realm, no one cares about your background, and they will kill you if they want to, and even tracing is extremely difficult. Therefore, we can only rely on the disciples to help each other. Limo's yes was particularly loud. After the preparations were done, Qin Bufan summoned a chariot from the Sumeru object and asked everyone to get on. This chariot consumes a lot of energy, but it is very powerful and can also deter some villains. In a moment of 10 minutes, the huge chariot arrived in front of the Red Maple Mountain. At this time, there were many people in the mountains, and it was very lively. Qingyuan's sect was considered to be late. Ying Bing stood with a sword in his arms, attracting countless eyes. Liamo opened his destiny eyes and looked around. Information flowed through his eyes. He was recording, feeling a little strange. There was still no one called Hanjun. The secret realm was about to open, and everyone who should come should have come. If Hanjun wanted to enter the secret realm, he should be here now. But if he didn't enter the secret realm, why did Bing Tuozi ask him to be careful of him? It was very strange. Blood Phoenix secret realm. I hope I can break through the Jade liquid realm this time. Xiao Qin clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Don't mention the Blood Phoenix essence. If you can find a few companion spirit objects, it will be a great opportunity. Qianqing Wuzuan smiled in his heart. Teacher, I will definitely find a Phoenix Blood Spirit Grass for you. Xiao Qin said with a burning look. Phoenix Blood Spirit Grass is the key to the teacher's reunion of his body. If it is replaced by other rare treasures, the effect will be much worse. This kind of spiritual herb is only available in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know how long you will have to wait. It's good to have this intention. Your strength can only be considered as the lower level in the secret realm. Qianqing Wuzun's tone was complicated. He was very eager for the Phoenix Blood spiritual herb, but he was afraid that his apprentice would be in danger. After a moment of silence, he said, If there is a chance, follow Li Xiaoyu. It will be much safer and you may get more. Yes. Xiao Qin nodded fiercely. He is tough, but not stupid. If you have a big thigh, don't hug it. After an incense stick. Boom. It was the sound of the stone door opening, accompanied by the phoenix cry that pierced gold and split stones and echoed for 9 days. The whole mountain seemed to tremble, and a cave like a bird's beak in Hongfeng Mountain was emitting a charming red light at this time. Countless people looked over suddenly, with fanatical expressions on their faces. The secret realm is open. Everyone has the chance to get a chance, rise up and soar, and write their own legend in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Ying Bing's eyes became serious. It's a big project. Student Li moved his body. He had only one thought in his mind. After collecting investment targets for so long, he finally got started today. Of course, the highlight was still Bing Tuozi. To be safe, he opened his destiny eyes again and looked at Ying Bing. After stepping into the glowing portal, in front of me, name, Ying Bing, age 16, root bone, tying moon phoenix body, realm, inner breath, jade, liquid realm, destiny, red, with emperor bone, Xianbing as life, Qiu Shui as spirit, with phoenix heaven appearance. Evaluation. Fate has many disasters, but can always turn misfortune into fortune. At this time, the feathers are not yet full, and when the wind and clouds change, it will surely hang high in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the phoenix will dominate the 6 directions and 8 wastelands. Recent encounter, failed to fight for the Blood Phoenix essence, and will be seriously injured when entering the 3rd level of the secret realm. Standing at the entrance of the secret realm, Limo's pupils trembled slightly. Is there something wrong with the system? In this secret realm, the highest level is the God-viewing realm. Will she fail and be seriously injured? Bing. Not a word was finished yet. The blood-red light at the entrance of the secret realm suddenly surged, engulfing everyone at the entrance. The blood-red light was like bubbles. It took everyone through the endless darkness and sent them to different places. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to be in an ancient battlefield. This world was very vast and vast. The sky was dim as if it had cried, and the wind was shaking as if there were lonely ghosts crying, which was chilling. It seemed that a very tragic battle had taken place here. Before the battle, this place was more like a forest, and now there were only countless black dead branches, silently stretching their claws to the sky. The Blood Phoenix secret realm is not a good place. Liamo felt that the karmic fire in his dantian was stirring. The karmic fire would only react like this to a very evil place, or to a very evil person, under normal circumstances. As long as he didn't take out the hammer, Ying Bing should have no opponent in this secret realm. In other words, he encountered other misfortunes, and this misfortune is most likely related to the secret realm itself. Crack! Liamo stepped down thoughtfully and crushed a piece of animal bone, which was crisp. The vitality of heaven and earth here is much more abundant than outside. Could it be because of that blood phoenix essence? Just thinking so. Suddenly, the sky shook, and the originally dim stars all shone. On the boundless sky, huge words with iron paintings and silver hooks appeared, and everyone could see them. Heaven and earth are unkind, and treat all things as straw dogs. If you want to succeed in martial arts, one person's success will cost thousands of lives. The first level of the secret realm trial, kill. The top 50 are eligible to enter the next level. There are not many words on the sky, but each one carries a fierce, killing intent. What wants to express is quite concise. Hunting exotic beasts and collecting beast cards. Only the top 50 people are eligible to continue exploring the next level. All the people who read the text couldn't help but feel nervous. It said that hunting exotic beasts was allowed, but there was a quota limit. What about the people outside the top 50? Killing an exotic beast can only get one beast card, but it is not necessarily the case for a person. These rules undoubtedly turn this place into a dark forest. Not only do you have to hunt exotic beasts, but you also have to be wary of people's hearts. When entering the secret realm, everyone was separated on purpose to prevent them from forming groups. Crash! The sky changed again. A name appeared on it, but only the top 50 people. Obviously, the person who finally left his name on it would be eligible to enter the next level. Once you are on this list, you will become the target of public criticism. Let's do things first. Liamo took out a small notebook from his arms. He was not in a hurry to hunt the beast cards. The opportunities in the secret realm were dispensable to him, as long as he could enter the next level in the end. Return on investment is the top priority. Liamo thought so. However, contrary to his wishes, he did not walk for long. The bones on the ground suddenly moved without wind and spliced into a complete skeleton of a strange beast, which looked like a bear-like beast. A bloody light emerged from the empty eye sockets, looking at Liamo with a desire for living beings and flesh and blood. The breath is almost the Xiandan realm, and without flesh and blood, it is more difficult to deal with than the ordinary Xiandan realm. If there are more people, it can also threaten the Guanshan realm. Liamo was calculating the strength of the white bone bear. Rumble! The ground trembled, and the opponent had already pounced. Wherever it passed was like a strong wind passing through, and the blue stone passing by was crushed by it. A palm strike brought a thunderous sound, which was terrifying. However, it fell heavily on the ground without hitting anything. The little thing in its eyes had disappeared without a trace. Oomph. You are just a Xiandan realm. You can't eat me. Point one sword. The Qi Shao sword was unsheathed, clanging and trembling. The sword light was like a flying dragon. The fire color swept, illuminating the darkness of dozens of meters. Have you ever seen a sword technique that fell from the sky? Liamo's sword technique is not weak now. Although he does not have a demonic swordsmanship talent, our classmate Li has been between Bing Tuozi and Princess Jiang and has been influenced. It's like doing questions every day. There was a small-town test-taker in the previous life. He can be called the strongest small-town swordsman. Swish! Driven by the fire of karma, the superior sword technique exerted a power that did not belong to it. Crackle! Dozens of sword lights crisscrossed. The figure of the white bone bear suddenly froze, and then exploded with brilliant flames. Liamo fell to the ground holding the Qi Shao sword, expressionless and did not even look back at the explosion. Just silently said in his heart, "My Xiaogang handsome. It's more fun than playing Happy Windman, Li Bai, showing off. I'm just such a little boy who loves to show off." After complaining about himself, Li Mo held the sword in his right hand, touched the hammer under his clothes with his left hand, and walked into the darkness. At the same time, in front of a deep cave, the girl was surrounded by rosy clouds, her black hair dancing lightly, and the water vapor in the air was condensed into crystal pieces, slowly falling. The rosy clouds were driven by her inner breath and slowly flowed in all directions. The blood phoenix essence is indeed not on the first level of the secret realm. I have to go to the next level. Ying Bing opened her eyes. Her clear eyes seemed to shine through the void. She raised the Tianshuang sword, with the jade-colored blade pointing into the cave. The darkness in the cave seemed to prevent even light from entering, and bursts of hissing sounds were heard. Swish, swish, swish. There were countless huge white bone bats, dozens of them. The weak ones exuded the fluctuations of the inner breath jade liquid realm, and the strongest white bone bat had a faint glow, still close to the god of observation. These white bone bats were called night ghosts when they were alive. For a while, there were many ghosts in front of the cave, but the next moment, the dazzling rosy clouds swept away. At this time, the ranking on the sky also changed. A name quickly climbed to the top. Top of the list, Ying Bing, number of hunting beast cards, 27. The voices of surprise and doubt rose one after another in the secret realm. It's only been a short time, and she has already hunted 27 strange beasts. With this speed, could it be that she was lucky and picked up something on the roadside? Note that she didn't rise one by one, but became the top of the list in a flash. In other words, she killed so many white-boned beasts in a short time. Somewhere deep in the Blood Phoenix secret realm, a blood-stained figure stared at the name at the top of the sky. She is here indeed. The young man's obscure and turbid eyes flickered, and a hint of excitement emerged. After thousands of years, I finally waited for such a person. Master Han, in Huaxian, wrapped in a black robe, came over and saluted respectfully. It was the first time he saw the mysterious and profound Master Han showing such an expression. Master Han's status in the summoning demon cult was extremely high, so high that even he still didn't know what the other party's real name was. Master Han's methods could only be described as mysterious and unpredictable. In this Blood Phoenix secret realm, even a 6th-level Dharma body warrior could not break the rules, unless he used a huge external force to directly destroy the secret realm. But Master Han could let him enter and exit the inner scene freely. And Master Han looked to be in his 20s, but his vision and experience made him feel like a frog in a well. In Huaxian had another feeling. Ever since he entered the Blood Phoenix secret realm, he felt a sense of oppression, as if something was stuck in his throat when he stood in front of Master Han. After a moment, the blood-stained young man regained his composure. "How did you do what I asked you to do? There must be a river of blood in this secret realm." "Well, you are a capable person. You have been in Qingyuan's sect for decades. It's hard for you." The blood-stained young man seemed to be in a good mood. "For the prosperity of the divine religion, I am willing to sacrifice my life." In Huaxian did not dare to take credit for it. The young man called Master Han waved his hand and said with a smile, "You will get the benefit." "Yes." In Huaxian bowed again. He saw from the corner of his eye that not far away there was a pale golden corpse, emitting golden light mixed with blood-colored inscriptions. The clothes on his body had long since rotted, but the bones were still smooth and alive, almost lifelike, and the blood-colored inscription seemed to be brighter than the last time he saw it. The first floor of the Blood Phoenix secret realm. In the dry and twisted dense forest, there was a crackling sound of branches being stepped on. Ying Bing is too scary. Tai Chi withdrew his gaze from the sky, squinted his eyes, and stared at the goose bumps on his arms. I always feel that there is something wrong with this. What he observed in the God realm was the 10-sided ambush military doubt diagram of the Gongdo sect, which made him extremely good at group battles, and his perception of killing intent was particularly keen. He always felt that there was some kind of existence secretly spying on him. However, looking around, there was no one here, not even a living thing. What's going on? Tietchi scratched his head. There was no living thing, but he could smell blood. He walked a few steps forward and finally found the source of the blood. A few pieces of broken clothes were hanging on the branches, and the owner of the clothes had long disappeared. Strange. Tietchi was about to get closer. Then he found that the ancient trees in this dry jungle had cracked open a big mouth on their trunks at some point. The branches also began to wriggle wildly. Tree demon. The thought just fell. Woo! A branch, with a shrill sound of wind, sucked the air like a living venomous snake. Snap! Tietchi staggered and his blood surged. He quickly circulated his internal energy, and the halberd became impenetrable in his palm. After fighting with the branches for several moves, break! The internal energy of Tietchi's halberd condensed into a strong energy, and a figure of a general in armor and sharp weapons vaguely appeared behind him. With one shot, the tree monster was pierced. However, Tietchi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but his face suddenly became ugly. Crunching, the whole forest came alive, and the shadows of the trees danced wildly, like a hibernating poisonous snake awakened, covering the sky and the sun. Trouble. Tietchi was in a hard fight. Each of the tree monsters here was in the inner breath realm, but there were too many of them, and their bodies were as strong as his body after horizontal training, and they were very difficult to deal with. Even if the shadow of the general appeared behind him, the speed of his waving the halberd was getting slower and slower. Half a minute later, I can't delay any longer, or I'll be exhausted by the time I get out. Tai Chi made a quick decision and slapped his thigh. His upper body suddenly shot out, trying to fly out from here. However, the branches suddenly wove a dense net in the air, covering him in midair. It was a tree demon king. Its aura was even stronger than his. Is my exploration of the Blood Phoenix secret realm over here? Tai Chi was full of bitterness. The fatigue of the body, the fatigue and physical pain made him see the past scenes in a trance. A layman may be able to practice martial arts. What about a person without legs? He needs to do his best to do things that ordinary people can do easily, even going to the toilet. Compared with other brothers and sisters, he is just a cripple. All he can do is to work harder than ordinary people. When others run, he supports himself with his hands, goes down the mountain, and climbs back little by little. At first, it took him several days to complete a round trip. When he was hungry, he ate the cake tied around his neck, and when he was thirsty, he drank dew. Later, he successfully opened his meridians with half of his meridians, and his master specially made a pair of mechanical legs for him. After he stood up, all the ridicule, despair, and confusion in the past were left behind by him. But those were not his legs after all. His body was still only half. Now, in the Blood Phoenix secret realm, there might be a kind of earth-melting fruit that can make up for the defects in his body. The distance between them seems to be beyond the ability of perseverance to make up. The tip of the branch that was pulled from his head was extremely sharp, and it rapidly enlarged in his pupils. It was a tree demon king. This ending, could it be? Am I not working hard enough? There was no resentment in Tietchi's calm heart, only confusion. Snap! The sound of a branch being cut came. Tietchi opened his eyes blankly. I saw that the tree demon in front of him had been ignited by the fire, struggling and twisting in pain. Tietchi also tried to set fire to it, but even with kerosene, he couldn't light the tree demon at all. Who? He just looked up. A figure had grabbed the long sword, and with a light touch of his index finger on it, the whole sword was on fire. Behind the boy, a scorching sun seemed to appear. Sun wields sword cannon. Die! Between a breath, countless sparks emanated from the sun halo, sweeping down following the guidance of the long sword. Chi, chi, chi. The bursting rain of fire penetrated the body of the tree demon king. After a sound that made people's teeth ache, the tree demon king fell down with a bang. The other tree demons were all silent and did not dare to approach at all. Brotherly, looking at the boy who looked like a god, Tai Chi was stunned. Fortunately, I caught up, Liamo put away his sword and turned back, grinning. The two drank last night, so they were of the same mind. In short, they can brag together. Brotherly, you should leave quickly. I'm here. The hope that Tai Chi had just risen in his heart was shattered again. The sword technique with such great power just now must be a unique skill. Liamo was only in the inner breath jade liquid realm, and the Xiandan had not yet condensed. Being able to use such a sword technique to kill an enemy above his level is already exaggerated, and he must be unable to recover for a while. He is definitely not unable to escape, but he hopes that this young man who has met him once. Huh, you want to do it yourself? Good. Liamo did not expect that the other party's perseverance was so amazing, and he still wanted to fight even in this situation. After thinking about it, he took out something. Open your mouth. Tai Chi just opened his mouth and didn't have time to speak. He felt something go down his throat. Brotherly, why do you put strange things in someone's mouth when he opened it? I didn't brag yesterday. Liamo smiled. Tai Chi was stunned. After eating the thing given by Brotherly, why do I feel? My lower body is itchy? A reminder sound also rang in Liamo's ears. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Tai Chi, helped to make up for his disability and save his life. Investment feedback, Bloody Battle Soul Talisman. Bloody Battle Soul Talisman, a disposable item that can be used to add the ancient battle soul to the body, increase the combat power, and become more courageous with each battle. The duration is 15 minutes. It doesn't work. It's a pity that there is only one. It's really good to use this thing as a trump card. Besides, there is no telling what changes will happen in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. With this thing, I feel more confident. My legs. Tiechi's legs itched, as if thousands of ants were biting him. However, he did not feel any pain, but stared blankly, fearing that this was an illusion. Bones grew out of his empty legs, and meridians and flesh quickly grew out of the bones. All this seemed like a dream, but the pain reminded him clearly that this was real. Tiechi suddenly remembered what he drank with the young man last night. The other party said that there was a way to cure him and let him walk. He thought that the young man was not good at drinking and took on too much responsibility after drinking too much. But you didn't say anything. Lao Tai is a ruthless person. Liamo silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Brotherly, this is... Tiechi's throat was dry. Rongdi Bushun Dan. Liamo answered casually. These few short words caused a storm in Tiechi's heart. He was determined to restore his disabled body, so he naturally knew that this Rongdi Bushun Dan was a pill made by adding many rare treasures to the Rongshan grass. In fact, even if he found the Rongshan grass, he didn't know how long it would take to save enough money to pay for other rare treasures and the expenses of hiring a pill master. The effect was so good, and the number of patterns on the pill was not low. And the pill was just swallowed by him in a dramatic way without his knowledge. Brotherly, I don't know how to repay such a precious pill. Old Tai, you don't look like such a hypocritical person. Liamo waved his hand and teased. You didn't look like this after drinking last night. The two didn't spend much time together, but he felt that Old Tai was open-minded and generous, and was worth making friends with. Besides, Liamo didn't suffer any loss and made a lot of money. Tai Chi stood up, his mouth twitching, his tiger eyes filled with tears. Thank you for your kindness. If anything happens to Brotherly in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. It doesn't matter. Let's deal with the troubles in front of us first. Liamo pointed to a place not far away. After the fire burned the tree Demon King to ashes, the dark mass of tree demons began to stir again. I don't know if it was because of their low intelligence or because they thought the fire just now would not appear again. Yeah, Tai Chi nodded vigorously and wiped away the tears that fell for the first time in his life. Brotherly, can you move? Yeah? No, I'm not that weak. I don't need to hide aside. No, you stepped on my halberd handle. Okay. In fact, the two did not fight side by side in the end. Tiechi rushed forward alone with a halberd in his hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction from breaking through and then standing up, clearing away the grievances in his chest and seeing the light. After being a cripple for so many years, he should vent his anger. Li Mo watched quietly beside him, letting him charge into the group of tree monsters. There was an unexpected surprise in the end. Tietchi broke through into battle. As for the beast cards that the tree monsters dropped, Tietchi also stuffed them all into Li Mo's hands. He had already achieved the purpose of this trip, and even greatly exceeded expectations, so naturally there was no reason to be at the top. Being too ozy killed too fast. Li Mo looked up at the sky and said with a sigh, "The ranking on the sky curtain has changed a lot." He killed white bone monsters along the way, plus Tietchi's gift, a total of 70 beast cards, and now he has risen to second place. Being too ozy, 118, far ahead. That's more than 100 pigs. It will take a while. If he takes out a hammer, Shaoli may not be slower than this. But there is no need. The first 50 is enough. Brotherly, where are you going next? Tietchi looked like he was following the leader. Wait a minute. Li Mo took out his notebook again. He ticked Tietchi's name on it, then looked at the next place he needed to go and quickly planned the route. His investment route focuses on the main target and then helps the secondary target in the middle. Bad guys? He helps bad guys too, and he should invest when he should. But there's a saying that goes, help people to the end, send the Buddha to the West. Isn't it easy for those who are extremely vicious to become Buddhas? After Shao, Li has taken advantage of them. He will send them to the West with a warm heart. The two of them walked along the way. I regret it. This place is too dangerous. Will my falling leaf palm die here today? Monster, look at my sword. Monster, eat my halberd. Are you? Li Jinchuan, Brother Tai. A man was surrounded by a group of white bone snakes. Two people descended from the sky and rescued him. Yao Beiqing, you are still known as the White Horse Swordsman, but you actually attacked your friend and robbed the beast card. In the secret realm, who would know that it was me? I am still the hero. I misjudged you. To be honest, I have been eyeing your wife for a long time. I will take care of her as a close friend. I will marry your wife immediately and beat your baby. He. Two people descended from the sky. Hypocrite eats me. Wait, don't be in a hurry. Li Mo gave the healing pill to the man who just laughed and attacked his friend, and he also helped the evil thief heal his wounds. Just after the healing, he sent the other party to the west with another sword. Tietchi and the man who was rescued were dumbfounded. Are you a living bodhisattva or a living king of hell? I don't really understand. Anyway, this is too inhumane. The above are just two clips. In fact, Li Mo took Tietchi and transformed into the judge of the secret realm, doing chivalrous things and doing much more than that. Of course, there are still a few evil people who must be killed. There are not so many black and white people in the world. Most of the people who survived the disaster no longer have the intention to continue to venture into the secret realm. After all, people only know a truth after experiencing life and death. Living is more important than anything else. And the danger of this secret realm is far beyond their imagination. Many people who listened to the advice went to a safe place to hide according to the guidance of Shaoli. Well, it is the tree demon forest where there are no tree demons anymore. After meeting each other, it is inevitable to be surprised. You were saved by Li Xiaoxia. You too. What a coincidence, I was saved too. So, everyone here has received the life-saving grace of Li Xiaoxia. He not only saved my life, but also saw that I was a eunuch and gave me a black tiger aphrodisiac pill. He is like my second parents. Oh, this. Yes. If it weren't for Li Xiaoxia, my son would have changed his surname. The rescued people looked at each other in silence, with only emotion in their hearts. Li Xiaoxia is really, I cry to death. He is such a noble man. No, it can no longer be described as noble. He is the embodiment of justice. Some people have already discussed that after they get out, they will build a shrine and a temple for Li Xiaoxia. It's not that the Buddha can't afford it, but it's more cost-effective to worship Li Xiaoxia. Yes, he really helps when there is something. He really helps when there is something to do. If someone opposes Li Xiaoxia in the future, I will not coexist with him. If a bad person opposes Li Xiaoxia, it means that person is full of evil, and Li Xiaoxia kills him well. If a good person opposes Li Xiaoxia, it means that person is a hypocrite who is two-faced. Li Xiaoxia kills him well. As more and more people are rescued, the rhythm seems to become a little strange. This is not the point. The important thing is that the atmosphere of the entire secret realm has become harmonious and friendly. On the other side, deep in the secret realm, dressed in blood-stained clothes, always holding a pearl of wisdom, an unfathomable Master Han fell into deep thought. According to his expectations, the secret realm should be bloody now. But why are there only so few deaths? Master Han raised his eyebrows. He looked far away with deep eyes, and saw that the words recording the rankings on the sky in the distance had changed at some point. First, Li Imo, 577 beast cards. Second, Ying Bing, 240 beast cards. Third, Bai Jinghong, 77 beast cards. Master Han. To be honest, even with his thousands of years of experience, it was shocking enough that Ying Bing could do this. Facing the same realm, or even beyond his realm, he could kill more than 200 beasts in an hour. On average, 2 per minute. Of course, the actual situation cannot be calculated based on this number. The powerful white-bone beasts will have more beast cards on their bodies. But no matter what, Ying Bing's performance can only be described as invincible. But what the hell is the first place? More than 500? Even if the white-bone beasts stood still and let people kill them, they couldn't be killed so quickly, right? The blood-robed young man frowned. He clearly remembered. At the Nine Peaks martial arts competition, although Li Mo was placed in the East Wilderness, he could be considered a genius, but he was still far behind the amazing genius like Ying Bing. Could it be that there was something wrong with the secret realm? Did this person find some tricks? Master Han, do you want me to go to the secret realm to capture him? Yin Huaxian asked softly. Let it go, don't worry about him. The blood-robed young man's brows relaxed again. As long as Ying Bing can come here, it will be fine. Li Mo is also a rare talent. Now is the time to use people. If he is a good bird that knows how to choose a good tree to live in, it will be a good thing. Being able to take tricks is also a kind of strength. Besides, this person is one of the few people in the East Wilderness that he can take a look at. This boy is Shang Wu's apprentice. I'm afraid he is wild and stubborn. As soon as Yin Huaxian said this, the blood-clothed young man turned around and glanced at him vaguely. Isn't it better to be Shang Wu's apprentice? Yin Huaxian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It is his blessing to be loyal to Master Han. But if this person is ignorant, the blood-clothed young man said lightly, if he is not used by me, then his only value is to become the nourishment of the Blood Phoenix essence. The first level of the Blood Phoenix secret realm. The huge pool of water has already frozen into ice in many places. A huge, strange fish waved its white bone tail, shaking out waves of black ripples in the pool, blocking the all-pervasive rays of light. However, the cold power of the Tyene still compressed the space it had to move around in smaller and smaller. The pool became colder and colder, so cold that it seemed as if even time had frozen. Suddenly, swish, a round of clear light floated, carrying a snow-colored long sword. The white-boned giant fish struggled as hard as it could, but found that its great strength seemed to have disappeared, and it had no way to exert it. The snow-colored long sword passed through the void. The waves of black water were pierced through. Snap! The long sword pierced through its eyebrows. The power of the Tyene spread out, and everything it passed through turned into solid ice. Soon, the white-boned giant fish was frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. A string of dominoes fell into the girl's hands and was put into the bag on her waist. After doing all this, Ying Bing raised his head, with some confusion in his eyes. First, she hadn't seen Hanjin so far. Could it be that her memory was wrong? Or that person didn't get the Blood Phoenix essence from here? And Li Mo, how could he so fast? The first 50 can enter the next level. There's no difference. He lowered his eyes for a moment. Ying Bing's mind moved slightly. The beautiful phoenix energy seemed to have life, forming 4 wings behind her, which spread slightly, and ripples of light passed by. Whoosh! The phoenix wings spread out, carrying her figure away on the wind. On the other side, there were countless spider webs in this cave. The spider webs seemed light and slender, but in fact, a warrior in the inner breath realm could not move if he fell into them. A white jade spider, several feet long, was lying on the spider web and hissing. Hung Yun sword chi. Hundreds of sword shadows condensed, and then suddenly merged into one. Chi, chi, chi. The white jade spider was covered with wounds and was quickly wiped out by the sword energy. If I had used this move at the beginning last time, I would never have lost. Bai Jinghong's chest rose and fell. Last time, it was a competition, and he didn't use his real means. He was just caught off guard, and he didn't have any showing his true strength. After collecting the beast card, he walked out of the cave. However, as soon as he looked up, Bai Jinghong's expression froze. At the same time, in front of a waterfall, water splashed. Behind the waterfall was a dark stone wall. If you look closely, you could see a small hole dug in it. In the cave, there was a blood jade grass, which exuded a slight, strange fragrance. It fluttered in the wind like a phoenix flying. Rare treasures are naturally not ownerless. A dozen white-bone monkeys were wandering in front of the pool. Compared with ordinary white-bone beasts, they seemed more spiritual, and each of them had an extremely strong breath. The weakest peak of the 8th grade was equivalent to the inner breath Xianan realm. The strongest was the middle stage of the 7th grade. It was equivalent to the 5 orifices of the god. 2 figures, one big and one small, were poking their heads out of the bushes next to them. It was Xiaoqin and Tang Xiaobao. At this time, they were all covered with thick black mud, which was mixed with the bone powder of the strange beasts. This method was used to isolate the detection of the white-boned strange beasts. Brother Xiaobao, you are really amazing. It is really the Phoenix blood spirit grass. Xiaoqin lowered his voice and said in surprise. He left secret codes that only the disciples of Qingyuan's sect could understand along the way. This was also what Elder Qian had told everyone when entering the secret realm. As expected, he met Brother Xiaobao. Brother Xiaobao seemed to have a unique way to find rare treasures. Hee, that's not right. Tang Xiaobao snorted lightly and was about to jump out. Brother Xiaobao, what are you doing? Of course I'm going to get the grass. Don't you want the grass? Xiaoqin looked at Tang Xiaobao's small body, and then looked at the dozen tall and fierce white-bone apes not far away. Brother, I know you are very powerful, but we should take a long-term view. Just these dozen white-bone monkeys are not something they can deal with. Even with the help of the teacher, it will cost a lot. Moreover, even if the spiritual herbs are picked, who knows if there will be someone who will take advantage of them. Old Xiao, Brother Xiaobao, what are you two whispering about? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. 2 figures walked over in the dense forest. The boy's clothes were spotless, and he didn't look like he had experienced any life-threatening trials. Instead, he looked like he was out for an outing. Behind him followed a man who looked like a bodyguard. Li Mo threw the watermelon peel on the ground and asked in confusion. Old Xiao, Brother Xiaobao, what are you doing? Junior Brother Li, this secret realm is full of dangers, so I resorted to this last resort. Xiaoqin couldn't help but smile bitterly. This method was taught to him by his teacher. It's better to be turned into a mud monkey than to be discovered by the powerful white-bone beast. What's wrong with Junior Brother Li? It seems that he didn't do anything, but he got so many beast cards. Junior Brother Li, you came at the right time. We were just planning to pick the Phoenix blood spirit grass. Tang Xiaobao was confident. Here comes his trump card. Using the combination technique with Junior Brother Li, the white-bone ape with the strongest aura is no longer a concern. Li Mo looked around and saw the red spiritual grass hidden behind the waterfall. He passed by the pile of white-bone apes in front of the waterfall and stopped at the largest one. Mid-7th grade, much stronger than the Tree Demon King, and will not be restrained by the karmic fire. Leave the mid-7th grade white-bone ape to me. As soon as the words fell, the Qi Shao on Li Mo's waist suddenly left his body, turned into a fire-colored streak, and slashed towards the white-bone ape king. Tai Chi followed closely behind. They also encountered strange beasts blocking the way on the way, so there's no need to say more. Junior Brother Li is still so helpful. The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger now. Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. Fight the enemy seriously. The old voice of Qinsheng Wuzuan sounded in his ears. With the support of Phoenix Blood Spirit Grass, I can teach you a complete divine skill. The Guanshan realm is the time for you to shine. Yes. While Xiao Qin was talking, his figure had already gone forward and faced an 8th grade late-stage white bone ape. The battle was about to start. Use the sword first. Liu Mo had no external thoughts at this time. Any martial arts cannot be learned behind closed doors. To truly turn it into your own thing, you need to experience actual combat continuously. He found that after actual combat, it would cost less to use martial arts insights to deduce. Kendo has always been the biggest part of his investment in martial arts insights. But there is no way this is also his biggest source of martial arts insights. He can only think of ways to increase profits. Jufeng, Li Mo's sword tip shook, and countless sword intentions condensed on Qi Xiao. The momentum was so great that it enveloped the entire space in front of him. He used a superior sword technique to perfection. Roar! The white-boned giant ape noticed that a little thing was provoking it, and it immediately became angry in a human way, slapping the bones on its chest with force. It raised its elbow to fight back, and smashed the sword intent into a giant sword. This white-boned giant ape in the middle stage of the 7th rank was very intelligent. Although it could not use martial arts like a warrior, it could use something similar to fighting skills and knew how to use tools. For a while, Xiaoli moved swiftly and used various sword techniques to fight the giant ape. The battle on Lao Zhao's side was much simpler, mainly because he had Tiechi, a helper who had 2 orifices in the realm of observation. Each halberd not only had terrifying divine power, but also carried the life and death momentum of the battlefield. Half an hour later, Li Mo finally put all the superior sword techniques he had practiced to perfection into practice. Looking at Xiao Qin and the others, they were almost there. It is still very difficult to defeat an enemy who has surpassed a great realm in a short time by relying solely on sword techniques. It is also difficult to kill him even with the Sun Wheel sword cannon. Li Mo stood still and stopped. Although the giant ape looked miserable at first glance, with scars all over his body, he was actually not injured in the vital parts. On the contrary, he was annoyed by Li Mo's constant fighting and became more and more violent. Roar! The white-boned giant ape saw that the little bug was not moving, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of its mouth. This little bug must be afraid of its power when it dared to fight it head-on. Can't run now. Boom! He picked up a large blue stone and smashed it on Li Mo's head. Almost there, under the strong wind pressure, Li Mo's robe, not only did he not raise his sword to fight back, but he also put away Qi Xiao. His left hand drooped slightly, and his whole body collapsed into a bow, all his strength gathered. Ding Quang Long. This was a hammer that killed Yin Huacheng in seconds. Qi Ding Qian Kuan is a unique skill, and Shaoli, when he used it, he reached the state of perfection. The air was condensed and sticky, as if a storm was coming, and it was so heavy that people couldn't breathe. The boy's sleeve hit him. No, it wasn't the sleeve. It was the hammer in the sleeve. The giant ape stopped the attack and raised his arm to block it. Boom! The unstoppable hammer broke the 2 white bone arms with a crushing force. It's pretty hard. Li Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. The body of the strange beast is indeed much stronger than the human body, and he didn't use the power of the world or the magic weapon. The star pestle is a small hammer, and the small hammer is 40. The meteorite hammer is a big hammer, and the big hammer is 80. If one hammer can't solve it, then 2 hammers Li Xiaoxia. 40. Bang! The hammer, hidden in the sleeve, fell again. The white-boned giant ape stood at attention. The head suddenly exploded, and even the force penetrated its entire body and spread to the ground, leaving several cracks on the ground. A warrior in the Guanshan realm may have a weak body, but he has divine power. 2 hits with the small hammer should be enough. Li Mo touched his chin and put the star pestle back into the system space. He lowered his head and picked up the beast card on the ground. Well, this thing is actually useless to him now. Xiao Qin and Tai Chi fell into silence, as they looked at the traces of Li Mo's battle. No, brotherly, couldn't you have used this trick earlier? Or was that just now? Didn't you see it clearly? It can't be that you really hit it with your sleeve, right? Li Mo also found it. The water pool waterfall here used to have a pretty good scenery, but now it is a mess. Wait, Li Mo suddenly remembered that he hadn't picked the Phoenix blood spirit grass yet. The waterfall was hit like this. Is the spirit grass okay? Without that thing, investment can't be done. Li Mo quickly landed in front of the gravel on the waterfall and started searching. Junior brother Li, what are you looking for? Grass. A kind of plant. Oh, I picked a long time ago. Tang Xiaobao raised his little hand. It was the blood-colored spiritual grass, he smiled. When you were fighting, I went to steal the spiritual grass a long time ago. Well done, senior brother Xiaobao. Li Mo gave him a thumbs up. No one can say you were stupid in the future. That's right. Tang Xiaobao raised his head happily. At this moment, the handwriting on the sky changed. The first level of the trial is over. Those who pass the trial gather according to the instructions. Buzz. In the distance, a beam of light lit up. Is the trial over? Li Mo looked up at the sky. Yes. Bing Tuozi did catch up with him a lot later. But there was nothing he could do. He was too far ahead. After collecting the beast card of the white bone giant ape, he just happened to have a little more than Ying Bing. Let's go. Let's all go together. Li Mo took the Phoenix blood spirit grass and looked at it. Then he stuffed it into Lao Zhao's arms. Ah! Xiao Qin held the spirit grass and felt the vigorous vitality in it. This is why he risked his life to enter the secret realm. It is also a rare treasure for the teacher to reshape his body in the future, which is extremely precious. If it is left outside, many people will fight for it. Even brothers will fight against each other, and husbands and wives will turn against each other. I can't. Collect. Li Mo gathered his 5 fingers together and made a gesture that did not require much explanation. But this spiritual herb, if it weren't for junior brother Li, it would never have come into my hands. Xiao Qin was in a complicated mood, showing a smile that was uglier than crying. I haven't repaid junior brother Li for the favor I owed him before. Now I owe him a new one. He really didn't know how to repay. At this moment, Lao Xiao felt that it would be better if he was a girl, and he could still pledge his love to her. Take it. Too many lice don't itch, and too many debts don't worry. It's useless for me to take this thing, Li Mo said with a smile. Alas. Xiao Qin put away the Phoenix blood spirit herb, his face full of shame. He asked softly in his heart, Teacher, can I practice your magic skill with junior brother Li? He didn't have the ability to repay in a short period of time. If it suits him, of course. But you also have to remind him that he must not leak it. Qinxing Wu Zun hesitated for a few seconds and finally sighed and agreed. Whether it is the Shenin, soul-nourishing wood, or the Phoenix blood spirit grass, the one who really benefits is him. However, it is too early to say this now. The conditions for practicing martial arts are very harsh, and it is not enough to have good talent. Even Ying Bing may not be able to practice it. After collecting the spiritual grass, Xiao Qin shook his head again and said, I will not follow brother Li to the next level. The next level of trial is probably more dangerous. Not only can I not help brother Li there, but I will also hinder you. Besides, I've already got what I want most. Xiao Qin arched his hands. Li Mo pondered for a moment, nodded, and gave up the idea of giving him some beast cards. Then you can go to the Tree Demon Forest and go out with everyone. Everyone. Well, you go. Although he didn't know who everyone in the Tree Demon Forest referred to. Anyway, Lao Xiao trusted Li Mo unconditionally and nodded immediately. What about you, senior brother Xiaobao? Li Mo turned around and asked again. Master said that I should go forward and backward with you, so of course I will follow you. Tang Xiaobao, who looked like a mud monkey, smiled with a row of white milk teeth. Collecting the animal cards of these white bone apes just allowed him to squeeze into the top 50. Finally, Xiao Qin followed the direction given by Li Mo and went to the Tree Demon Forest. And Li Mo and the other 2 set off in the direction indicated by the light column. At the same time, a pleasant reminder rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in a plant of Shaoqin Phoenix Blood Spirit Grass. Investment feedback. Mist Flower Immortality Spring. Mist Flower Immortality Spring. After being put into use, a hot spring with a length and width of 10 meters can be generated, which will always remain clean and has a strong effect in relieving fatigue. Any medicine dripped into it can be fully absorbed by the body, and it also has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Hot spring. This list of effects looks quite long, but it seems to be quite general. To absorb natural treasures, he went to the dragon and tiger furnace to refine it, which is not much better than taking a bath. To relieve fatigue, he hasn't practiced much recently. Beauty and skincare are even more nonsense. I'm so handsome, do I need beauty? It can only be placed in Qiushui Pavilion as a thing of enjoyment. Liamo curled his lips. In front of the open space emitting white light, more than 40 people rushed here. The strongest white-boned beast in the secret realm is the Guanshan realm, and the restriction to enter is also the Guanshan realm. To be able to kill one or more opponents of the same realm, that is, a genius with extraordinary combat power. Either the martial arts used are powerful, or they have magic weapons, or they have strange treasures. Most of the people were dusty and embarrassed. Almost no one was without injuries, and almost no one was in the inner breath realm. Why say almost? Ying Bing stood in the corner, still wearing the same fish-tooth brocade skirt with dark cloud gauze underneath. Standing alone with a sword in hand, she looked so pure and unattainable. I could only watch when looking at the ranking above. A trace of doubt will appear in the beautiful eyes. Okay, it's not just Ying Bing who is confused. Everyone looked at the final ranking, and they were all petrified. They were no longer shocked, but just felt outrageous. Outrageous. Fucking outrageous. Outrageous. The first and second are two people in the inner breath realm. That little girl took more than 300 beast cards? How did she do it? Ying Bing, I saw her take action. I can't fight her even if I die. She can only be described as terrifying. Okay, what about Liamo? There must be something wrong with this secret realm. I don't accept it. Rematch. It's understandable that everyone can't accept it. The inner breath realm monster can fight across levels and is stronger than the God-observing realm, so they can tolerate it. But more than 600 beast cards. Are you here to purchase goods? When everyone was in doubt, is that Liamo? Someone shouted. For a moment, countless eyes focused on him. Junior brother Li, how did you do this? The senior brother of Rui Peak, Ouyang, was also there. He was not familiar with Liamo, but he was really curious. What? Liamo followed his gaze and said frankly, just do good things and don't ask about the future. After I saved others, they gave me their beast cards. In other words, a considerable number of people who failed to enter the top 50 gave their beast cards to classmate Li. Everyone looked confused. It is said that good people are treacherous, calculating and harming each other, and fighting to the death by any means. Are you here to accumulate merits? The key point, this special thing also works. It seems that it is indeed a trick. Bai Jinghong was relieved. When he passed by, he watched Li Imo fight with the giant ape for a while. It's pretty impressive, but he can do it when he's in the inner breath realm, which is strong within the scope of cognition. I wonder what the next test is. Speaking of which, this is a secret realm. Why is it like a sect recruiting disciples with so many tests? Li Imo walked to Ying Bing's side, looking at the light column that shot straight into the sky, and muttered. Maybe it was arranged before the blood phoenix fell. Ying Bing's eyes were calm. Anyway, she was sure that the blood phoenix essence was here, which was enough. While she was thinking, Li Mo's eyes swept across her face, and he couldn't help but think of the feedback he had just received. Hot spring. If the ice ball soaks in it, the mist flower fountain of youth will not freeze, right? Ying Bing. Have you ever soaked in a hot spring? Question mark. Ying Bing's clear eyes shook for a moment. At this moment, Ying Bing was a little absent-minded. Some memories that she had swept into a corner and didn't want to think about once again emerged from the depths of her mind uncontrollably. What if the ranking this time is the same as last time? Soaking in a hot spring and wearing that kind of clothes, Ying Bing had a blank expression on her face. Her green jade fingers curled up, and she clenched Tian Shuang. Oi Bing Tuozi? Liamo waved his 5 fingers in front of her. Ying Bing raised her eyes and said seriously, I haven't soaked in it, and I won't do it in the future. Shaoli scratched the little question marks on his head. Why did Bing Tuozi suddenly change his style? Weird, huh? Ying Bing let out a breath and raised her eyes to look into the depths of the secret realm. The breath of the blood phoenix essence was getting closer and closer. Those scenes in her mind will never happen. Boom! The white light that shot up into the sky dissipated, leaving only a door in place. Through it, one can vaguely see bronze stairs, which do not seem to be the product of this era. And on the stairs, there are 4 palaces. Each palace is simple and magnificent, different from the exquisiteness of the Dayu era. The shape is rough and majestic, which makes people feel awe. All the palaces are suspended in the air. This should be the structure of the Shang dynasty. The former Shang dynasty worshipped the bronze sacred tree and used hundreds of birds as totems. It is reasonable for the blood phoenix to be loyal to it. Someone spoke. Liamo looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the chief brother Ouyang of Rui Peak. As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar, and their eyes were shocked and extremely excited. The secret realm of the Shang dynasty has existed until now, and it is still so well preserved. The opportunities hidden in it are probably far beyond everyone's imagination. The second test, ascend to the blue sky. Those who enter the 4th palace can see good fortune and immortality. The content of the test is very simple. This bronze staircase and the 4-story palace are tests in themselves. It is similar to the stone steps to heaven. No matter whether you understand it or not, just climb up. Good fortune and immortality. Who dares to talk about good fortune? Who dares to claim immortality? Such a big tone, coupled with this mysterious suspended bronze palace, made everyone believe it a little. So they took a step and walked into the door. This secret realm is not what I thought. Studently thought this was a bit strange. How did the secret realm look like an entrance test? The first trial was nothing more than a test of combat power and scheming, and there was even a bit of intentional fighting in it. The second trial was similar to the stone steps to heaven. This is not his fantasy, relying on his experience of reading novels to guess. It's not like he hasn't been to a serious inheritance before. The inheritance place below Qingyuan doesn't have any messy tests at all. If you're not selected for inheritance, you can't even reach the inheritance place. Is he overthinking? After everyone entered, the door disappeared. But the people standing in the front looked at each other for a while, and no one went up first. No one wanted to be the first bird to stand out. Who knows what will happen after going up? And everyone wants others to go first. Humph! I think you're just a bunch of people who are just traitors. Bai Jinghong held his head high and walked up the stairs with a proud face. After walking up the first floor, he just frowned. There was nothing else unusual. The people behind him looked at each other and followed. At this stage, the few remaining people in Qingyuan's sect all stood together. In addition to Li Mo and the other 2, there were only Ouyang and a true disciple from another peak, and Tai Chi was also there. Li Mo and Ying Bing walked in front of the others. He stepped on the first step and understood. This is different from the stone steps to heaven. The stone steps to heaven are used to test aptitude. The stronger the aptitude, the less pressure one feels. But after stepping on this step, there was no pressure or anything like that. Is it just a simple staircase leading to the palace? Just thinking so, Li Mo felt someone whispering in his heart, but when he listened carefully, it seemed to be non-existent. He glanced at the others and found that they were not unusual. It seems that the real test should still be in the palace. Ha! Money. A lot of money and natural treasures. Magic weapons. Suddenly, someone looked ecstatic and staggered towards the edge of the stairs. Then he missed a step and fell down. The abyss below was very deep. I didn't hear the sound of him landing, and I didn't know if he was sent out of the secret realm. Liamo was confused. Then his eyes flashed, and he saw stacks of red banknotes in front of him. Liamo? The illusion lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Let's say that the money from the previous life can't be spent in this life. Money. I just saw an illusion. It was a magic weapon. Is this level a test of whether you can restrain your greed? No one who can get here is stupid, and they soon know what the real test is. Therefore, there are not many people who step on the air and fall down. After a while, most people successfully climbed to the first palace. Boom! The palace opened, revealing the bright scene inside. There were countless rare treasures, magic weapons, magic medicines, fist-sized pearls, and blocks of red gold, filling the entire palace. Gulp! Oh my God, how much wealth is this? There is not even 1% of this in the storehouse of my sect. Pure gold. 1 tael of pure gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of gold, and there are mountains of it here. All those present were people who had seen the world, and many of them regarded money as dirt. But money can move people's hearts, and how many people can really avoid it? Practicing martial arts is a very expensive thing. In a sense, having money is even more important than having talent. Kneel down and kowtow. You can enter this door. The meaning of the stone tablet is very simple. Kowtow a few times, and you can go in and get the wealth. Correspondingly, it is also considered to have given up the opportunity to continue the test. Many people hesitated, and finally someone couldn't help it. Damn it! I worked so hard for these. What can I not get with this wealth? No matter how good the things are, they may not belong to me. Why don't we share the money? Maybe the things in the first palace are the best. More than a dozen of the 50 people enter the palace. There's still more than 30 people left. It's just dirt. Bai Jinghong raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. Tietchi looked at the wealth and breathed a little heavier, but he stopped after seeing someone who was unmoved. Brother Li, you are not interested in these. Interested? Then why? This is too little. Liamo shook his head slightly. Tietchi, listen to what you say. Are you talking like a human being? No matter how poor Brother Li is, he can't compare to the wealth in this palace. He must not care and said so on purpose. Ying Bing naturally needs no further explanation. Bing Tuozi feels happy counting money, but the premise is that she must watch it being earned bit by bit. Ouyang also seems to be uninterested in money. Senior brother Xiaobao. The things in there are not as valuable as him. What will be in the second palace? Speaking of this secret realm, why does it test others' greed for money? Liamo continued to climb up. This time, after stepping onto the steps, a voice also rang in his heart. The voice was chanting something. It sounded like Taoist scriptures, Buddhist principles, and in a trance, it sounded like a great scholar lecturing. Just stepped in front of the palace. Boom! The sound in my ears suddenly became stronger, like a huge bell, making my mind blank. This is... Liamo looked around. There were 3 bronze statues in the palace. The first one was a solemn Buddha, sitting cross-legged with a compassionate face, smiling at a flower. The second one was dressed in a Confucian robe and was eloquent. Although he didn't say a word, he stood there as if he was the embodiment of the word reason. This was a sculpture of a Confucian saint. The third statue is different from what Liamo thought. It is not a Taoist, but a statue of a witch god. Confucianism, Buddhism, and witch. The 3 statues all have a heavy aura, standing there, as if even the sky is pressing down. If this is really used for comprehension, perhaps it can condense a very strong divine form in the realm of observing the gods. Kneel down and kowtow. You can enter this door. Thump, thump. More than a dozen people knelt down. Some people didn't want to kneel, but they wanted to stand up with pale faces and bulging veins, but they were pressed to the ground. This, although Liamo felt the oppression, he just felt a little uncomfortable breathing. There was no other feeling. These 3 statues all carry the pressure of Taoism. Ying Bing said softly beside him, "If you feel offer any of them, you have to kneel even if you don't want to. Whether it is Buddha, saint, or which god. She has always believed in herself. So, the first palace is a test of respect for wealth. Why is the arranger of this secret realm so fond of making people kneel down?" Liamo was thoughtful. He has lived 2 lives. In his previous life, he was an atheist and couldn't kneel down even if he wanted to. But why does the purpose of this test have to choose people who don't respect gods and Buddhas and don't covet wealth? While eating watermelon, he stepped onto the stairs again. So far, most of the 50 people have gone. On the way to the third palace, several people couldn't bear the pressure and jumped into the abyss. Only 20 people officially climbed up. No one is unfamiliar with the statues enshrined here. Wearing a yellow robe, with the emperor's sword hanging from his waist, holding the jade seal in his hand, a pair of majestic eyes, looking proudly at the sky. Emperor Wu of Daiyu. This looks like what he looked like when he ascended the throne, with a majestic momentum and swallowing up the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Plop, plop. The sound of knees hitting bronze was endless. Most people knelt down, including Tiechi, who had a very strong will, Ouyang, the chief of Rui Peak, and Bai Jinghong. Tiechi struggled a few times, but felt a mountain pressing on his shoulders. He could only look at Li Mo with an apologetic look. Li Mo nodded at him. Emperor, this probably represents the imperial power. What a joke. The only people who can test our classmate Li's ideological awareness are the people. So the sense of oppression on this level is almost zero. But he also understands Lao Tai's situation. As a citizen of Daiyu, he grew up listening to the stories of Emperor Taizu Wu. So how could he not have awe in his heart? So it is understandable that this level almost wiped out everyone. Why didn't they kneel down? Countless eyes looked over, either unwilling or with a wry smile. There were only 3 people who were qualified to go to the 4th palace. Let's go, senior brother Xiaobao. Bing Tuozi had already moved on. Li Mo casually threw the watermelon peel and called Tang Xiaobao. Senior brother Xiaobao was trying to lift the statue. Why? Bai Jinghong almost bit his teeth to pieces. He refused to accept it. When he was born, he was said to have a sword body by a master. At the age of 6, he was accepted as a direct descendant by a powerful master of the law body in Hengyun Sword City. At the age of 22, he comprehended the Hengyun sword meaning and climbed the hidden dragon list. At the age of 23, he tested the world with swords and fought against the Tianjiao of his state. He won 74 games and drew 2, and developed the sword energy in his chest. In the small East Wilderness, how could he fall down faster than those 3 people? He refused to accept it. Buzz. Looking at the backs of Li Mo and the other 2, Bai Jinghong's sword energy and sword meaning all burst out. Behind him, a divine sword was looming among the white clouds. He stood up with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was trembling with every step he took. He was under great pressure, and his body was overwhelmed. There was a sound of crackling muscles and bones. He getting closer and closer to the stairs. As long as we can reach that place. Finally, Bai Jinghong stepped on it. The touch under his feet is a little wrong. He lowered his head and saw the watermelon rind under his feet. He wanted to retract his feet, but he couldn't do it. Bai Jinghong! Exclamation point. Everyone! He stepped on the watermelon rind and performed what an invincible wind and fire wheel is on the spot. Li Mo, I hate you so much. There was a noise from behind. Li Mo looked back and saw this scene, and said seriously, Brother Xiaobao, so quality is very important. Even in the secret realm, we can't litter. Question mark. Tang Xiaobao scratched his head. You eat the watermelon, you throw the rind. Why am I the one being taught a lesson? Unfortunately, he was stupid and felt weird, but he still nodded. The 3 continued to move up. This time, a stronger pressure swept over. If the previous one was a test of awe, then here it was pure and undisguised pressure, a kind of realm pressure from the strong to the weak. It made people tremble involuntarily in the depths of their souls. Tang Xiaobao's body was faintly golden. It's the blood phoenix. No, more than that. A mysterious pattern flashed between Ying Bing's eyebrows. She retracted her gaze and glanced at Li Mo. Are you okay? It's okay. Li Mo was also very strange. It was the same as the situation of the stone steps to heaven. He felt like walking on flat ground at this time. But looking at Bing Tuozi's serious expression, this level of stairs seemed to be more difficult than the previous ones. If it's for selecting the successor, It shouldn't be like this. Ying Bing's eyes reflected the last bronze palace and narrowed slightly. She felt something was wrong since the first test. It was not until just now that she was completely confirmed. She almost knew what was on it. The purpose of these tests is indeed not to find a successor. Liemo nodded. There may be variables at the end. You can wait for me here. Ying Bing suddenly said. This breath comes from a palm profound realm. The seventh realm of martial arts, palm profound. That is almost a figure standing on the clouds of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, receiving the worship and awe of countless warriors, and is called a saint, a martial saint. And they're only the second realm, the inner breath. No matter what that palm profound is planning, the inner breath realm is too weak. Liemo glanced at her. I'm here. The palace at the end should lead to the third level of the Blood Phoenix secret realm. It is also the place where Bing Tuozi had an accident. Ying Bing frowned slightly and then relaxed. Since he wants to follow, then follow. When there is a change, there is also me. Not long. There are only the last 8 steps left. The pressure has now increased exponentially, and every step seems to be a life and death experience. Ying Bing's body is full of tying power, and her body has been standing still with a calm expression. But judging from her breath, the pressure she is under is also extremely huge. Should we take a break? Liemo, who has been strolling in the garden, asked softly. But Ying Bing did not look back. She stared coldly ahead. You want me to surrender just because of the palm of your hand? No matter who you are, you're seeking death. Her eyes are clear and cold, and her momentum is more domineering and cold. Liemo. He vaguely felt that the girl's back was like a god or a demon. It was as if she was the one standing in the clouds, overlooking all living beings and dominating the world. But why does this sound like? You already have a way to die? But the same words, when spoken by Bing Tuozi, would be like, don't say I didn't warn you. If spoken by oneself, it would be embarrassing and immature. Bing Tuozi still had to control the momentum. At this time, Ying Bing stepped to the end of the stairs. Boom! Instantly, a strong wind blew. It seemed that the entire secret realm was angry because of this. In the secret realm, the wind was blowing hard, and the might of heaven was descending. In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of a phoenix crying blood, echoing between heaven and earth. It was as if a real vast picture was pressing down. In the void, a bronze sacred tree seemed to emerge, vast and mysterious, transcending time and space, with infinite and vast life and death. On it lived the phoenix, the golden crow, the red bird, the blackbird, lifelike, each with the breath of dominating one side. This was just a phantom, but it seemed to suppress heaven and earth. The bronze sacred tree, the destiny of the great Shang. Liemo's mind flashed a clip he had seen in the Chronicle of the Divine Form. He looked at the girl's back and knew that he couldn't disturb her now. Brother Xiaobao. I'll see what happens later. Ying Bing's jade face was a little pale. The 7th realm is the 7th realm after all. No matter how they achieved the martial sainthood, they all had their own cave heavens in their bodies and could enter the void with their physical bodies, travel tens of thousands of miles, and with a casual blow, they could sink the land within a radius of 1,000 miles like a human-shaped natural disaster. Her guess was right. This Blood Phoenix secret realm was not a secret realm at all. It was a cave heaven of a master of the mysterious realm. It was just that compared with the real master of the mysterious realm, cave heaven, it looked dilapidated and desolate. Buzz! A divine bird cast its gaze on the phantom of the bronze sacred tree. It seemed to want to make this ignorant young girl surrender. Ying Bing looked at each other calmly. The other foot also stood at the end of the stairs. Instantly, all the divine birds perched on the bronze sacred tree looked over coldly. Whether it was blazing, cold, or weird, all kinds of vast and unparalleled divine wills also pressed toward her. Thousands of pressures were coming. Ying Bing's black hair danced wildly. Her face was as cold as frost under the moon. It's just a broken shadow. Even if the real body comes, seeing me is like seeing a god. Ying Bing's body was flowing with rosy clouds. and the aura of Tyene was surrounding her. The two swirled and flowed, as if the sun and the moon were following each other, shining on each other, releasing countless brilliance. Xiandan realm, and it was two Xiandan made at the same time. Look carefully at each one. There seems to be a strange rhythm flowing in it. The girl was set off more and more crystal clear like jade, becoming the only light in front of the dark bronze hall. Retreat. Her figure was still small, but wherever she walked, the shadow of the bronze sacred tree would fade away like the tide. Just took 2 steps. Ying Bing's ears moved slightly. She heard a footstep following behind her. It was not Tang Xiaobao. It was him. He was really strange. Ying Bing couldn't help but think of the scene on the stone steps to heaven. It seemed that no matter what kind of pressure, it seemed to be useless to the young man. Although the divine form of this bronze sacred tree was not complete, the will in it was not something that the inner breath or even the realm of observing the spirit could bear. However, Li Mo followed leisurely. I don't know why. At this juncture, I felt a little relieved with him following behind me. Now is not the time to think about these things. A distance of dozens of meters. The two of them had already stood at the door of the palace. This palace was obviously more vast and heavy than the ones below. There were words written on the plaque. Chaotian Palace. These tricks can be stopped. Come out. Ying Bing narrowed his eyes and looked at the door of the palace, his tone unquestionable. The palace was empty, and there was no stone tablet. When Ying Bing's voice fell, rumble, the heavy and tall door of Chaotian Palace slowly opened. Li Mo looked inside, but found it was dark and deep, and he couldn't see clearly. Wow! Suddenly, 2 candles lit up, and then, as if in a chain reaction, the lights behind them also lit up quickly, like 2 lines of fire. This magnificent palace was exquisitely decorated and solemn, and all kinds of things that were obviously very old and simple were as bright and clean as new. The ground was like a spider web, engraved with countless mysterious patterns, forming a formation. In the center of the formation, a pale golden, jade skeleton sat cross-legged there, with its empty eye sockets staring at the sky, as if questioning the injustice of the heavens. Even if it has been dead for an unknown period of time, it still exudes supreme charm. Is this the corpse of the master of the mysterious realm? Li Mo was a little confused. The focus of the secret realm is the burial place of this powerful master? He glanced at Ying Bing, but found that Bing Tuozi's eyes were always looking into the depths. This is my remains, or my former self. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the palace. Is it you? Li Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and became alert. He had seen this young man in blood-stained clothes. When he was in the Wu dynasty, he came with the Red Whale gang. He wanted to use the destiny eye to observe, but he didn't see it by chance. Li Mo's eyes were obscure, and he opened the divine eye. Name, Han Zhun. Age, 22, 5330. Root, blood phoenix immortal body. Realm, 3 observation apertures. Destiny, purple with gold. Evaluation, former state master of the Great Shang dynasty. After you destroyed the Shang dynasty, because he possessed the immortality of the blood phoenix essence, when his soul and body were about to perish, he comprehended the mystery of the blood phoenix essence to a deeper level and was able to be reborn through a fetus. Now he has been reborn for 7 lifetimes. Recent encounter, Ying Bing, thought there was hope for the restoration of the country, and hoped to let him work for the Great Shang dynasty to accumulate the power of the blood phoenix essence and create countless bloody storms. Great Shang, State Master, Li Mo suddenly realized. So, it's not a coincidence. This is the author of the Divine Form Chronicle. No wonder, ever since he entered the palace, he felt the fire of karma stirring in his body. This Han Zhun, his hands are stained with blood debts. Han Zhun stood on the steps with his hands behind his back. You are more outstanding than I imagined, more unprecedented, and simply the creation of God with painstaking efforts. When he said this, the ecstasy in his eyes was almost morbid. Just now, he saw all the scenes of Ying Bing fighting against the bronze sacred tree. Han Zhen did not have a complete Tao divine form. In the distant past, even if he had the blood phoenix essence and changed himself into the blood phoenix immortal body, he could only barely condense a trace of the phantom of the bronze sacred tree. But that should not be something that the inner breath realm can bear. This is not the point. The most important thing is, Han Zhen sensed a more noble aura in this girl's body. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, are not as good as her. I apologize for the offense just now. Han Zhen actually bowed, his eyes burning. At the beginning, I was going to recruit you, but now I have changed my mind. He paused and looked at Liu Mo again. This young man also has his own extraordinariness. Otherwise, even if most of the pressure was shared by Ying Bing, he would not be able to stand here. Are you too willing to work with me on big things? Han Zhen said solemnly. Ying Bing's eyes were always cold. Liu Mo glanced at her expression and smiled and said, "What are the benefits? Tell me." "I was once the 7th level Master Xian." Han Zhen spoke calmly, with his hands behind his back. Master Xian is almost the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Any force that does not have a Master Xian sitting in the center cannot be called transcendent. If you do not bow to the Emperor, you can enjoy the treatment of a prince by being listed in the court. A powerful voice echoed in the palace. Master Xian? Liu Mo was confused. Ying Bing's expression was as cold as before. The palace was very quiet for a while, and the silence was a little awkward. Han Zhen. The reaction of the boy and girl was not what he imagined. No shock, no ecstasy. Also, Qing Yuan's sect has declined to this point. The strongest person they met, Shangwan Wensong, was only the outer scenery of the 5th realm. You're still just frogs in the well in the East Wilderness. Han Zhen was patient and slightly raised his chest. When you reach the 4th realm, you will know that I am like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. The words were full of unparalleled confidence and courage. Then the words fell to the ground again. Ying Bing, Liu Mo, let's be honest. Student Li felt that Han Zhen's ability to draw big cakes was not good. He was too honest and not professional at all. He had a few suggestions, but he didn't know whether he should say them or not. Han Zhen looked at the two indifferent people, squinted his eyes, and praised. You two are calm and have the spirit of accomplishing great things. Well, I will tell you straight. I'm not an ordinary Palm Xian. Thousands of years ago, I was the national teacher of the Great Shang Dynasty and traveled across the 9 heavens and 10 earths for thousands of years. If you have my guidance, you will definitely enter the 7th realm in the future. Divine skills, rare treasures, and many magical objects that you have never seen in Qing Yuan sect are all within your reach. The voice shook the air, and the words seemed to turn into a small hand that touched people's hearts with great temptation. Han Zhen thought he was very sincere. For thousands of years, he had never spent so much time and effort with others. Hula, the pale golden palm, Xian realm, remains suddenly stood up. There was a faint bewitching red color at the heart. As it beat gently, blood-colored lines spread along the bones, forming a series of mysterious lines. A strong and terrifying breath came to his face. This was both a display of his own strength and a threat. You actually used the blood phoenix essence for this. Ying Bing frowned slightly. Han Zhen's eyelids twitched slightly, and his eyes also took on a hint of danger at this moment. Liu Mo thought for a while and asked, "The plot you mentioned, is it to overthrow Yu and restore the Shang dynasty?" Han Zhen seemed surprised, but did not deny it. Liu Mo coughed lightly and said, "Then how about this? I also have a little wealth. Why don't you sell the blood phoenix essence to me? Then how about we go our separate ways? What do you think?" Han Zhen was almost laughing out of anger, and his eyes became completely gloomy. Behind him, the bronze sacred tree loomed. Knowing so many secrets, but not getting on the same boat, you still want to pretend nothing happened? A wild horse is hard to tame. When I was young, I was as unruly as you. Then let you experience firsthand what it means to be desperate. As he spoke, his entire body gradually melted and turned into blood. blood began to seep out of the ground, causing a river of blood in the palace, which gradually boiled under the illumination of the sacred tree. Much more powerful than any God-viewing realm I have ever seen. The blood river surged and roared. The glow of the clouds flowed, and the sword energy was like rain, condensing it into ice. You actually have the energy of the phoenix. No wonder. Hanjun was shocked, and his heart was filled with desire. Liemo took out a hammer and interrupted the speech. He took out the hammer directly, and with one hammer, he smashed the blood river that had condensed into ice. He had been observing the movement of the blood river, try to find Hanjun's true body in it, and then hammer 80. Boom, boom, boom. Sword energy was everywhere, hammer wind was whistling, and the blood river was surging. For a moment, the palace was buzzing. Hanjun was getting more and more frightened. He found that Ying Bing and Liemo were much stronger than he thought. One of them was surrounded by rosy clouds, icy and piercing, and his swordsmanship was against the sky. The other was extremely powerful, and his destructive power was even stronger than the former. He had to admit it. Even if the two were separated, one against one, he might not have a chance to win. Against two, even if he had accumulated a lot and gathered this blood river, it would only be a matter of time before he was defeated. You are heroes who can force me to this extent, but this is my cave. Boom! The red array pattern on the ground lit up quickly, absorbing blood. The strong, bloody smell, along with the array, poured into the blood phoenix essence in the heart of the remains, making it even more magical. Even blood and flesh meridians grew again and soon possessed the human body. The face was very similar to the blood-clothed young man, but he was older, the middle-aged appearance of Hanjun. Middle-aged Hanjun and young Hanjun stood side by side, and their auras were connected. A trace of pressure from Zhangxian filled every corner of the world. The blood river separated, dividing the battlefield. After being separated, Ying Bing looked in the direction of Liemo, but could not see the figure of the young man. The opportunity of Qingyuan's sect turned out to be the Xiaohuang Qi. Above, middle-aged Hanjun's heart was extremely hot. This is a good thing. If he adds the blood phoenix essence in his hand, when he returns to the peak, he may be able to go a step further and reach the 8th level. No matter whether Ying Bing surrenders or not, he must get this Xiaohuang Qi, the power of the palm of the mysterious. Why don't you bow down? Dong dong. The blood phoenix essence condensed by the refined blood color beats, each time majestic and powerful. It also makes the pressure of the palm of the mysterious realm stronger than a wave. If enough blood essence of living beings is absorbed, it is not impossible to truly revive this palm of the mysterious remains. However, Ying Bing on the opposite side said something that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. You are weaker than last time. Hanjun was furious because he found the girl's eyes were cold and disdainful. It was like looking at a lingering garbage. Just when he was angry and ready to suppress Ying Bing completely with a trace of palm power. Boom! The blood phoenix spirit jumped again. This time, it was out of Hanjun's control. No! Hanjun's eyes were red with anger, but he could do nothing but watch. The treasure that had kept him alive for thousands of years, the foundation of his comeback, turned into a blood-colored phoenix shadow, like a young swallow, flying into Ying Bing's eyebrows. And it slowly burned. Blood phoenix spirit, that's not how you use it. Ying Bing was covered with burning phoenix feathers, and his beautiful eyes were still so calm. But because of the emergence of divine light, he looked noble and domineering. True phoenix burning blood method. Middle-aged Hanjun was caught off guard. The blood phoenix essence has accumulated the essence and blood of countless creatures. This power cannot be fully mastered even in the realm of observing the spirit. He was the same, so he took a different approach and refined his own remains. And Ying Bing actually let these essences burn directly, making her breath rise steadily. Obviously, the connection between the blood phoenix essence and himself has not been broken. Why? The blood phoenix essence gave up on him and was so docile in front of Ying Bing. The peak of the inner breath, Xiandan. observing the spirit 1 orifice, observing the spirit 2 orifices, observing the spirit 9 orifices. If this continues, Ying Bing will touch the threshold of the inner scene. During the fight, Ying Bing's breath has been rising. She also started a counterattack from dodging and avoiding battle. This is mainly because, after all, that skeleton once belonged to the Palm Profound realm, and it has many magical powers. It has remained as smooth as new for thousands of years. Even if the fifth realm of the outer scene is here, it is difficult to damage it with all its means. Bang! The rosy clouds blocked Hanjin's fist and were shaken away a little. Take advantage of this gap. Ying Bing's red lips opened slightly. Stop! The aura of the moon was strong, and a bright moon rose above the blood river. Wherever the moonlight reached, everything stagnated. If it weren't for the fact that the mind was still functioning, it would almost make people think that time and space were frozen. Hanjin's face changed wildly. Who are you? Are you like me? Ying Bing ignored the other party's words and put all his mind on the sword. The green jade fingers wiped the sky frost, the sword light shone, and the sharp sword energy made the blood river tremble. This sword will destroy everything. This sword will definitely hit the target. The sword of no self. The target of this sword is Hanjin's soul. Destroy. The bright tip of the sword keeps getting bigger. Hanjin no longer wants to think about why she can master so much power beyond her own realm. He only knows that if he doesn't fight hard, he won't even have a chance to fight hard. His veins popped up, and he gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words. Seize the secret of heaven. Hanjin's body suddenly looked younger. Defy the way of heaven. The gray hair on the temples of middle-aged Hanjin disappeared. Destroy destiny. Hanjin's aura reached its peak. He was finally able to move. This was one of the few secret methods he could use at present, and it was extremely powerful. The price was also huge. He overdrew his future in exchange for the present. Snap! Hanjin put his palms together and clamped the fatal sword. The auras of both sides flickered, almost shattering the void. Rumble. The huge noise was also transmitted to the lower part at this time. What kind of inheritance is that up there? Why is there such a big noise? Do you think that the inheritance is too precious and Li Mo and Ying Bing are fighting for it? It doesn't seem so likely. How can the inner breath realm make such a big noise? I sensed a shocking sword intention. Could the inheritance be related to the sword? No, that aura seems to be countless times heavier and more majestic than the external scene. The people below were all confused. Some of the brave ones wanted to get closer to watch. But at the same time, boom. But the whole secret realm shook at this time. On the other side, bang. The young man Hanjin was smashed away by a hammer, and a large pillar of the bronze temple was bent like a cannonball. You've lived for thousands of years, and this is it. Li Mo held the Xingzi pestle in his hand, with a slight smile on his face. The young man Hanjin stood up shakily, his eyes still bottomless and deep. You can't win. Since you are a disciple of Shang Wu, I can't forgive your offense, as long as you give up the dark. Have you ever been a girl? Li Mo suddenly said. Hanjin's tone stagnated for a moment. Li Mo touched his chin. After 7 reincarnations, there will always be a time when you are a girl. Hanjin, you have had a cerebral thrombosis for a few years. Can you ask such a question? No, you're not a girl now, and then disguised as a man, right? I am a man. Hanjin's forehead veins throbbed. I don't believe it unless you check it for me. Check it. Hanjin couldn't hold it anymore and turned into a blood shadow and rushed over. Hey, do you think I have time to talk nonsense with you? Li Mo rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Brother Xiaobao. Combined skills. He had been waiting for Brother Xiaobao, and using the King of Fighting Secrets was just a side job. Here, a dragon tiger golden pill it penetrated the blood river, flew from outside the temple, and landed in Li Mo's dantian. Suddenly, the vast wind and clouds, dragons and tigers, added to Li Mo's body, and he also burned. There was no way. The other party had too much karma. The karmic fire wanted to burn the other party to ashes. 9 orifice, dragon tiger, golden pill. The voice of the young man, Han Jun, was gloomy. Speaking of which, the success of this Dragon Tiger Golden Pill also had his credit. Now, thousands of years later, not only did the spirituality come into being, but it was also used by the opponent to deal with himself. Fate is too. Boom! A hammer fell on his head, and it quickly enlarged in front of his chest. This hammer was like a meteorite falling to the ground, heavy, covering everything, as if a sacred mountain hit him. Puff! Blood spurted out. The young man, Han Jun, obviously had no entity, and now relied on the blood pool as his life. But when he was hit by this hammer, he felt that his internal organs were out of place. Relax. It's normal to feel dizzy. A hammer fell. Han Jun was completely confused. His head was smashed. You are fine. Han Jun's head emerged from the blood pool again. His eyes were cold and chilling. But he didn't finish his words. Bang! It was smashed again. Speaking of realm, he is in the state of observing the spirit, while Li Mo is in the state of internal breath. But when Li Mo blessed senior brother Xiaobao and used the hammer method, he could only be killed instantly. So, Li Mo, bang. Okay. Bang. Can you let me finish my words? Bang. It's like playing whack-a-mole. The young man Han Jun was angry. He condensed his body again in the air with murderous intent, and the incomplete bronze sacred tree behind him danced wildly. This is the incomplete form of the god. But at this time, countless dark lines intersected and evolved in the void, helping Han Jun's body to grow continuously, and finally made him a blood giant with a height of tens of meters. And the blood palm fell. Now, I'm not afraid of not finding you. Li Mo put away the smile on his face. After a slight sense, Bing Tuozi was fine, and he let out a long breath. The dragon and tiger energy moved the extreme soldier's body to the extreme. He hammered out again, and the vast fire of karma gushed out. Bang! The sound shook the sky. The palace could not withstand such a shock after all, and collapsed. At this time, there was a figure like a meteor flying, and a powerful field also swept over. In Huaxian, he had two choices. First, to help the young Han Jun, and second, to help the middle-aged Han Jun. However, when he looked at the hammer in Li Mo's hand, his eyes shone brightly. His killing intent was not concealed at all. Take down Ying Bing first. The two Han Jun spoke at the same time. Yes. In Huaxuan's expression changed several times, and he joined the battlefield. Roar. He twisted his body and suddenly transformed into a half-man and half-dragon, flying down from the sky. The inner scene, strongman joined. The balance of the battle seemed to be tilted. Chevron score left. Han Jun, who fought with Ying Bing, had the remains of the palm profound realm as his foundation, and was much stronger than the young Han Jun. However, he never thought that the power of the blood phoenix essence that he had accumulated with great effort would be used by others. He never thought that. Ying Bing was so terrifying. Normally, if anyone's realm is suddenly raised to a higher realm, it would be good if he could exert 30% to 40% of his strength. However, Ying Bing was stronger than any Guanshun he had ever seen, including himself. Therefore, he would let Yin Huaxian go with him to deal with Ying Bing first. Li Mo's strength was also astonishing. He had the power of the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, but he could not pose a substantial threat to himself. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to break all laws with one force. As long as he took back the Blood Phoenix essence, the situation would be settled. Ying Bing, at this point, do you still want to resist? Yin Huaxuan's voice shook the clouds. In the field, he was simply calling the wind and rain and making the clouds and rain. The wind surged and roaring beasts overlapped and twisted behind him. Bloodthirsty intentions were about to burst out, and the savage and violent power was constantly accumulating. The inner scene of the eighth heaven. It really has the power to change the color of the world. The four-story bronze palace was almost falling apart because of his appearance. Is that Elder Yinhua? Rui Peak's senior brother Ouyang, his face changed. How could he be in the secret realm? Moreover, he also attacked junior sister Ying Bing? Everyone present was stunned, including by Jinghong. No one thought that this Blood Phoenix secret realm, which was obviously only accessible to the Guanshan realm, would actually have an inner scene of the eighth heaven. The identity was unexpected. He was an elder of the Qingyuan sect. What is even more surprising is that this person is an enemy, not a friend. In the blink of an eye, the half-human, half-dragon figure that looked like a volcanic eruption had already rushed down with a ferocious momentum. Yin Huaxian, Ying Bing seemed to have figured something out. With the power accumulated in the Blood Phoenix essence, she is now one-on-one and is not afraid of the inner scene. But if the two join forces, it will be a bit troublesome. As a former Palm Profound realm, Han Jun has cunning means, and I don't know how many cards he has hidden in the bottom of the box. Moreover, the Palm Profound remains are difficult to damage. With Yin Huaxian interfering, she can't find time to use the Wu's sword again. More importantly, the Blood Phoenix essence does not completely belong to her at present. Liam, even if he uses the magic weapon, I am afraid he can't make the final decision. Yin Huaxian is more than several times stronger than the Disha killer in Shiyu Tower. Every time he used the meteorite hammer, Liam would be drained of energy and fall into weakness, which was tantamount to putting him in danger. She was the one who wanted the Blood Phoenix essence. In the previous life, he ascended to the ninth heaven and encountered countless difficulties and obstacles along the way. He also encountered more critical situations and killed stronger opponents. But she has never stood behind anyone. The moonlight is endless, flowing upstream, temporarily freezing the middle-aged Han Jun. Countless sword energies condensed, wrapped in the rosy clouds, forming a beautiful wave of sword light. She stepped on the rosy clouds and went against the trend. Ding, ding, ding. The sword energy was like a wash. The blades pierced the air, and the violent storm washed over Yin Huaxian, who was half human and half dragon, and annihilated countless beast shadows for a while. However, Yin Huaxian himself was still not hurt. The inner scene is the 8th level. The realm is too high. Han Jun was only frozen for a moment. Ying Bing stood still, a sickly blush on her jade-like face. Not to mention the God-viewing realm. In any other inner realm, facing these two people, very few people can resist. Even if Ying Bing did everything that the God-viewing realm could do, and had the experience of the previous life, it was inevitable that he would feel exhausted. It's over. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Humph! Han Jun took a step, and his figure seemed to flash out of thin air. His palm had the charm of the great Tao in the Palm Profound realm, which imprisoned all the space around Ying Bing. Yin Huaxian waited for an opportunity to move. As long as Ying Bing made a move, he would attract his thundering blow. He was also filled with horror. Facing this genius he had never seen before, he was very alert. The geniuses who watched the battle from afar. At this time, their hearts were hanging. Even at this point, even a fool can see that there is something wrong with the Blood Phoenix secret realm. It was a trap from the beginning to the end. If Ying Bing and Liam were dealt with, can they survive? At this moment, Ying Bing was not as pale as Han Jun and Yin Huaxian thought. The girl's figure was shrouded in the burning phoenix feathers, and she became more and more pure and mysterious. Only that trick can be used. True phoenix transformation. No matter how profound the martial arts are, or how profound the secret method is, there is its corresponding price. For example, the true phoenix blood-burning method. If it weren't for Han Jun's sacrifice to save the blood essence of countless creatures, she would not have been able to use the blood phoenix essence to elevate herself to the 9th level of Guanshan, nor could she have maintained it for so long. The true phoenix transformation also has a price. After using it, the true phoenix feather will temporarily lose its spirituality and need some time to recover. In the next system ranking comparison, it will no longer be counted as her combat power. This means she may be ranked 2nd again, which also means that she will, but it's already here. The divine light surged in Ying Bing's eyebrows, and the supreme dignity just surged out a little bit. Han Jun's face suddenly changed. He turned back quickly. A black meteor with boundless fire came in an instant, like a star that had just fallen from the sky. Anything is fragile and useless in this meteor-like destruction. This boundless power is beyond the scope of human resistance. Clang! The palm that imprisoned space collided with the black meteor. Thunder! The sharp energy of the killing edge rolled over, and the bronze ground seemed to rise and fall like waves, and the strong air pressure ravaged everything. This hammer did not hit anyone else, but the eyes of those watching the battle all had a sense of fear and insignificance that surged from the bottom of their hearts. Divine weapon? Hanjun's soul was trembling after being hit, and a deep mark was plowed on the ground. The bones of the palm of the mysterious realm seemed to be cracked. Look closely. He and Yin Huaxian just saw that there was an ancient and strange short hammer there, which was the center of the great power just now. The sharp energy of the killing edge was born and died, distorting the surrounding space. Panjia meteorite hammer. Hanjun actually recognized it. Impossible. The divine weapon can't even activate the inner scene. Is Shangwan Wensong here? This idea was quickly rejected, but an even more outrageous thought quickly arose. Because just now, the news that the young Hanjun was defeated and retreated had already reached the middle-aged Hanjun. Is it him? Oi! A figure stepped through the blood river and walked out. He was bare-chested, and his body was not bloated, but full of explosive power, as if it were cast in gold and iron. Behind him was a blood-soaked god general, rising with an increasingly surging fighting spirit. The desire to fight is rising. Ying Bing was stunned. Can't he only use the magic weapon once each time? Using the magic weapon in succession. Is it because of the fighting spirit behind him? I'm more durable today. Li Mo grinned and slowly pulled up the Panjia meteorite hammer. The effect of becoming more courageous in battle is probably similar to the anger bar. It turned out that you killed Cheng. Yin Huaxian was furious. You damn it. Middle-aged Hanjun noticed that the aura of young Hanjun disappeared, and he stared at the boy. I wanted to get along with you as a swordsman. Now, because of you, my 40 and 80 years have been seen. How can I survive in the future and introduce myself? I'll beat you to death. Student Li was very angry. The anger bar was full. The people under the stairs swallowed their saliva. Who is challenging whom? This is not right. If they have played the game, they will know. This sense of oppression is the feeling of the boss entering the final stage and going berserk. Is that Junior Brotherly? It's really him. Isn't he good at swordsmanship? But he's only at the inner breath realm. How can his aura be so strong? That fighting spirit should be some kind of powerful secret technique. But relying on this alone, I'm afraid it won't be able to compete with the inner scene. The people below could vaguely see the scene above. Everyone was a little confused. Li Mo, who was good at swordsmanship, suddenly took out a hammer and said he would hammer the inner scene and an existence comparable to the inner scene to death. Inner breath against inner scene? Even the story writers wouldn't dare to write this. But this kind of thing can't really be said to have never happened, but it was all under extremely special circumstances, with the right time, right place, and right people. They didn't know whether the current Li Mo counted as one. And he wasn't facing an inner scene. When necessary, there's no need to hold back. Quick fight, quick decision. Hanjun spat out these two sentences word by word. This so-called Blood Phoenix secret realm is the cave heaven left in his remains. After the death of its owner, it has gone through thousands of years of wear and tear. It is no longer as solid as it used to be. It is only supported by the Blood Phoenix essence that it can accommodate the Guanshan realm. Now, this cave heaven is probably not safe. Once the cave heaven is broken, the strong outsiders will definitely notice it. Yin Huaxian nodded. The overwhelming field became more and more real, as if an ancient dragon demon was reviving, and the murderous aura was earth-shattering. The burning phoenix feathers on Ying Bing's body reappeared, and she held Tinshuang upside down. Leave Yin Huaxian to me. There is no need for this. Li Mo exhaled a breath of white air, and the rising fighting spirit of his fighting spirit made his voice a little fuzzy. You concentrate on refining the Blood Phoenix essence. No one can disturb you within a quarter of an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, He heard the footsteps behind him stop. You don't need to think about it. Those ice mirror-like eyes were falling on his back. I wonder what expression they had. Maybe a little silence? The silence lasted only a moment, and the vibration of refining the blood phoenix essence came. It feels good to show my godliness in front of people. Student Lee thought so, holding the Panja meteorite hammer tightly, muttering to himself. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why is it a hammer? Boom, boom. A figure had already risen up first, not Yin Xian, but Han Zhun. The other party's eyes were almost about to bleed, and the whole person had fallen into madness. The blood phoenix essence was his foundation and his confidence. Without this foundation, he would have no chance to start over. If he died again, he would be really dead and could never come back again. Die. The word die seemed to have solidified into substance. The inscriptions on the remains of Zhang Xian shone brightly and burst out with an aura that was almost burning out, making the middle-aged Han Zhun look visibly old. As he turned old, his aura became more terrifying. When he punched, he was already dead before the wind of the fist arrived. You should have been buried long. For a moment, the sharp aura of the soldiers was overwhelming, and the powerful force made the bronze palace buzz. The two fought hard. After a few moves, Shaoli found that the opponent was quite difficult to deal with. Too hard. Can the bones of Zhang Xian realm not be broken even by the divine weapon? Of course, this may also be because his strength is not strong enough. And the opponent is also extremely powerful with a strong body and a quagmire-like twisted force field. When he hit it with a hammer, it was like a heavy hammer falling on cotton. The bloody battle soul talisman brought him a similar divine will to Guanshan, condensing the form of 100 battle heroic soul, allowing him to briefly reach the Guanshan realm. But this lasted only a quarter of an hour. He still couldn't bless the world power for a long time in the Guanshan realm. Even if the battle soul talisman could last longer, he wouldn't be able to use the divine weapon at that time. If he used the 7 destinies plus the karma fire, he knocked Hanjin back with a hammer, pointing at Yin Xian, who had been watching and looking for a chance not far away, and said, "What the hell are you looking at? Come down and fight one-on-one. I'll fight you two alone." Yin Xian? Question mark. He snorted coldly. The disciple taught by Shang Wu was the same as her. Being provoked by a junior, even with his self-restraint, he couldn't stand it. Roar! The dragon demons circled, and the beast shadow pressed down like a dark cloud, rolling past with amazing power. But Junior Brother Lee, aren't we 2 against 2? Tang Xiaobao gently jumped twice on the burning red lotus of karma fire. Don't worry about such details at this time, Senior Brother Xiaobao. Limo's mouth twitched slightly. Let's get serious. Okay. Tang Xiaobao's voice fell. The 8-orifice Dragon Tiger Golden Pill began to spin, and the majestic Dragon Tiger energy brought boundless divine power, making the blood flow as if it really had the sound of tiger roars and dragon roars. At this moment, Limo's body was like divine iron, and every move stirred up the wind and clouds. Set the mountains! I don't know why Shaoli shouted. Maybe he thought it was more powerful. This hammer really had the intention of sinking the land of Shenzhou, and this secret realm shook violently. Bang! The phantom of the Jiao demon, which turned into a substance, was suppressed by the pressure of Mount Tai. Set the wind in waves. This hammer, with its extremely strong and heavy momentum, pressed Han Zhen's body down, and he couldn't move at all for a short time. Tear! The extreme wind and thunder emerged, and suddenly made this space dark. Limo's hair stood upside down, bathing in thunder. The meteorite hammer in his hand was surrounded by thunder and fire, crackling. Dawn! This strike of thunder and lightning completely enveloped Han Zhun. Chinquan cheating hammers were used one after another. For a moment, Han Zhun and Yin Xian were beaten so hard that they couldn't raise their heads. This world has lost its color and is about to fall. It is almost turning upside down. Under the movement of the punishment, it seems that this secret realm is wailing. The people below are trembling and their scalps are numb. It's too scary. So, if the power is strong to a certain extent, can it form a vortex? Tietchi, so brother Ouyang, why does brotherly want to practice sword? Gudong, how would I know? Ouyang, who was painting, looked up cautiously. Then he carefully drew the figure on the paper, on the palace that was already in ruins. Ying Bing knew that she should not be distracted at this time, but she still couldn't help opening her eyes. Set the world. This is the last hammer of the 7, set the world. Used alone, the power is not strong. As a killer move, it needs the preparation of the previous 6 hammers to increase the destructive power of this hammer to the extreme. Limo's hair crown had already been broken. He stood between heaven and earth, his black hair dancing wildly. Buzz. The Panja meteorite hammer has been completely ignited by the fire of karma. The punishment of the fire of karma. The world is overturned. Hi. Han Jun and Yin Huaxian both knew it. This hammer cannot be taken head-on. They used all their strength to dodge. Then they were surprised to find that this perverted hammer was easy to dodge. Everyone. They were about to suffocate. In the end, the blow that had been brewing for so long was in vain. It's over. That's what he planned from the beginning. Ying Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Crack! A hammer fell. From the dark night-like sky, there was a sound of being overwhelmed, and then fine cracks spread rapidly. A piece of debris collapsed. The sunlight from the outside world poured in, illuminating countless darkness. Ying Bing raised his head, and his flickering eyes were illuminated by someone's figure. The boy was between heaven and earth, bathed in the light of the sky. Outside Hongfo Mountain, the entire mountain range was in turmoil, as if it was about to collapse. Earthquake? There has never been an earthquake in Qinga County. There is something wrong with the Blood Phoenix secret realm. Is this secret realm going to collapse? The Blood Phoenix secret realm has existed for so long. Why is it now? Could it be that the inheritance was taken by someone else, so it was broken? Around the mountain, the crowd was in chaos. The people who were watching the excitement immediately scattered like birds and beasts and moved away. The earthquake was a natural disaster, and not everyone had the strength to resist it. Rumble. The roar became more intense. The aura in the secret realm had already leaked out. One after another, figures stood in the air, all releasing their own fields. Everyone, this secret realm seems to be broken. The white-browed old man from Hungyun Sword City stood at the front. Among the people present, he was the only one in the 5th realm of the outer scene. Qian Bufan felt the leaking aura in it, and his chubby face narrowed his eyes. I don't know what changes have occurred in it. Saving people is important. I hope you will put aside your sectarianism and disperse the rescue. How about it? The collapse of the secret realm is not something that the inner breath realm or even the observation realm can bear. The voice fell. In Qian Bufan's field, a money tree appeared, and the coins on it seemed real. It jingled and swayed, wrapping him into the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, he looked into the distance. It seemed that he exchanged glances with someone. Everyone did not hesitate for long. One by one, the inner scenes and even the outer scenes used their own methods to rush into the gradually disintegrating secret realm. Qinga County. The earth-shaking noise was also transmitted here. The crowd was in a panic, worried all day long, fearing that the city would collapse along with it. And in a house in the West Alley, Master, the Earth Dragon is turned over. We are afraid it is too late to run. The middle-aged woman was dressed elegantly, and her youthful appearance could be vaguely seen. At this time, she was in tears and her face was full of determination. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Chiner is not afraid. I have my husband. We will never separate. The middle-aged man who was leaning on by the woman held his head high, and his features were tough and handsome. Anyone who saw him would say that he was a man of integrity. The two seemed to be performing a love before the end of the world. Next to him, Shui Jing, Elder Su, Elder Shun of Rui Peak, Shangguan Wensong, Shang Wu, snoring, Baji, except Shang Wu, who was sleeping so soundly that even the shaking of the earth and mountains could not wake him up. They felt that they were quite redundant and ignored. No, it seemed that they were not ignored. They became a part of the play. Dong. At this time, Shangguan Wensung gently raised his foot and stomped on the ground. It was strange. The shaking of the earth and mountains was instantly eliminated, as if it did not exist. Not only the Li mansion. The entire Qinghe County was quiet. After they calmed down, the middle-aged couple were still crying and hugging each other. Ahem, Dalong. Shui Jing's mouth twitched. This was his former apprentice. He winked. The master is here. The middle-aged man called Li Dalong was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Sorry, my wife and I have feelings for each other, and I can't help myself for a moment. I can't help myself. Shui Jing, facing the puzzled eyes of the other elders, his old face flushed slightly and sighed. He wanted to make a solemn clarification. Li Dalong's histrionic personality has absolutely nothing to do with him. We should go too, Shangguan Wensong said, softly with his hands behind his back. On the other side, in the secret realm, at this time, it really seemed like the sky was falling and the earth was destroyed. They all wanted to go out, but there was no way to go up in this space, and there was no place to run. Run up? The fight there was not over yet. Run down. The portal they came from had disappeared long ago. Above, Limo's breath was falling rapidly. The power of the world could not be used temporarily, and the time for the bloody battle soul scroll had also come. Senior brother Xiaobao came out of his dantian, lying on the ground with a pale face, sticking out his tongue and gasping for breath. He could only use the last bit of willpower to retract the Pangaea meteorite hammer. Then he sat down on the ground, letting the strong feeling of weakness wash over his nerves. You bastard, you ruined my century-long plan. Hanjin's expression was ferocious, and this body driven by the remains of Zhang Xian was already old and rotten like a deadwood. This clone can no longer be saved. The only thing he can do is to kill the other party to vent his anger. In Huaxian stood still. After receiving Hanjin's signal, he crushed a stone seal, and a wisp of pure black breath gushed out. A sharp voice resounded through the sky. This was calling for the people in the demon-summoning sect who would guide them. And Hanjin, with hatred, sent the last blow to Liemo. It was another palm with a mysterious aura. This was also a unique skill, driven by the remains of Zhang Xian, and the power was terrifying. The previous collision with the Pangaea meteorite hammer was only 3 points inferior. Now, Liemo could not resist it no matter what. However, Shally was not panicked at all, and even smiled. He had heard the prompt sound from the system just now. Break! The cold voice fell to the ground. The stunning sword light lit up again, as if it was cut down from the sky. Puff! The sword light passed by. In the midst of the horror, the old Hanjin barely managed to turn his body halfway, allowing the sword light that was supposed to split him in two to fall on his shoulder. Hanjin's arm was not cut off, because Tianshuang did not cut off the body. The sword of Wuwa can cut off the soul. His arm has been killed. No matter where his soul returns, his hand is useless. A quarter of an hour has passed. Hanjin was unwilling. He wanted to make another move. Swish! The sword light swept across, leaving a deep mark in front. Hanjin suddenly looked up, but he saw Ying Bing holding a sword in front of someone, his eyes cold. Cross the line, Dai. That look seemed to see through the depths of his soul, making people feel a deep chill in their hearts. It also made people unable to raise any doubts about these 3 words. Hanjin was silent. After a few breaths, he looked at the two of them deeply, and the light in his eyes disappeared. The body fell to the ground weakly, the flesh and blood disappeared quickly, and it became a skeleton again. In Huaxian soared into the sky. Various sounds of fighting were heard outside again. But our classmate Li had no intention of caring at this time. Sitting behind Bing Tuozi, he cheered up. Liemo, who had a busy day, couldn't help but check the rewards he had just received. Congratulations to the host. Successfully invested in Ying Bing to help him avoid serious injuries. Investment feedback. Zhou Tian Xing Do Xian Dan Jing. Congratulations to the host. Successfully invested in Ying Bing to help him refine the Blood Phoenix essence. Investment feedback. Gilded Creation Seal. Liemo roughly knew what the Gilded Seal of Creation was. As for the Zhou Tianxing Do Xiandan Fa, although he didn't know what kind of martial arts it was, he knew it was definitely not ordinary just by hearing the name. The feedback from Bing to Ozzy couldn't be bad, and it was related to Xiandan. It just so happened that he was about to reach the Xiandan realm. Let's study it when we get back. Liu Mo retracted his mind and took a 6-pattern pill to regulate his breath. He looked at the collapsed space and wanted to stand up. However, at this time, his internal breath was exhausted and his body was seriously overdrawn. Just standing up, he felt his eyes black and couldn't help falling down. However, a green jade hand supported him at this time. Liu Mo looked up. It was not Bing Tuozi or someone else. Ying Bing pursed her lips for a moment and whispered, "Stand still. You shouldn't fall down at this time." Liu Mo, sometimes I don't quite understand what the girl of destiny is thinking. He can actually do it himself. Okay, although Bing Tuozi's body is cold, it is soft and fragrant, and it is quite comfortable to lean on. In the distance, a field covered by a golden money tree is approaching rapidly. Elder Qian is coming soon. Liu Mo breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Ying Bing suddenly spoke softly and asked, "What is the fighting spirit behind you?" It is clearly the form of the Guanchen realm. If it is activated by secret methods, the cost is usually very high. For example, she activated the blood phoenix essence. Even if it consumed the power already stored in it, she was also burdened. The powerful power that does not belong to oneself often has a high price. Liu Mo smacked his lips. "I got this talisman unexpectedly, but it's a pity that I can only use it this once." "How do you feel now?" Ying Bing asked again. "Alas, I feel very uncomfortable." As soon as Li finished speaking, Ying Bing's dark eyebrows twisted. Then he sighed. "After experiencing that powerful force, I feel so weak now. I really want to enter the state of mind as soon as possible." The power left the body, and it was really hard to adapt for a while. I felt as heavy as if I was filled with lead. Ying Bing lowered her eyes with a complicated look. He didn't feel uncomfortable, which meant that the talisman was of extremely high quality and was a very precious item. If he had that talisman, he really couldn't be above Liu Mo in the next system ranking. When she thought of this, in her mind, the figure of the young man bathing in the light of the sky, like a god, flashed. Now, Liu Mo didn't have that talisman, but she had completely refined the blood phoenix essence. But why can't she be happy? I have to admit it. If it weren't for him, let alone the blood phoenix spirit, I might not be able to stand here at this moment. Clang! The money tree came and enveloped the two of them. Not only them, but also Tang Xiaobao and many geniuses from all sides were caught in it. No time to explain. The demons of the summoning demon sect have arrived, and the fight outside is even more intense. I'll take you to a safe place first. Qian Bufan stood on the money tree and said solemnly. Then the shadow of the tree enveloped everyone and flew into the air. A large area of space collapsed in front. Old Qian felt a little painful and took a piece of red gold from his arms and threw it into the money tree. His breath suddenly became stronger. Bang! The money tree crashed. Liu Mo, can you become stronger by charging money? Suddenly, I think it's not bad to learn from Elder Qian's Kung Fu. The rest of the inner scenes also use their methods. For example, the middle-aged man in the Confucian robes of Fenyulin. The scene was like a long-lasting ink painting of mountains and rivers, and the old man in Hungyun Sword City was more simple and brutal, turning into a real giant sword across the sky, sweeping away everything on the way. Finally, everyone rushed out of this secret realm. Boom, boom. Old Qian was right. The outside is now more chaotic. The people of the summoning demon sect came to support and fought with the strong men from all sides. For a moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Inhua, old dog, I wanted to beat you up a long time ago. You still want to escape? A murderous but bright voice resounded through the sky. The fire-colored lotus bloomed. The woman in palace dress smashed the head of Inhua Xian, who was half human and half dragon, with her pink fist breaking the dragon's horn and crashing through a mountain. Shang Wu, don't force me. Inhua Xian threatened angrily. The traitor is still barking. Haha, compared to me, you are the real traitor. The voice fell. Shan Wu narrowed her almond eyes and clenched her fists. I, Shan Wu, the elder of Kun Yu Peak. That's all. Bang. Then, inhumane beating. Yin Huashuan's half-human, half-dragon body was used as a weapon by the woman, who swung it back and forth, causing several guardians of the summoning demon sect to spit blood and retreat. Under the money tree, everyone felt their scalps tingling and their hearts pounding. Which sect is that woman from? Oh my God, too cruel. Shan Wu? I know her. I used to think those rumors were exaggerated, but now it seems that they are conservative. Everyone lowered their heads. Bai Jinghong didn't dare to look away, for fear that he would be targeted and beaten up. Honest and well-behaved. That of my Qingyuan sect's elder and also junior brother, Li's master. Ouyang said with a wry smile. Everyone suddenly realized. That makes sense. Brother, Liamo couldn't help but hold his forehead. He wanted to make amends and smiled warmly at everyone. In fact, most of my martial arts are self-taught. Swordsmanship is actually me. Pa, the star pestle slipped from his sleeve and fell on the field. Everyone. Damn, I forgot to put it away. Liamo picked up the hammer and waved it twice in annoyance. Then he looked at everyone kindly. You also know, huh? Brother Ouyang, why are you kneeling? I believe it. Tai Chi nodded vigorously. I believe it too. Brother Li, you are born to be a cool swordsman. Whoever said it wasn't, I'll be angry with him. Looking at the hammer in junior brother Li's hand, which was shining brightly, as if it would hit his head at any time, Ouyang said righteously. You see, Yin Huacheng just doesn't believe it. What will happen to him? Bai Jinghong clenched his fists. In his heart, he felt that warriors who didn't use swords were all vulgar people, let alone those who used hammers. Look at how many people use hammers in the world. Coincidentally, Luo Yu thought so too. But he remembered what his sister had said to him again and again about the Northwest Hammer King. He also remembered Yin Huacheng, who died with his eyes open, and the secret realm that was smashed by a hammer. I am willing to admit that your swordsmanship is better than mine. Brotherly, I am very familiar with the Kuaishou of Jiutian Shitty newspaper. I will write the article myself and let them help you promote it. I will help you draw illustrations, and I promise to draw them handsomely for you. Keep a low profile. It's all just a false reputation. Outside, the fighting was going on. Here, there was a quarrel. Ying Bing watched the boy's histrionic personality for a long time. He was humble on the surface, but his mouth was harder to suppress than a pig during the Chinese New Year. She was a little confused. It was him who was busy in the kitchen every day in Qiushui Pavilion. It was him who jumped down from Qingyuan with her. It was him who stood in front of her like a god of war, confident that she could refine the blood phoenix essence. From beginning to end, he didn't even have the slightest idea about the blood phoenix essence, a treasure. He was so strange. Ying Bing had never been so confused about a person in her past and present lives. In a flash, the money tree had brought them to Qinga County, landed in his own yard. From a distance, Li Mo could feel the movement coming from Hongfeng Mountain, shaking the earth. Dozens of internal scenes and even external scenes were fighting, which was really no different from a natural disaster. I have to rush back to help. After putting everyone down, Qian Bufan put his hands behind his back. His short and fat body was powerful. You should have nothing else to do, right? Everyone shook their heads. Elder Qian. Liamo stepped forward and said seriously. Han Zhen is the former state teacher of the Shang dynasty. His methods are strange and complicated. After joining forces with the people of the summoning demon sect, I don't know what tricks he will use. Please be careful, all teachers. He looked at it with the eyes of destiny. Elder Qian might be slightly injured this time, but it's not a big problem. He just reminded him casually. The Shang State Master. Qian Bufan narrowed his eyes and nodded. Don't worry. Thanks to you this time, we anticipated the enemy's moves. Senior brother Shangguan and Master Fenyulan are here, so there won't be any big trouble. You will be rewarded for this achievement in the sect. It's all the disciples should do. Liamo cupped his hands. To be honest, he just took a casual look at it at that time. and didn't expect to catch such a big fish. The teachers and leaders of Qingyuan sect are still reliable. Even Master Shangguan came in person. By then, I'm afraid that a lot of investment will be counted on him. Qin Bufan soared into the sky. Who? I can't rest yet. Liu Mo relaxed completely. He had just experienced a great battle, and the space was broken. He felt that his body was hollowed out at this time, and he didn't even want to move a finger. Son, X2. Such a familiar call came to his ears. He couldn't hold his eyelids anymore and fell asleep. Snoring, Liu Mo fell asleep. The middle-aged couple looked at their son, who was sleeping on Ying Bing, in silence. Shang was also sleeping just now. As soon as his son got home, he fell asleep in seconds. So what did he learn? Come on, take the young master back to the room. The couple checked and found that although Li Mo's shirt was torn, he was not injured at all, so they sighed. They asked the servants to carry Li Mo to the room. If you really want to sleep every day following Elder Shang Wu, don't learn other messy things. Li Dalong was full of worry. His son was originally a bit naughty, so he thought about letting the child go to Qingyuan sect to hone his skills and learn some skills while restraining his temper. He never thought that Mo would become Shang Wu's disciple. He was naughty before, so he will be hated by people and dogs in the future? Master! Gu Shuiqin tugged at her husband's sleeve. Li Dalong just recovered and bowed to the crowd. My dear young man, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. The mansion has prepared wine and food. Please. Comrade Lao, Li has an official position and has seen the world. You can recognize these young warriors by their clothes. They are all geniuses from big sects with extraordinary origins. There are those from Finyalin, Gangdaman, and King Yuanzong. Even a county lord would treat any of them with courtesy and serve them carefully. Not to mention the disciple of Hongyun Sword City with a sword on his back. That is a real big sect in the area. Besides, he has seen the portrait of this person. By Jinghong, the pride of the Qianlong list. Even the son of a duke is not as noble as him. Huh, but Laoli didn't finish his words. Uncle, you are too kind. The burly Tiechi bowed more than 90 degrees, his head almost hitting the floor tiles. Hello, Uncle. Ouyang flicked his sleeves. By Jinghong and Luo, you were originally going to bow and forget it. But a certain cold gaze looked over, intentionally or unintentionally. Bing Tuozi's gaze. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. The two of them did it in one go. Needless to say about the others. If Uncle and Aunt were replaced with Happy New Year to Big Brother and Sister-in-Law, the scene would be no different from the annual meeting of a social organization. Don't say it. The atmosphere was really a bit similar. 50 miles away, the fight was fierce, just like setting off firecrackers during the New Year. Li Dalong was stunned and almost blurted out, "My dear ministers, please stand up." Fortunately, Gu Shuiqin knew her husband's character and pinched his waist in time. Old Li then smiled awkwardly. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. Let's go eat. Binger, take the young men with you. Yes. The couple looked at the group of young talents and followed Ying Bing obediently and walked into living room. Li Dalong woke up from a dream, feeling his body tingling. So cool. Why is the sun so round today? And why are the flowers so bright? Comrade, Li was a little proud. Are all the talented warriors now so polite? Gu Shuiqin was puzzled. Didn't you notice? Li Dalong retracted his gaze and thought for a while before saying, What did you notice? These disciples of the big sects are in awe of Binger, and they are a little bit following her lead. Li Dalong said seriously. Of course, he knew that Binger was now the true disciple of the head of Qingyuan sect. But identity alone is definitely not enough to make other geniuses of the same generation treat her like this. It can only mean that Binger's talent and talent make them willing to bow down. I said Binger is extraordinary, calm, and smart. Gu Shuiqin was very happy. Li Dalong smacked his lips. I don't know if my brat has learned any skills. I can only wait for him to wake up and ask him. On the other side, the battle between the two sides has entered a white-hot stage. All the members of the summoning demon sect are guarding Han Zhun. They seem to have formed a formation invisibly. The formation is not for attack or defense. It is to call for a certain existence. Rumble. The sky seems to be covered with an indelible shadow, forming a dark cloud pressing down on the city. In the dark, a strong and fierce power is brewing. Some kind of existence is about to descend. Everyone present felt extremely suffocated. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. Shangguan Wensong. He did not release the field, but any field was useless to him. His aura was extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand, the clouds in the sky gathered and formed a big hand. This palm really has the power to take the stars. This is the ultimate power, pure law, and condensed rhythm. Shangguan Wensong, you're only one step away from the Dharma body. The white-browed old man from Hengyun's Sword City sighed softly and retracted the dangerous sword energy that spread around his body. The external scene condensed in his substance, and many mysteries returned to his body. Every move was like a magical power. This is the Dharma body. Boom, boom, boom. The formation presided over by Han Jun was broken in an instant. In the violent aura, his figure suddenly turned into thousands of blood shadows scattered in the air. This is not being blown up, but escaping. Others are not so lucky. They were all pressed into the ground by the cloud hand and could not move. The remains of the palm of hand, which had already lost most of its mysteries, fell into the hands of Shangguan Wensong. He did not look happy, but thoughtful. Li Imo said that the one who escaped was the former grandmaster of the Shang dynasty. Qin Bufan came to his side and spoke softly. Shangguan Wensong's face was heavy, and he sighed after a long time. It's a troubled time. The details of the secret realm will probably be known only after asking Li Imo. Qin Bufan looked at Yin Huaxian, who was half dead after being brought over by Shang Wu, and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that 30% of our elites would be gone in this Blood Phoenix secret realm, and we would be in a state of shortage. We'll discuss the affairs of the sect later. Shangguan Wensong turned around, and his voice shook the clouds. Please come and talk.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.